We are live Sunday evening from the surface of the sun. Oh, it says one or more of my platforms dropped. Interesting. For so, I'm supposing the Rumble one dropped. Gonna have to check that out. Anyway, good to see you guys again. Checking in the chat. Looks like our chat is active. Great. Last week our chat was not working very well in the Riverside angle, so glad to have that there. So I'd like to advertise for something going on. Going to share a screen here really quick. Coming up this Wednesday, Talking with Tavo. Yours truly will be talking with Tavo. Tavo Sonnebury is a very learned, very scholarly, erudite, shall I say, individual who knows his stuff as far as the scholarly realm. Check out his CTF argument, the comparative theology framework argument. Birds aren't even real. Quick as a jackrabbit in the chat. How you doing, birds? So be sure to go and subscribe to Tavo Sonnebury. Definitely not whatever is in the chat. Check out Definitely Not Whatever's channel. She has the approach of the Candace Owens variety when it comes to the great debate that just happened. Her and I, I don't like Andrew and I don't like Candace, but we can agree on Andrew. We're different on Candace, Def Not and I, but definitely check out Def Not show. It's very chill, very interesting. She's very fun to listen to. And she has a great community too. It's just a bunch of people hanging out and observing things and having a fun time. Just be sure to like and subscribe to her channel. Tonight is going to be a very interesting debate because, well, not even debate. It's going to be a couple of reviews on debates with atheism because it's going to be reviewing. I've got to point this way. This here argument that's coming up. I'm going to debut this argument in its fullness to the best of my ability this Wednesday on Tavo Sonnebury's channel. Waiting for Steelborn to come in, and then we will begin. In the meantime, what I do want to review is a conversation between Destiny and Alex O'Connor on morality from a secular perspective. So we're going to share this
I guess I don't know if I
here.
believe in real ethical obligations then, I guess, or if I could like objectively say like someone ought to have some sort of ethical obligation. For me, I firmly believe that like 99% of humans, just because we all come from roughly the same genetic stock, I think we have roughly the same fundamental preferences. I don't think there are groups of people that have huge differences like that. Now, there might be some that come out through like socializing or cultural stuff. So like maybe people's opinions on like LGBT issues, but on really fundamental stuff like should I be allowed to steal from you, rape you, kill you, attack you without provocation? I think for the most part, I think almost every like human being that
I would also say that if you're going to say steal, stealing presupposes that somebody actually owns things, but you can't actually prove from matter that somebody owns anything. You can't prove that this mouse is mine just by dint of it being a mouse in my hand. You can't use empirical data to determine who owns the mouse. You can, because you would have to prove that ownership exists. And in a secular realm where there is no such thing as an ought, there's just an is, there's nothing in the matter itself that says belongs to so and so. And even if it did say belongs to so and so, that doesn't necessarily mean there's evidence that it belongs to so and so. If I go up to a car in the parking lot and I write belongs to re-examination, that doesn't mean that I now own the car just because it was written on there. You have to presuppose that private ownership is a moral reality in the first place. So to even say the word steal is to kind of give away the farm as far as I'm concerned.
that is mentally sound and everything will agree on these things, I think.
Arguably, this takes us back to where we started and saying that even the sort of the nationalists and the globalists and the religious zealot and the atheist, like they still ultimately are motivated by something like, you know, maximization of their own well-being or positive experience or something like this. In which case we could say that there's some basic moral intuition that most people share. And the reason I wanted to ask you about that was because so much of what we think about the world is based essentially on unprovable intuition.
Yeah.
Unprovable meaning that an atheistic worldview does not ground these moral intuitions we have in the first place. I would argue that both of these guys would say, if I ask them, should we have creationism in schools, they're gonna say no. They're gonna say no, and they're gonna use some kind of value claim or moral reason or detriment or whatever that would say, well, we shouldn't teach falsehood. But then that goes back to what I said to Matt Dillahunty. Do you guys in the chat remember what I said to Matt Dillahunty? Because it's kind of important. Here, let me go to my channel real quick, because this is one of my favorite things. Even if I died tomorrow, this would still be one of the best things I think that's come out of this channel. Here, give me a sec, and I'll pull that up for you.
So would we agree that universally humans ought to believe what is true and ought not believe what is false?
No, I don't necessarily think that we ought to believe that which is true. I don't know how to justify that as an ought.
Great.
Help me understand real fast, both of you. Is the word ought thrown out as kind of a tripwire?
It's an imperative, yes.
It's an imperative. Yeah, like we ought, for example, so we would be doing what we ought not do if we say, I don't want to believe that truth. I want to believe a comforting lie, so I'm going to go back to my cult, or I'm going to blast my brains out with drugs, or any number of things. Like if we, like for example, if you say I got deconstructed or I got deconverted out of my religion because the evidence brought me out of that, then what that means is there is a prescription from truth itself that dictates the actions of people, what they ought to do and how they ought to think. That truth itself is prescriptive, absent of anybody's preferences.
Is it prescriptive or can it be descriptive?
No.
Well, if it's descriptive, then it doesn't have an actual prescription. But for example, I could say that humans have X behavior that is, communal, but that's just a description of their behavior. That doesn't necessarily prescribe anything any more than 2 + 2 = 4, or like what the atomic number for lead is.
Now, Def, if you're still here, because I see we're down to 2, but if you are still here, I would say I want to announce actually that I'm going to be at Alex O'Connor's DC appearance coming up in, I believe it's November 11th. So look out for that. Oh, that's the chat. So yeah, check that out, because I want to be in the Q&A and I want to ask him my particular line of reasoning and my particular syllogism that comes with it. Let's see. Do we have Steelborn in the back? Not just yet. Not just yet. But look out for that during his U.S. tour. Oh, here we go. Mr. Steelborn, welcome to the show.
How's it going?
Good. Do you have your webcam mic on? Because it doesn't sound like you have your mic on.
What is going on, Mike? Hold on.
Def Note is still
with
with us.
Wrong one.
You know what? While you're looking at that, I'm going to do the official page for the announcement here. So,
hold on, let me leave the studio real quick, because it's saying that it can't change it while I'm in the studio.
okay, then I guess you have to.
I'll just drop out and then come back in.
Yeah, drop out and come back in. All right. Give me 1 sec. Does Alex even have an official website? Alex O'Connor? I don't know. Let me check. Oh wow, he's got 2 million subs. Okay. Let's see if this is the video. Oh well. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, point is, I'll be at the Lord willing Washington D.C. appearance of Alex O'Connor, which I think might be the first day for it. I haven't been to DC since 2020, so hopefully I can fit in a museum visit in there too before the curtains come up for that particular one. But I hope to be able to have an interaction with him about my argument from normativity for the existence of God. No way, that is cool. Well, Def Nut, I won't tell people what you look like if you show up. I'll say that much.
For example, the existence of the external world, the existence of other minds. Are you familiar with the problem of induction, for example? The fact that we can't, we have no reason to.
All right, here we're gonna. Oh, crap. Okay. All right, Steelborn. Let's see if we got. Let's see if we got your audio.
Does that sound better?
Yes.
All right, give me 1 sec. I just gotta pull this up on my stream.
Sure. Everybody, welcome Steelborn onto the show.
Welcome me. I'm not welcome here.
Oh, shush. He just got back from mall security. That's why he's got his mall cop glasses on. Steelborn, you can hear me, right?
Hold on. I'm trying to get this stupid shit going. There we go.
Okay, hold
All
on.
right, we're all
No.
cool?
Yes, we should be good now.
Sweet, sweet. All right, so I was just telling people that I got a ticket to go see Alex O'Connor in DC for his tour coming up to the States, and I'm hoping to get in the Q&A and run triage. I might give the syllogism that I gave to you and Eli last night, depending on how developed triage is between now and then. Imagine Death Note actually doesn't have a lower jaw under the mask. It's like the mummy. No, I'm kidding. I'm guessing because she can talk, she has a lower jaw. That's just my form of reasoning there.
Okay, who's she now? I need a little more context.
We're talking about definitely not whatever, who is in the chat right now.
Oh, the one that refuses to debate me on force doctrine.
I think a lot of people refuse to debate on force doctrine. I debated Andrew on force doctrine already, so you can scratch me off the list of people who are going to debate force doctrine. But
I don't know. I reviewed one of her videos where she was going through just talking about how stupid force doctrine was. I was like, okay, would you like to do a debate on it? And then she's like, no.
yeah,
I was like, well, okay. So you're
Yeah,
just not
she
open
has-
to having your views criticized?
oh, she's open to having your views criticized. You can just make a video about it.
Yeah, I can just make a video about it rather than have a
Yeah,
debate.
just make a video about it.
Just make a video about it, yeah.
Yeah, she makes a video, you make a video. It's fair.
And then it just goes
All right.
back and forth like that instead of arguing with the person.
Yes, it's more like a formal debate than a blood sport debate. All right, let me start this from the beginning because, yeah, it says context, and context is key.
I guess I don't
need
know if I
context with
believe in.
Destiny, it won't help. Same with Alex. It really won't help either of them.
Well, Death Knot says, I don't know who Steelborn is, so there you go.
I
now
messaged
you
you on
do.
Discord asking for a debate, and you were like, no. On force doctrine.
All right, guys, you can have your own soap opera later.
In real ethical obligations then, I guess, or if I could like objectively say like someone ought to have some sort of ethical obligation. For me, I firmly believe that like 99% of humans, just because we all come from roughly the same genetic stock, I think we have roughly the same fundamental preferences. I don't think there are groups of people that have huge differences like that. Now, there might be some that come out through like socializing or cultural stuff. So like maybe people's opinions on like LGBT issues, but on really fundamental stuff, like should I be allowed to steal from you?
Now, I pointed out that steal presupposes the validity of property rights.
Yeah,
it
it would have to presuppose that.
So he gave away the farm with that one.
Rape you, kill you, attack you without provocation. I think for the most part, I think almost every like
Hey, what's
human
up, Jake?
being
Nice
that
to see you in the chat.
that is mentally sound and everything will agree on these things. I think.
Arguably, this takes.
Did you say Jay?
Jake
Oh, I
Farr.
thought it was like Jay's in your Jake Farr. Okay, I was gonna say Jay Dyer's in your stream. What up?
Back to where we started and saying that even the sort of the nationalists and the globalists and the religious zealot and the atheist, like they still ultimately are motivated by something like, you know, maximization of their own well-being or positive experience or something like this. In which case we could say that there's some basic moral intuition that most people share. And the reason I wanted to ask you about that was because so much of what we think about the world is based essentially on unprovable intuition.
Yeah.
For example, the existence of the external world, the existence of other minds. Are you familiar with the problem of induction, for example? The fact that we have no.
I don't even know how atheists live with the problem of induction. Like, I
They
don't know
have
how
no
they go forward.
justification for induction whatsoever.
I don't know how they go forward with anything and have an honest position. Now, for those of you who don't know, the problem of induction states that just because things have happened the way they've happened in the past, it's not a predictor of how things are going to happen in the future, nor is it a grounding for the way that nature is. So if the earth and
Yeah,
gravity
basically,
and
atheists
logic...
give you no philosophical justification for knowing that the sun will rise tomorrow.
Right, or that any other natural phenomena will continue, which means it undercuts the scientific method, because the scientific method is entirely based upon testability, repeatability, and continued results that are fixed in how the rules are set up of nature, so that you can have a reliable, probable source of narrowing down the answer to your question from a physical, natural perspective.
A reason to say that the laws of physics are not going to stop working in 5 seconds.
Yeah, the
time.
sun's not necessarily going to come up tomorrow or whatever, right? Yeah.
Hey, you said that. He stole your stuff.
Exactly. And this is the reason it's called the problem of induction is because it's essentially unsolvable. It might be solvable with theism. That's kind of another discussion, but it's not a solvable problem. But we say
it's not solvable because I reject theism.
We can recognize I have absolutely no way to justify objectively to somebody who disagrees with me that the external world exists, or that the sun will rise tomorrow, or that other minds exist. Any of this stuff.
Watch what eggs do to your cat's body. Wet food or dry food? It's the question I've heard from cat
all I
parents
thought of
for
whenever
more
I
than
see that
50
was
years, and the real answer almost always
Have you heard
has to
Have you heard of hashtag vegan cat?
No, is that Vegan Gains trying to torture animals again?
No, but it's exactly it's not exactly what you think it is. Apparently, it's a group of fucking crazy people, of thousands of people on X, that decided that they should give their cats fucking cranberries.
Okay, like dried cranberries, or
like they make their cats into vegans. And all the cats die at like 5. Every one of them dies at like 5, and they're blind, and they can't. Every one of them, they're lying down. Every picture, they're laying down.
But at least they were ethical kittens.
They were ethical kitties, and it's like, R.I.P. Tabby, we had 5 amazing years, and it's like, when's this lady gonna give me real food?
Right. I mean, it's not torture if it's done for a good cause. That's what I know. Anyway.
We still believe it, right? I presume you still believe these things.
For the good of animals, we will torture animals.
Have you heard the Vegan Gains bear jail argument? This is actually comes from Jim Bob.
Oh, I bet. Let me guess. A bear does something bad, we'll put him in bear jail and put him through bear court, right?
Yeah, well, Jim Bob basically was arguing with him about should bears go to jail for eating salmon? And he was like, yes, the bear should go to jail for eating salmon because we don't want to allow anything to kill another thing.
Wait, Vegan Gains says this?
Vegan Gains said that he wants to implement bear jails. I'm not joking. That's an actual fucking claim.
Okay, are they going to have bear prison guards? Is it going to be like the Berenstain Bears or more like Paddington?
I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine.
Oh, bother.
Yeah.
And so if you're willing to allow unprovable intuitions in the case of general epistemology to allow you to say, well, I think it's objectively true that the Earth orbits the sun, even though that's based on sort of observations that rest on unprovable intuitions. It's just an intuition.
Like even
that
Jared
the
in my
external
chat
world
saying,
exists.
just execute the bears at that point. That's what I would think, right? If they're causing that much harm, just execute them. But no, they want to put them in bear jail with bear lawyers. Like, people are going to come and be like, look, Your Honor, you don't understand. Now, it's true that it's against the law for bears to eat salmon, but this one had a splinter in its paw. And it's like, what the fuck's wrong with you people, bro?
As long as we have a bear and a powdered wig that comes out with a scroll before we drop him through the gallows and then reads from the scroll with innocuous grunting before we let it drop.
Your sense data is accurate, but you're just going to say, yeah, but I'm just going to trust it and say that because using that intuition, I see that the Earth orbits the sun. I'm going to say it's objectively true that the Earth orbits the sun. Why can't we just do the same thing for ethics in saying that, yeah, we have this unprovable intuition that sort of my well-being is good for me, or like maximization of positive experience is a good thing. And
okay, positive, well-being, and good are all morally charged words. If you don't have purpose for your life and you are a contingent being, and therefore you cannot ground your own purpose for your life or anybody else's positivity or goodness or anything like that, you cannot give a direction for where we ought to go with any action to attain any goal. You would have to justify your goals. Otherwise, normativity, meaning the rules we live by in thought and in word and in deed, that has no direction. So you would have a goalless direction, which is a contradiction in terms.
Yeah, it would be self-defeating as well. But from the atheist, you would ultimately be self-defeating because it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You have no standard for any of these things. Also, am I the one who just realized that Alex O'Connor's channel is called Within Reason?
That's his interview show.
Oh.
Yeah, because he was Cosmic Skeptic when he was younger. And
Jared wants to know who the vegan-looking douchebag is on screen. Now, fun fact, and he says, I don't mean you or Rex. At one point, I think Alex O'Connor was one of those like vegan guys, wasn't he?
Did you hear why he left veganism?
What's the argument? What was his
argument is, oh my gosh, I can't stop pooping. I'm pooping like every hour. I can't stop it. I have to eat meat. This is terrible. And then when he left veganism, the vegans attacked him as if they're going to eat him like zombies. And then they've attacked him so viciously because they're such nice, peaceful people that he was just like, he had to step back from the whole vegan community thing. He was gung-ho at the beginning because all the arguments were there, compassion and blah, 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 blah. But he could not survive as a vegan. And so he had to compromise and eat some kind of meat sometimes. Even while factory farms exist, had to eat some kind of meat sometimes just to live. And so that's the argument.
So
it's a pretty good argument.
So have you ever heard of the NTT argument?
No.
It's called name the trait.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm curious, what is your answer to name the trait?
Humans are made in the image of God, begin the God debate.
Yeah, that's where I go to. I instantly go image bearer status.
Right. I mean, that's it. That really is it. So it just immediately it changes. But I do remember, is it him who every time he gets a new caller, he's name of the trait, and then they go right into it from there.
Are you talking about, there was at one point there was a guy who called in who was like Andrew was doing a TikTok invasion, and he was like he was claiming to be Orthodox. Right now, I don't know whether or not this is true. I have no verification that he is or is not. Didn't seem like he was. But
interesting.
He was like,
Proceed.
when are you going to debate synth on Name the Trait? And Andrew's like, I don't. It's like I don't know. I haven't planned on it. But what do you want? So he's like, Andrew, synth would wreck you on Name the Trait. And he's like, oh, you think so? And he's like, yeah, he beat me. Synth beat me on Name the Trait. And Andrew's like, oh, we'll call in. So they literally stopped the stream, opened up a Discord call, or they stopped the invasion, opened up a Discord for this guy to come in. And he's like, all right, Andrew, name the trait. And Andrew's like, I think that I could, but first I need some requisite information from you. Is that fair? And he's like, yeah. He's like, okay, I need a list of all the traits that could ever possibly exist in order for me to pick which one it is that makes it a category distinction. And he's like, what? He's like, that's not an answer. He's like, sure it is. Watch. If you ask me, what time is it? And I go, well, what time zone are you in? And you go, well, that's not even trying to answer the question. It's like, yes, it is. I just need requisite information. I need to know what time zone you're in order to give you the answer to that question. So, in order to give you the answer to this question, I need I have a prerequisite of information that I need. And the guy got so mad he just rage quit.
I'd have to check that out sometime. Send me that in Discord. That'd be interesting.
Do you know how hard that's going to be to find how long ago that was?
No,
Actually,
I don't.
Wait, I can find it on YouTube. It's on YouTube. It's on the Crucible's YouTube.
That's a great resource, by the way. YouTube. I love it.
Unprovable intuition, I see that murder is wrong. And so I'm just going to say that murder is objectively wrong. It's
murder, by definition, is unjustified killing, which calls for justification for a killing in the first place, which means there is a sense of justice for our actions, right or wrong. So this feels like low-hanging fruit at this point. Like, by definition. It's so it's almost. I want to go back and watch his debates, even with Muhammad Hijab, where Muhammad Hijab hits him up on the veganism part of like, where's your standard for right and wrong to say that we should not eat meat? And I don't even remember what his answer was. It's usually a deflection of like Allah bad or something.
As wrong.
Well,
it's as true to say that murder is wrong as it is to say that the Earth orbits the sun. If you're going to dismiss one because there's no way to sort of resolve the fundamental conflict to someone who disagrees with you, that's true of like all epistemology.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe you can solve this one for me because do you know who perspective philosophy is?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I think he's tried to get me on this argument before, and we have trouble getting much farther, either because my mind's not equipped or because I'm just so correct and I don't realize it. Okay. So maybe you can help me sort this out. So first, let me summarize your argument so you can tell me if I understand this correctly. So I'm saying, well, ultimately, there is no such thing as moral fact. We can't prove that moral fact, so it's silly to pretend like you can make objectively true moral statements. And then you'll say, okay, sure, that might be the case. However, if we look at things like the problem of induction, or if we look at even the manifestation of other minds in the world, you can't prove that any of that exists. However, you don't go through life being like an epistemic agnostic or anti-realist, or you don't go through life assuming that tomorrow.
Part of that too is if you're an epistemic anti-realist, you have to use the laws of identity and the law of non-contradiction to establish and differentiate what that would be from a different worldview. So if I say I'm an anti-realist, I'm contrasting that from what a realist would be. Therefore, I have to acknowledge that realism exists. Therefore, I have to acknowledge that the laws of logic exist in order for my epistemic anti-realism to exist in the first place. So it's self-consuming.
Wait. Did he just say he's an epistemic anti-realist?
No, he's posing something for the sake of an argument. But I'm just saying every term we have is loaded with normativity. Normativity is the nervous system of an argument. Without it, the argument does not function.
The planet's going to explode. Like, you go through life assuming these things are objectively true. So why would you grant one for like metaphysics or epistemology, but you wouldn't do the same for ethics? Is that essentially kind of the question? Right?
And to be clear, it's not just, I think it's a little bit stronger. It's not just that you don't go around like acting, as if these things aren't true. You sort of act as if the external world exists. You act as if other minds are true. That's true, but I think it's stronger that you believe that it's true that other minds exist as well. Right? It's not just that you act as if that's the case. You believe that I'm a real person talking to you right now, right? And that is based upon, let's say, if I were to run this argument, you might say that is based on as justifiable an intuition as any moral intuition that you could think of.
Your cavities can actually repair themselves, and this is how.
Repair is a design
Big
claim,
dentistry
by the way.
doesn't want you to know.
Big headphones where they're not needed doesn't want you to know. Like, why did he have to have his headphones on for this ad? It doesn't make any sense.
I don't know.
Because
Rex's
the
chat.
cavity
If you guys were watching my live stream yesterday, you'd understand that joke because we were laughing at every single Rumble ad that popped up, and it was like, Big Alzheimer's doesn't want you to know that if you drink 1 glass of warm water a night and inject onions into your eyes, your memory will stay forever.
You need to inject the entire onions. Hi, I'm Big Alzheimer's.
Yeah, it was basically what every ad that popped up on Rumble was doing that. So me and Rex were just making jokes about it the entire time.
Okay. So.
Oh, by the way, I'd like to take this moment to also announce that I am going to Word War Debate #2, featuring Jay Dyer and Stefan Molyneux as the top ticket. So this will be my first event going to an actual debate, at least that I can remember, of this magnitude. And I've been watching, I haven't been watching Jay Dyer for years. I've known about his name being tossed around for years. But Stefan Molyneux, I've been watching for years. And I think he's taken a turn for the worse on the race question. However, he is incredibly smart, and he has wrecked a bunch of people that I liked like Vosh, for example. Did you see his debate on, I think it was economics with Vosh?
No, I've not.
Yeah,
over this hurdle. So
anyway, he also debated Stephen Woodford. Now, he has his own ethical model called the universally preferable behavior. It doesn't mean universally preferred, meaning like I prefer that everybody just get down on their hands and knees and make me king. But universally preferable, meaning that kind of a golden rule-esque, that which you wish were the baseline treatment for you is what you are bound to baseline treat others with. Something along those lines. Beware Big Tooth. That sounds like a Dick Tracy villain. Oh no, it's Big Tooth, and it's like it's a bicuspid in a trench coat with a hat.
My big issue when it comes to things like these, there's a lot of stuff we'll argue about, and then it'll boil down to this one point. I feel like it's resolving disagreements between people that point me in a direction of something that I'm more comfortable standing on solid ground on. So, for instance, when it comes to like existence of external universe or something, I can talk to a lot of other people and we can have agreements and disagreements on these things. But ultimately, it seems like if there are 4 people standing in a circle and 3 people are saying, I think that the earth is round, and another guy saying, I think the earth is flat, we can run a battery of tests. We can take in all the sense data, and eventually our minds can come to some agreement because of our ability to interact with the external world.
I'm sorry, you just gotta hit pause. I can't. Why does he do the fucking this as he's in the middle of talking? It's super fucking annoying and hard to keep track of what he's saying.
Do you remember how? Okay, when you and I were at the Versus 5 with Andrew last year in August. Do you remember Andrew talking about Destiny before the thing started, or were you not even in the room yet?
Wait, what?
Andrew was talking about Destiny because I asked, what was it like to debate Destiny over at Jubilee's Surrounded? Were you there when he was riffing on Destiny?
No, I didn't show. I was like an hour late to the event. Remember?
No, I don't, dude. Remember you had to remind me that you were even there.
Yeah, asshole. What the fuck? You didn't even remember me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, was I there for you? Am I supposed to know who you are? Do
you remember going to my church too, or was I not there for that one?
Do you remember going to your church? Do you remember what your church was? Do you remember waking up?
I do.
Yeah, I'm like, this is the sickest prank. Anyway, background on a couple things, guys. Number one, Steelborn just happened to be there at the debate where I was with Andrew, and then second,
I was in that fucking room with him for like fucking 10 hours.
Yeah. Also, so what happened was he talked about. Andrew was, he was very funny. He was talking about the swivel, the jaw swivel that Destiny does. And he was comparing it to a Japanese movie.
A Japanese movie?
Yeah, just the dubbing, all that kind of stuff. And now I was laughing, but all the leftists on the bench were not laughing. So I was the only one having a good time with that, and they were just like, "What a horrible human being," and whatever. But anyway, I'm not a fan of either. Is his hair blue? No, that is just fungus that grows out of his skull. Robin, welcome to the show.
Correct, right? The world is spherical, and the fourth guy, you were just wrong. You can think what you want, but you're wrong.
I'm not Everest.
However, if 4 people were to stand in a circle and 3 were to say murder is wrong, and the other guy say, well, I think murder is okay, it feels like there's no possible thing that you could have.
What does it mean to be okay compared to what? Even okay is a qualifier,
appeal to or look at or ever have a discussion about to resolve that disagreement. I don't know how you would do it.
All right, I'll find that video and send it to you later. I'm trying to find it for you now, but I'm just giving up.
The name the trait?
Yeah, the name the trait.
Yeah, we'll worry about that later.
That doesn't work.
Okay,
I'll
tell me
you
why.
I think because in the situation that people disagree about something like the shape of the Earth or that the Earth exists, let's say, this might be based upon
that the
some
Earth. Who
fundamental
disagrees the Earth
conflict.
exists?
Let's say that I said to you, like, I don't believe that the moon.
Maybe solipsists or anti-realists. Let me ask you this. In the chat, does anybody know anyone who disagrees with the proposition the Earth exists? Please let me know and send me the footage.
Exists, right? And you sort of said, but look, I mean, can't you see it? Like, can't you, like, haven't you heard, haven't you seen, like, the photographs? Can't you see it at night? And I say, well, actually, yes, I can. But you're not getting me. What I'm saying is I have a more fundamental skepticism that my sense data is accurate. I think we're living in a simulation or something like that.
Okay.
Now,
simulation still is compared to reality, which would make you not an anti-realist. To say simulation is to be a referent to something that's not a simulation in the first place. Yeah. I thought the blue hairs referred to the old lazies, also known as old ladies. There we go. Autocorrect. Well, simulation theory, yes. But still, to say something is simulated, there's a comparison at play there.
I don't know. This guy apparently believes birds aren't even real.
That's very true.
if we disagree that the moon exists, there is no test you can run to disprove that, so long as that's what my belief is based upon. Because you could say,
right, and so even if I prove atheism false, there is nothing that could possibly convince you that God exists. If your volition is established firmly that you will not believe God exists no matter what, even if you've convinced yourself that you're fully rational and that your justification is rational, if I can prove that it's philosophically bankrupt, it will not matter. Because I think atheism is ultimately a choice. It's not a philosophy.
That's actually the position of the church as well, is that atheism is a spiritual problem.
Indeed. Yeah, but the simulation doesn't have to be on Earth. I'm not saying it has to be on Earth. There's a difference between having to be on Earth and having to contrast with what's real. So even if the Earth didn't exist, as long as reality was real and simulation theory was real, simulation theory would live as a reference to what is real. The simulation would be different than the reality that makes the simulation possible. You sound like you're balancing your microphone on a balloon.
No, sorry, I had to adjust the mic. It was in the wrong spot.
You have the right to be wrong. That's a moral claim, Robin. I didn't know I had rights, but thank you for acknowledging my right to be wrong. Also, wrong is in reference to right, and you would have to say there's a correct way of thinking. But you hate when I do that, Robin. You know that.
Say, well, look, let's get a telescope.
You don't
Let's
have
look in
the right to be
telescope, and
wrong,
I'll look in the
actually.
telescope, and I'll.
That's true. If we had the right to be
Einstein
wrong, then ethics wouldn't make any sense. If I just like shot somebody up in the street and then the officer said freeze, I'd be like, I have the right to be wrong. And
Be like, no, sir, no, sir, you don't understand. I was just wrong. It's okay. That was more Borat. I was going the Borat voice. No, sir, I was wrong. I was wrong for doing that.
Birds Aren't Even Real says, disclaimer, I don't believe in simulation theory. I know.
Oh yeah, you don't believe in VR? That's a simulation.
Yeah, but he doesn't believe in the theory. He just believes
I know.
that
I
VR
just
is
want to
real.
give him shit.
Be like, yeah, I see the same thing as you. There it is. There's the moon. There's the Sea of Tranquility. But I still don't believe it's there because more fundamentally, I don't think my sense data is accurate. I don't think there's an external world, right? In the same way, if you have moral disagreements, let's say you're pro-gay marriage and someone else is anti-gay marriage, and you say, right, no, we can sort this out because look at this study that shows that when people a society that accepts gay marriage is on the whole happier than one that doesn't. And look at
isn't marriage anti-gay marriage?
Yeah. So the problem that I've always had with this is like, well, we just want them to have the right to get married, and it's like, well, by that very standard, you're actually just destroying the definition of marriage in and of itself. Marriage, in and of itself, is both the sacramental and legal union between a man and a woman. It's the only type of relationship that can do what that one does.
It's the only type of relationship that's entered into through a vow.
That's why it's got its own unique category across every culture. That the union between a man and a woman is its own distinct category. Two men can't replicate that. Two women can't replicate that. A couple of fellas and a billy goat cannot replicate that, as Michael Knowles would say.
Right.
And I think Michael Knowles gives some of the best anti-gay marriage arguments, I think.
No, he's great at that. I mean, Knowles is top-notch, I think.
Now, to be fair, I tend to like a lot of Matt Walsh's arguments as well, but like when he went on Joe Rogan, he didn't do great.
I think both you and I would have done a way better job on gay marriage versus Joe Rogan than Matt Walsh did. I think Matt Walsh either for some reason hasn't either hasn't thought through it or he felt the pressure. One of those two things.
I think he just don't think he's like he's thought through the arguments against it. But like I think now he's done much like I watched his shows where he's talked about he's done much better.
Okay, Robin, let's address this head on because this is one of the top objections. Nobody's marriage is affected by other people's marriages.
Yes, it is.
Guess what? Let's just say that somebody gets offed, like unjustifiably killed in Malaysia, and it didn't affect my life. Because it didn't affect my life, does that make it okay? I mean, you're going to say no. I mean, so it's an irrelevant point. And so, but I would say it affects it in this way. If I look at my wife, and I don't have a wife, but if I had a wife and I look at her and be like, you know, in the grand scheme of what marriage is, you might as well be a man and it would be the same thing. I'd be lying. It's not the same thing. Right. And then she agrees. No, just because something doesn't affect me is irrelevant to whether or not it's justified.
Or whether or not it's wrong, right or wrong.
And then Mike, and I'm not going to read the rest of his name. What about ours, Robin? Apparently your husband is here, or Robin. So, you guys can grab a piece of popcorn, I guess. I don't know why it's a single piece of popcorn, but I just said piece, so we're going with it.
You
can have one popcorn?
When
you share one popcorn, you might be able to use a knife and cut down the middle and be fair about it.
People aren't allowed to get married, they fall into depression, the suicide rate goes up. You know, you could look at all these sort of stuff.
I'm not married and I haven't killed myself. I mean, look, dude, I'll tell you what this. I am not anti-marriage at all. I'm very pro-marriage. However, I do see some marriages and sometimes count myself blessed that that's not my marriage. I'll say that much.
Well, yeah, but I am married and I see other marriages and go, thank God my wife's not crazy.
Good stuff, Steelborn. See, those are the kind of marriages I want to promote. And you can't promote good marriages without promoting good morals in the first place. You can't have good morality without Christ. That's the thing.
Studies and statistics and things. But that doesn't get you any closer to solving the problem because, of course, the fundamental value conflict is one that is insensitive to...
Can I ban Mike? He is stalking me. Why don't you give him a 10-minute and see if he shuts up or starts acting like an adult. We'll do that. Actually, you know what? His name's bad enough. Just ban him. Have fun.
Empirical inquiry.
What's
in the
his
case
name?
of
I
basic
don't understand the name.
epistemic.
Oh, got it. Never mind. I read it. I actually read it for the first time. I just read Mike originally. It was all I was reading.
Yeah.
I was like, what's wrong with Mike? And then I read the rest. I was like, oh.
Exactly.
Intuitions that make up things like belief in the external world or other minds. They're of the same quality.
You can go
If
over to
you've
my
got
chat,
four
Mike.
people in a room,
I think it's kind of funny.
and they all agree that sense data is accurate, but one thinks the Earth is flat, then yes, based on that fundamental agreement that sense data is accurate, you could draw a consistency test. But if those four people in the room, if one of them doesn't believe that the external world exists at all, and believes that they're
Good
just
to
a
see you,
brain in a
Dark Side.
vat, there is no test you can run. You said there's a battery of tests you can run. There's not one test you could run to disprove that.
So,
wait, what?
Okay.
I genuinely.
So there's not a test you can run. Big influencer with a guitar with OCD.
Believe that if people could hear my thoughts, they would realize I was evil. I lived my entire life thinking that I was a secretly.
Yeah, big evil.
You probably are evil, lady.
Let me just write this down so I'm keeping track of these.
All right.
So
you want me to back up because you want some clarification on what he just said.
Empirical inquiry. In the case of the basic epistemic intuitions that make up things like belief in the external world or other minds, they're of the same quality. If you've got four people in a room and they all agree that sense data is accurate, but one thinks the Earth is flat, then yes, based on that fundamental agreement that sense data is accurate, you could draw a consistency test. But if those four people in the room, if one of them doesn't believe that the external world exists at all and believes that they're just a brain in a vat, there is no test you can run. You said there's a...
All right. Hold on a second. I'm gonna have a wardrobe change. Why don't you rant on the brain in a vat problem for atheists and such?
Hold on. He said if somebody believes there's, if you're just a brain in a vat, there's no way to disprove them. Then this is what you do. The same thing with all solipsists. Go argue with yourself. That's basically what you do, because I actually kind of agree with Alex here that you can't necessarily to somebody who holds that presupposition that they are just a brain in a vat and that they can't prove anything. It's like, okay, how do you? They just go full anti-realist on everything. So it's like, okay, I'm not gonna engage with you. There's no point in talking to you. You reject everything.
Right, but I guess what he's saying is, or maybe what he's implying is, it's really unsatisfying to find somebody who has an epistemic that challenges what satisfies us. We are satisfied with empirical testing, and we are satisfied with these metrics that we use to get these certain results, and these results satisfy us as confirmations of real things. But we found somebody who is solipsistic or anti-realistic, and we can't, using their own system or using their own skepticism, we cannot actually break through and reach their mind to the same degree of convincing them as we're convinced. And it's an impossible problem for us to figure out.
I guess from that point, I feel like the only way to do it would be to pre-sup them. You have to pre-sup them.
All right, demonstrate that. How would you pre-sup an anti-realist if it was just you?
Okay, so it's like, okay, so put on the anti-realist hat for a sec. Watch. Okay, a perfect example. Make the claim of the anti-realist.
Okay, so
the anti-realist
I don't even know it that well. I would say the anti-realist would be like, we can't know anything. It's true. Jay Dyer is right that sense data is just sensory stimulation.
We can't know anything's true.
Yeah.
Do you know that's true?
It is the deduction of what I have experienced or observed. Obviously, it's self-defeating.
Yeah, if you say we can't know anything's true, it's self-defeating.
Right. Right. So to pre-sup them is.
I got a question though for you, Rex. What were your thoughts on my position on Agrippa's trilemma the other night?
The other night we talked about Agrippa's trilemma?
Yeah, when you came up in the panel, and then so did Rev, and then so did Mo.
Oh, you're talking about like last week, not last night.
I said the other night.
Well, the other night
that was Tuesday. That was Tuesday, right? I thought it was Thursday. That was Tuesday.
I was on your stream yesterday.
No, that was the Tuesday show. You're right. Okay. But I don't know. Mo was trying to argue that it was just an analytical claim, but I'm like, no, it would be a universal epistemic claim.
Yeah, I think Mo was so hungry for debate that he was trying to see if he could debate a position. I don't think it was because we're missing something, because ultimately anything, You either have an argument that is based on unargued or some assumed premises, where like you both agree to premises and you're arguing in a particular, or you have an argument that can be used particularly or transcendentally. So for example,
if you and I start arguing about, Christianity, neither of us have to try and prove God to each other. We both accept that God exists.
Right. We would just disagree upon interpretations of the Bible, the canon, soteriology, all
Yeah,
that
stuff
kind of
like
stuff.
that is where you and I would disagree. But like, I feel like this is the problem that I always have with. That's a great pause screen, by the way, for Alex. He looks like Sid the Sloth. But I feel like for all these, these people who try to run Agrippa's trilemma in a debate, and it's like, you can just categorically reject Agrippa's trilemma. See, Darkseid noticed it too. But like, you could just categorically reject it because it's self-refuting. Because if the claim is you can't give an epistemic justification because it's either going to be circular, infinite regress, or axiomatic, which none of those are sufficient or an actual justification. It's like, okay, well, then the claim of Agrippa's trilemma would be an epistemic claim, so you wouldn't be able to know it's true anyways.
Correct. It's self-consuming because any position outside of Christianity or even theism in general would have to use the law of identity and the law of non-contradiction to identify itself and differentiate itself, thereby using reason in order to be. So Robin, I think, is asking, and I'm gonna take a quick deviation here, but Robin is asking if there are any atheists that are solipsistic. And I want to go to Sai's opening of his debate because that's part of it. So we shared a bit of this on one of the streams we had with Eli and Mo, but let me unmute this because I want to give an answer.
Wonderful.
9 minutes, 52 seconds.
And time.
You and I watched this one, Rex.
It's pain.
Huh?
You and I have watched this one before.
The full one?
No, we didn't watch the full thing, but we watched like a good probably 45 minutes of it, I think.
We watched the cross exam, but yeah, they were teasing.
And I thank him for allowing this debate to take.
Neither of them have hair, by the way.
Yeah,
Robin.
of course his hair isn't blue.
Is it reasonable to believe that God exists? Yes. Yes, it is. I'm going to argue tonight that not only is it reasonable to believe that God exists, but that denying belief in God reduces one's worldview to absurdity. Well, why is it reasonable to believe that God exists? Quite simply, because it's true that he exists. Here's my argument. Premise 1, it's reasonable to believe that which is true. Premise 2, it's true that God exists. Conclusion, therefore, it's reasonable to believe that God exists. Now, in order for an argument to be sound, it must not only be valid in form, but the premises must be true. Now, I highly doubt that Matt is going to argue against the validity of the form of the argument or the truth of the first premise. It's reasonable to believe that which is true. I mean, that's the very definition of reason, the intellectual ability to apprehend the truth. See, I suspect that
Now, I don't bring this up, Robin, because I'm a Psy fan. I bring this up because you asked about who is a solipsist.
disagreement is going to come from the second premise.
Oh, Dylan Monkey, yeah.
Matt is going to want me to show that it's true that God exists. I mean, I've watched a lot of video with Matt recently, and truth is very important to him.
I care about what's actually true. My only concern is, or my primary concern is whether or not a belief's true. I actually give a shit about whether or not something's true. Truth is the thing that I value most.
Matt values truth so much that he even put on a t-shirt.
I want to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible. Matt Dillahunty, a shirt signed and worn by Matt Dillahunty, directed and produced by Matt Dillahunty, starring Matt Dillahunty. So again, this is an implicit value claim that he explicitly denied that he could ground on his own terms. Matt is not a solipsist. Hold up, Robin. Maybe today he's not a solipsist, but
He wants to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible. Well, so do I. And guess what? I say it's true that God exists. Therefore, it is true that God exists. My argument is sound and the debate is over. How does that work for you, Matt?
Saying something doesn't make it true.
Oh. Saying something doesn't make it true. Well, how's this? It's true for me that God exists. Therefore, it's true that God exists.
I'm talking about the idea that something could be true because it's true for you. That's the thing that I'm actually rejecting.
Hold up. You have to actually wait, Robin. I've watched this debate more than once. So to say it's not honest is to kind of jump the gun on me.
Just because it's true for me doesn't mean it's true. Oh, well. I strongly feel it's true that God exists. Therefore, God exists.
Just because you feel it strongly doesn't mean that it's true.
Not feelings either. Well, lots of people believe that God exists, and they're very sincere, and it's really looked down upon to not believe that God exists. So that must make it true, right?
The truth is not impacted in any way by the number of people that believe the claim, or the sincerity of their belief, or how much it's looked down upon.
Oh, man. Not because I said it, not because it's...
I know Matt. Well, I don't know Matt, but Matt was on camera, and during this opening statement, he made a statement about his own belief system.
True for me, not because I feel it.
And I'm not saying that he is a solipsist per se. I'm just saying that at one point, he said he was.
Not because others believe
and I'm proving it.
Not because the belief is sincere or because its denial is frowned upon. Come on. Help me out here, Matt.
When we're talking about truth and the fact that truth has to exist independent of our knowledge of it, yes, that's true.
Oh, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Truth exists independent of our knowledge of it. Perhaps at this point, a definition of truth would be in order. How does Matt define truth?
Truth is that which comports with reality.
Truth is that which comports with reality. Great. Wait a minute. Whose view of reality? In my view of reality, God exists. And I really, really believe that my view of reality is the right view. Does that make it true?
You can believe that naked pixies whisper in your ear and clean out your sink at night if you want to, but it has no bearing at all on the objective reality that we actually have to deal with.
Oh, okay, I get it. Objective reality. What's really real, not just because I believe it. Truth.
Also, he said that I have to deal with, which is a normative claim. As if I couldn't reject reality in some sense, which means that there is a prescriptive aspect to reality, to our thoughts and actions.
Question for you real quick.
Yeah.
Can you increase the playback speed by 1.25 or 1.5? Because these guys talked really slowly.
Yeah. No big deal. Here we go.
To objective reality. Well, that makes sense, actually. Just because somebody high on drugs believes that there's snakes on the bed doesn't mean that there's actually snakes on the bed. In order to know if something's true, our internal beliefs must match what's actually true, what's actually real.
I want my internal model of reality to match the actual reality I live in as best as possible.
If you're conservative using big tech that donates to leftist causes, you might be a click conformer.
The tree trait.
Of course he does. It has to match actual, objective, ultimate reality to be true. Matt cares about truth, so he must care about ultimate reality, right?
I don't care whether this is the ultimate reality.
Wait, what? Matt doesn't care if this is the ultimate reality? Surely that was a slip of the tongue. Surely Matt must care a little bit about what's ultimately real.
Possibilities and reality. I don't care. Sorry, I just really, really, really don't care.
He really, really, really doesn't care. Now, folks, that's a problem. Truth is that which is ultimately real, and Matt doesn't care what's ultimately real. Why is that? Why doesn't Matt care what's ultimately real?
My position is that, yes, we cannot distinguish whether or not, I can't distinguish whether the reality I experience is an ultimate reality. I could be in a matrix or a brain of ad or pick any thought experiment you want.
Matt doesn't care what's ultimately real because he can't know what's ultimately real. You heard it. He could be a brain in a vat. According to Matt's worldview, he can only know that which is in his own brain. See, I'd even argue that point. But surely that would be absurd. I mean, isn't that solipsism? Solipsism, a theory and philosophy that your own existence is the only thing that is real or that can be known. Well, that's nuts, right? I mean, anybody who claims to be a solipsist deserves to be mocked, right?
And because I'm a solipsist, because I'm uncertain...
You're a solipsist?
Okay, that alone means one exists, Robin, even if Matt is not the one.
Like most
mocked, and hung up on. Good job, Matt. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, if that were the case, not only could you not know ultimate reality, you'd have no basis for trusting the reality that you think you're experiencing. I mean,
what is it y'all say when we bring up problematic Bible verses? Context. Okay. Then provide me the context for what Matt says now.
I reject your definition.
You might
of
think
problematic.
That's true. Problematic presupposes a way that you ought to think.
A room with blue walls, when you're a brain in a vat in a room with orange walls. You see, I have watched a lot of Matt's videos, and he hangs up on a lot of people. Now, why would Matt hang up on the solipsist? Why would he hang up on the solipsist? I wonder.
We cannot ever solve the problem of hard solipsism, pretending that I'm claiming to be able to defeat hard solipsism. I have no solution to that.
Matt has no solution for solipsism. In fact, according to Matt's worldview, he must be a solipsist. But rather than admit it, he mocks somebody claiming solipsism. Of course, Matt would never admit to being a solipsist. Or would he?
Obviously, I'm not a solipsist, you're not a solipsist, but in some possible world, there actually is.
Did you catch that? It's kind of soft. I enhanced the audio for you.
Obviously, I'm not a solipsist, you're not a solipsist, but in some possible world, there actually is.
Actually, he kind of is a solipsist. Of course.
Okay. He may have changed his mind, Robin, at some point, but he said he kind of was.
Not only that, Matt also said he can't give an odd for why you ought believe true things and not believe false things.
Correct. And so his shirt makes no sense. The shirt that he probably spent a decent amount of money publishing and distributing. So anyway, all of this diversion to say there are solipsists, some of them are atheists. I don't think any of them are Christians. How can you be a Christian? Jesus says, "I'm the way, the truth, and the life." This is the life this is a true eternal life, that they may know thee, the only true God, and then you can be a solipsist. That would be. Why would a solipsist call into a show? Oh, come on, Robin. Come on, Robin. Why does an atheist believe in morality? I mean, anyway. I'm not trying to pick on you, Robin, but you asked, so I want to answer the call. So I answered the call.
The battery of tests you could run. There's not one test you could run to disprove that.
So, okay. Let me just write this down so I'm keeping track of these. So here are a couple issues. So I think we both agree that that if somebody believes in something super crazy that can be resolved with sense data, at some point the person will...
Again, crazy is a normative claim about how somebody ought to think. It's everywhere. Everywhere. Design claims, normative claims, ought claims.
Just be wrong, and we can safely discard their opinions about the Earth being...
Don't be Rama.
Unless we get a very, very, very...
from a can.
As much as I want to use Rama, I just can't. It's not dumb. It's just, yeah. Well, he is simply being consistent. He's a follower of Hume. But then why did you expend so much energy telling me that he wasn't a solipsist? And not only that he wasn't a solipsist, but that all these other atheists aren't solipsists either, because you haven't met any. Well, I mean, and he can't be a follower of Hume to every extent, because, well, whatever.
Fundamental level about like...
To even say you can't get an ought from an is a prohibition on deriving an ought from an is, which would be an ought.
In a vat, correct? That level so the guy's saying, well, actually, I don't think the moon is growing. You're like, well, look at all these tests. And the guy's like, well, of course you think that. The matrix is telling you to think that. Like at that point, So here is a level where...
speaking of which, out of curiosity, Rex, did you hear that... Did you hear about the poll results from Teriak's World War debate?
No.
The poll results, 96.8% Teriak win, or Teriak won. He literally beat the record for the World War debates chat poll.
Well, he is highly entertaining, and so that's gonna do him a huge favor.
Baby.
Yeah. That caller wasn't an atheist. So even if that caller wasn't an atheist, Matt Dillahunty at one point said, actually, I kind of am a solipsist. And you said you didn't know any. And even if he was a former flurf. Okay, what's a flurf? Remind me. You don't know, Steele?
I've never heard the term flurf before.
Oh, gosh. You know,
I couldn't tell you.
Robin, you and your young people and all your Zoomer terms. Robin's like, okay. Flurf is an internet slang term used as a mocking label for a flat earther. Okay. Someone who rejects established science to claim. How can you be a flat earther and a solipsist at the same time? How can you actually take a position about reality?
I have no idea.
Oh my gosh.
Pull out the two most disgusting words ever. Okay. Have you ever heard of? I'm sure you've heard of the phrase like ultimate skepticism, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I was
ultimate skepticism is a comparative term. You have to compare that to somebody else's skepticism. Anyway.
half concerned it was going to be the N word or something then, but
no. It's even worse in philosophy than the N word, okay? Because as soon as somebody's pulled this trap card out, you basically the whole conversation is meaningless. I would say that at a very, 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 very fundamental
again, meaningless. What does meaningless mean in your worldview?
Level, that I would say that I am ultimately skeptical. So the strength or the conviction of my statements is only.
By the way, Eli is supposed to be dropping in at some point soon. He might be. I don't know where that boy is, but once we get to it, we can get to the 3v1 debate. I don't know. Are you in contact with him outside of Discord or no? Yeah. Okay.
Only going to be up to a certain
skepticism on steroids.
Point. So if I say, for instance, and this is kind of similar to the context we ran into earlier, where it's like, oh, that's a good or that's a bad thing, and you're like, well, you don't really believe that. It's like, well, I guess that's true. When I say good or bad, I mean with respect to the subjective moral system that I have.
The problem with skepticism on steroids too is they use reasons in order to establish their skepticism compared to other people's belief systems. And so if you're going to say I am a ultimate skeptic or a skeptic on steroids, you have to already have had a framework to eliminate value claims and knowledge claims altogether. I can't take him serious with that blue hair. He does it to troll conservatives because apparently if you have blue hair, I guess it's supposed to trigger conservatives and or Trump supporters.
Blah, blah. If we were to say something like the earth is flat or there are other minds that exist, I would say that like all of these statements are also contextually qualified within the realm of these are the things that I can know to be true, but I'm only going to go like to a certain level of depth with that statement. So if somebody says, well, I'm a brain in a vat, what I would say is, oh, okay, I guess you could be, and I could be too, but whatever brain in the vat you are disagrees with whatever brain in the vat me and everybody else is, so that's irrelevant. Like, I would never get to an argument that's like so fundamental that we have to debate whether or not we like actually exist, because that would be a thing where I don't know if I can actually justify that or prove that. I would act as though I do, much the same that I act as though there are things that are right or wrong, but I think ultimately that's going to rest on like some subjective axiom that I can't like fully truly prove. Unless you've got something for me.
that's no problem.
Okay.
But well, I mean, there might be problems in that, like, if ultimately you actually, like, in fact, did not believe that the external world existed. That's not to say you believe it doesn't, but to say you were actually indifferent, or you really had no reason to know whether induction.
I mean, put a guy alone in a room with no food and see how indifferent he is to the external world in the first place. Good luck.
Was true.
Yeah.
If you actually believe that, it probably would have an effect on the way that you behave. But putting that aside, I see what you're saying. But why is it that we're treating these cases differently? Right? Because you would still use, if somebody said, like, do you think that propositions have truth value? Do you think it's possible for a statement like the Earth orbits the sun to be true or false?
Yeah, we got a big goggle.
You'd probably say yes, and you'd probably say, actually, I think it is true, and you wouldn't feel the need to sort of issue a throat clearing that said, well, actually, I'm kind of an anti-realist about facts. You would just sort of say, okay, technically,
Can we increase the playback on this guy too? I'm sorry, I can't stand the British. He talks so slowly, and he never says anything.
Well, to be fair, Steelborn, you do talk really fast. You talk fast. You laugh fast.
But the problem is he just in the British accent says a bunch of nothing and about propositions. And do you realize they're true or not? I mean, have you ever thought about this? Have you ever considered the fact that God might not actually exist and that you're actually just retarded because I speak with the posh accent? Isn't that how it actually works?
When you go to Oxford, you realize that we all sit in smoking jackets by the fireplace in our upholstered chairs with our pipe in hand, and we say indubitably.
Dude, oh, that sucks.
What?
Apparently Andrew was gonna raid me. And then he ended up raiding to whatever instead. Everybody, like, I got Jungle, I got Tim the Real Enchanter's in here, Jake Var, Jungle, everybody's in here, and they were like, Andrew was gonna raid you, but Mr. E shouted me out on Andrew's show.
There you go. There you go. What might have been, but you're not as big as whatever. And
That's true. I'm not as big as whatever.
And apparently, whatever I guess is more orthodox than you as of today. You have been denied the ortho points this fine day.
Massive skeptics about this whole thing. But nobody really is. Everybody agrees that this is the case. And so it's objectively true that the Earth orbits the sun. Why can't we just treat morality the same? I'm happy for you to say, like, yeah, sure, if we dug down deep enough and started questioning our basic moral intuitions, there's no way for me to prove that. But I'm never going to get into a conversation that goes that deep. And in you know, the reality
That's because you refuse to talk to Jay Dyer.
It's objectively true that murder
That's
is wrong.
why, Alex, because you absolutely refuse to engage with Jay. Jay has been asking Alex O'Connor for a debate for like fucking 10 years.
I bet.
And Alex is like, no, I'm not interested in actually doing that. But you know who else has been dodging a debate with Jay for years? Destiny. Destiny won't fucking talk to Jay. Both of them have been fucking dodging debates with Jay.
Yeah, well, to be fair, if you've seen some debates with Jay, he does not shut up. His debate with Erudite, he didn't shut up. His debate with T-Jump, he didn't shut up. Even if you want to say that he was way better in both of those debates with his material and his argumentation.
Yeah, he did wreck both of them.
But,
dude, T-Jump literally said reality is reality.
I get that. But aside from that, he takes all the oxygen out of the room. So he does discourage taking on oncomers, not just because of his acumen, but also because he's just too much. Like, literally, he's too much.
I don't think so. I watch it. I watch his debates. He doesn't bother me, but
I know he doesn't bother you because, like, you agree with him on like 100% of things. So, I mean, I'm guessing, or at least 99.5. But
somewhere around there. But I have to address real quick. Tim the Real Enchanter is correct. 10,000 probably would have broke the chat. They would have broke my chat. I wouldn't have been able to handle it.
Dang, that would have been. I mean, that would have been something. You would be probably like 500 subscribers right about now, at least.
It would have been real cool.
Yeah, but regrets. Can't help it. Wasn't your fault.
Because it's based on the same kind of intuitions that allow us to...
You know, Steele, I guess if you surrounded yourself with a bunch of degenerates, then you would have got the raid. That's how you get the raid from Andrew.
Hey, I like the Whatever podcast, okay?
But that's what it is. You admit it. That's what it is.
But it's a dating show.
A dating... okay, how many of them are looking for dates? No, they're looking to advertise for their OnlyFans.
No. What percentage of the people who go on Whatever do you think are actually involved in sex work of any kind?
Wait, do you involve OnlyFans with sex
I
work?
include OnlyFans. I include cam girls. I include actual prostitution. Anything, strippers, all of them. What percentage of them do you think are actually involved in sex work?
Yeah, I don't know for sure, but every episode I've seen, there's at least like I would say a quarter of them would be OnlyFans.
You would say a quarter?
Usually episodes, maybe a quarter of the panel will be OnlyFans people. And like you'd have like one conservative.
No, actually, that's not even true. And actually, the best part is the most popular episodes of Whatever that have ever aired had no sex workers on them.
Well, yeah, because there'd be like debate between Jim Bob and Not So Erudite, or Jay Dyer and Not So Erudite, or Andrew and Naima, or something like that. Of course, there's going to be more
not
popular.
the 1v1 debates. Those don't get as many views usually.
Really, I'm shocked.
Yeah, the panels usually get the most views, but no, the most popular panel episodes had no sex workers on them.
Okay, let me ask you this. How many episodes do these women in these panels have like massive cleavage showing and like lots of skin? Even if they're not OnlyFans or sex workers?
True, I can grant that, but I don't think most people watching Whatever...
there's a lot of oogling going on, isn't there?
I don't think most of the guys watching Whatever are going, dude, that chick's got great tits. Ugh. I don't honestly think most of the people watching Whatever are doing that. I think most people watching Whatever are going, look at this fucking retarded bimbo who's saying the dumbest shit you've ever fucking heard.
With half a shirt, sure.
I mean, I can even...
Who needs OnlyFans if you can get it for free on Whatever?
But by the way...
I'm not saying nudity, I'm just saying...
Brian tells them to dress casually. That's literally what he says, is dress casual.
Right, and the kind of people he tells to dress casual, apparently that's what came to mind for them, you know.
It's not his fault that they dress like whores. I just kind of reject that, but...
I'm not saying it's his fault. I'm just saying...
By the way, most of the people who come on the show, they ask to come on the show.
Of course. Who doesn't ask to come on a show that's huge? Of course, I get that. But what I'm saying is, it's just unbelievable, the kind of, like, let's put it this way. If he says casual, and in all this time, he hasn't qualified casual as don't dress like an actual prostitute who's trying to advertise for OnlyFans, even if she doesn't do sex work, even if she doesn't do prostitution and whoring, they still dress like they're in the red light district.
Well, the problem, Rex, is that you are, look, sir, unfortunately I had to say this, you're old. My generation, which is who the show tends to be very appealing to, that's how most women in my generation dress.
Not only is that how most women dress, that apparently is also how most children dress. If you go to Target and you will see like children, like young girls in a crop top or something with like a midriff showing. And I'm like, that's horrible. And just because I'm old is just dude. It's not like I'm number one.
Birds aren't even real says we need some hoes in here to debate. Secure the raid for the raid.
I haven't heard the word oogle used in so long. Yes, well, apparently it's an
It's
old
ogle. It's pronounced ogle.
Yeah, or ogle.
Or yeah, I've heard that one too.
Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about, Robin, but
I don't know. I don't. To be honest, I really don't watch whatever unless I like. Sometimes I will. Sometimes I'll watch like I'll like if I'm like just scrolling through and I see it and I've got nothing better to like. I'll watch whatever for a while because I actually do enjoy Brian's arguments against when it comes to when he points out the disparity between men and women in a lot of these dating scenarios, and I think he does a pretty good job articulating that. But
by the way, in the chat, Robin and Darkside are both voting that I am not old. So
they're old too. I don't care. You guys are all fucking old.
How was that ride in the school bus to your program today? Anyway, so
I haven't been in high school for like 4 years, bro.
Dude, so I'm only 36. That's not old.
That's pretty old.
That's not old. One day you'll understand.
When I say old, what I mean by that, I mean like relative to you're out of touch with.
I'm not out of touch.
No,
I'm
with
not out of touch.
my
I
generation.
have standards, and I'm watching the degradation. I have perspective. That means I can look at the timeline I came from and look at this with a. You know who's more out of touch is parents who have nothing else but watching Booba with their kids. I don't have that luxury / problem. So I can pay attention to culture and I can know what's what and who's doing what. But just because, well, I'm used to it because I'm younger and that's what we do. What point is that? Boobs are still boobs. Cleavage is still cleavage. Whoredom is still whoredom, and it's still there. Well, you're old. Oh, nice argument. Big deal.
There's no way for me to prove that, but I'm never going to get into a conversation that goes that deep. And in the reality of my life, I'm just happy to say, yeah, it's objectively true that murder is wrong because it's based on the same kind of intuitions that allow us to escape ultimate skepticism in other contexts as well.
Yeah, I guess I feel like the issue is that ultimately there's zero sense data for morality. Like when we talk about like even like propositional state, even like prop logic, or even when we talk about math, right? Like I can arguably, I think, or you can tell me if I'm wrong, like I can actually use sense data a little bit from math. Like if I take a mathematical truth, like 1 + 1 = 2, I can actually have 1 and 1 things and then put them together and see 2.
But you can't prove 2 with, if I have, atheists don't get set on fire out there, but if I have 2 Bibles, I cannot prove the number 2 from just having 1 Bible and 1 Bible. Okay. I cannot prove that there is a mathematical constant out there in the abstract just because I can have things present in the material world.
But I feel like there's no sense data.
Have you ever heard that Jay
anywhere to
Dyer
resolve any
proves
sort of
mathematics using coconuts? Or
No.
Jay Dyer proves God using coconuts?
Is it because the coconut has 3 little dots on it and it's 1 coconut?
No, it was just the guy was arguing about mathematics being or numbers being transcendentals.
Yeah.
And he was like, okay, hold on a sec. I want to make sure I get this right. Is 7 coconuts identical to the identity of 7 itself? The concept of 7 things. Are 7 coconuts identical to that? And he was like, no. And Jay's like, exactly. So that because that's a universal category and a universal concept, that needs to be grounded somewhere. Fuck you, Tim. No, just because I'm not, I don't have much facial hair. Okay, I can grow the stash and I can grow the sideburns, but it doesn't connect here. And then I can grow the chin, but none of it connects. So I just shave it all off.
You're just Amish by genetic traits. That's what you're either Amish or Greek. And you're not even Greek in your orthodoxy. You're Russian, so you can't even make that work.
I'm Russian and Scottish. This is true.
Are you Russian by lineage as well?
I am.
I did not know that,
dude. So I recently found this out. I'm technically tied to the Russian royal family.
Oh, so you're a bot.
My family that my Russian family that came over, their last name was Romanov.
There you go.
So I'm like,
the
that's
conspiracy is
cool.
complete.
This is why I see, guys. I'm actually just a Russian spy, as David Wood correctly pointed out. I am just a Russian spy. I attend a Rokor church.
He's here to find the moose and squirrel.
Moral disagreement. I'm going back to that. Yeah, you can tell me for this.
Okay. First thing I would say is that I think there would probably be some mathematical truths that are insensitive to sense data. For example, -1 - 1 is -2. I don't think there's really. I mean, there might be a way you can sort of map that onto your senses But
I mean, I
don't
feel like
think you can sort of observe
because of how tautologically
minuses.
like math is built. I think that like most of it, because if we talk about like -1 plus -1 equals 2, like I can have, if I have a foundation to understand what 2 is, I can have a foundation to understand what -1 is because it's taking 1 less, and then I can imagine negatives being the flip side. Like at the end of the day, like there's going to be some sort of like I can map that on. What's like the argument against mathematical anti-realist? It's like math has an uncanny ability to line up with reality or something like that. Like I can generate these things, yeah. But I understand that like -1 and -1, but you can argue it's a little bit harder. But when I say something like murder is wrong, like your mind is blank. There's nothing that you can think. Like what is
the Steelborn Files?
Steelborn Files.
Hello, comrade. My name is Robin Webster. I will break you. All right. So is Eli ever showing up? That's my question. It has been 15 minutes over the time. And he said he would be around. Oh, you want to talk about a still photo? That's Destiny right now. Everybody take a screenshot and do with it what you will. But that I have never seen Destiny look like he's being sucked out of a space vent like this. There should be a channel dedicated to pause faces like this.
Dude, I'm sorry. I gotta say it. Jim Bob is the freeze frame master. Have you seen some of the fucking freeze frames that he gets? Like every time he hits pause on one of his videos, it's the craziest face you ever see somebody else making. Dude, I love it. He always calls it out too whenever he does it. He's like fucking freeze frame master over here.
Yeah. I'm just gonna bask in this for a little bit.
It's a great picture.
Oh, posterity. Like puckered up.
Tim the Real Enchanter says, isn't it funny how even when Destiny's sped up, he sounds exactly the same?
It's a quantum issue. They don't know how to quantify it with mathematics, the Destiny speed. All right, but seriously, where is my boy Eli? I want to move on to my debate if Eli's not going to be here.
Here, you want me to give him a call? I'll do it.
Yeah, give him a call and get a status update. And I'll continue from this now that everybody's got their screenshot from this moment in time, you know, ever etched in our memories, looking like he's being sucked through a giant pipe.
Wrongness even look like, you know?
But I think what you're doing is you're assuming that the only kind of evidence, the only kind of, let's say, experiential evidence that could count in favor of something is something like scientific empirical data. That is things that you can see and hear, not things that you can feel just as strongly and intuitively as you, like in the same way that like when you look at something, it just sort of strikes your eye. You don't sort of choose to see the screen that you're looking at right now. It just sort of appears in your brain. In the
Unapologetic Preacher, welcome to the chat. You can always hit me up if you want to do a Rex and Rev later. If not, that's fine. We're still doing our Sunday night stream, and the link is in our Discord if you want to join. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? While Steelborn is doing that, I should actually link our
no update.
No update. Okay.
By the way, Rex, did you see the thumbnail for my stream?
Yes. Everybody go check out. If you haven't subscribed to Steelborn already, go give a like and subscribe to his stream.
The thumbnail is the only, if for nothing else than just for the thumbnail that I came up with.
Yeah, no, that's great. Give me a moment because what I want to do is I need to broadcast the fact that we are up on Discord, and I might as well just use your channel because un momento, por favor, fi favore. Actually, we'll use your channel because you need a consolation prize after you got stiffed by Andrew. You could have been the whole world. Could have been the whole world, and
great.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna at everybody. So, Steel, have you had a debate on ethics or metaphysics with an atheist yet?
If vigilante counts, yeah.
Was that on Swords of Reason?
Yeah, it was my first Swords of Reason.
Dang, I gotta go check that out. He sent me a link saying about how God was from some storm god. It's just,
yeah, he's trying to argue that with me too.
Typical slop.
Wi-Fi Gospel says it's okay. There's 10,000 people here in my eyes.
That should be my mindset wherever I go. Just 10,000 people listening to what I'm saying, and I'm just talking. Okay, Darkseid just shared the Destiny pic in her Discord. Oh my gosh, that's funny. Oh shoot, I just put it in the wrong chat. I gotta find the.
Yeah, that was actually my first source of reason was against vigilante on assisted suicide, and I totally just precepted him on ethics. But he tried arguing with me about how God comes from, like one of like a pagan, like a pantheon. He was like the head god of a pantheon. And
yeah, henotheism.
Yeah, he was in my chat yesterday telling me that he created a tag for paganism.
There is no tag for paganism. You cannot ground in paganism. First of all,
you can't ground universal concepts in beings that are like created.
Right.
And I'm sorry, every pagan mythology starts with created beings.
Yes, exactly. And you can't know what truth is if your basis is created beings, contingent minds. That does not do the job. Also, you would have to figure out which paganism and why. You would have to have a coherent text that affirms that it is inerrant and infallible, which, the claim itself doesn't make it so, but you have to at least make the claim. Bonson is great on that kind of stuff. Do you have any other debates coming up before we go to the 1v3?
Yeah, it looks like on I think Thursday is the next one.
What do you got?
I'm gonna be debating that guy that I was showing you last night, the one who can't talk.
Oh no, that's right.
I'm gonna be debating him on Easy's channel. Let's see. What day
no
is
reply
that?
from
It's
Eli.
set for the 20th. What day is the 20th?
Well, let's see.
Pulling it up.
20th is
yeah, Thursday.
Thursday.
Thursday the 20th.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'll be working both jobs that day.
Against Pawn. And the prompt is hilarious. It's Christianity has been a net negative for America. Which is a fucking hilarious prompt in and of itself, because without even so, like, it doesn't matter. I can argue this both ways. I can take the position of like, I don't say anybody's Christian outside of Orthodoxy. So real quick, can you demonstrate for me how the Orthodox have been a net negative for America? Or if I just even if I just grant like the broad Christianity of like including Catholics and Protestants, and it's like, I'm sorry, what's a better ethical system?
Right. Oh, Macintosh Pro is out there. You're good. I'll move it. Oh, Macintosh Pro says, through Jesus Christ's death and resurrection, God grants forgiveness and eternal life to all who believe. So turn from sin, surrender your life to him, and let his grace reign. Amen and amen.
People are now this guy in my chat says ghetto crucible raid.
Yeah. I have a question. How did you falsify pagan gods? That's okay. So you cannot, if you have gods who are limited in scope, therefore they're not transcendental, they cannot ground all of reality.
Yeah, they're not all powerful.
If they can like give birth and die and get sick and get drunk and all that kind of stuff, they're not contingent. They're not all powerful. Matter has sway over them. It's a fragmented belief system, and fragmented belief systems cannot ground all of reality transcendentally. So
yeah, it's insane to say.
Straightforward.
But not only that, I mean, the best argument that I would say is that they're all created.
Yeah,
they're all
derivatives.
Beings.
Right. Macintosh Pro says, I could be a pagan god. Well, that's actually one of the arguments that comes up in this
That's true.
debate.
You could be a pagan god.
Yeah.
Ask Marilyn. Marilyn will tell you that you are God.
Yeah, and which makes me wonder, am I also Marilyn? If we're all God and Marilyn's God, am I Marilyn?
That is a great argument against Marilyn right there.
Yeah. I guess she would have to say, I don't know what she says, man. You get her into a logical corner, and then she escapes by emoting. So, all right. This begins the actual 3v1 using triage against now these individuals are my friends. I'm not here to like roast them or like tell them they're stupid. They're not stupid. But they presuppose things that they cannot ground, even if I don't posit the God of the Bible is the basis. If I just posit normativity, atheism is still dead in the water.
Yeah, I can't give a justification for it.
Robin says, I agree. They're all created. Okay. if you think they're all created and you think reality was not created, then how would you ground normativity? How would you ground truth itself? You know, she says shoes, R.I.P. I don't know what that means. Macintosh, you are baffling me right now, but you are always welcome.
I get it.
No,
makes sense.
no.
Oh, and as a preface to this, so Missing Mod and Zillzone over here are those are talking on the Christian side. Dad Knows Best, Pixie Storms, and Aiden Linden, who I debated on slavery back in January, are debating on the atheistic side. They are ganging up on Zill and Mod because they don't believe in evolution. And so it's kind of a beatdown because they don't really know how to defend themselves against these atheists.
Child soldiers exist because the opportunity to choose between good and evil is important to God.
Which is why he didn't give us the ability to understand what good and evil was before we made the choice, right?
Okay, so here's what Aiden's saying. He's saying because Adam and Eve did not have the knowledge of good and evil before they ate the fruit, therefore God put them in some immoral setup. What is the orthodox answer to that question?
That'd be categorically false. They had one commandment.
Correct. They knew their commandment, and they knew there was a bad consequence for disobeying said commandment. That fills all the gaps.
Yet he gave them an opportunity to obey, and they disobeyed.
What's the point? What's the point of that choice? It's like if I went to a person who's a vegetable. It's like if I went to a person. No, it's not.
Well, from the Orthodox view, there was the rule of not eating of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. That was not going to be permanent at least in the Orthodox conception. That was not a permanent status. It was like, and I think even you would agree with this.
Yeah, I think broadly Christianity agrees on that point.
Well, because from the Christian worldview, it's like progressive revelation has always been a concept, and it's like I actually really like Jim Bob's analogy for this, which is like, okay, if you have a 5-year-old, you don't lay down the entirety of the law to the 5-year-old because they can't understand it. They literally can't understand it. You have to wait for them to mature and to be able to understand why the rules are the way they are, what all the rules are. And it's like, it makes sense from that perspective. Is like, we were essentially spiritual infants. So it's like they wouldn't have even been able to comprehend it to begin with. They weren't spiritually ready for that knowledge.
Yeah, and if you read Galatians 5, Paul talks about the law being a schoolmaster, meaning that the progressive revelation through the Old Testament, the laws were to teach people about Christ in different aspects in ways that were not the full truth about Christ. We have the sacrificial system in the Old Testament to point to the sacrifice of Christ on the cross, that if anyone believes in him, like, their sins are covered, and that's part of why you had the Day of Atonement. That's why you have the scapegoat. That's why you have all of these sacrifices to point to the death of Christ in our place. Okay, so Robin asked, it's kind of a derailing, but what does Adam and Eve have to do with evolution? This was Aiden's line of questioning.
Evolution is philosophically bankrupt and self-refuting.
Yeah.
A person who's a vegetable.
Evolution, though, is the naturalistic argument against evolution.
Plantinga?
Yeah, it's like, okay, so based on the theory of evolution, the model of success is survivability, not necessarily truth tracking. So you can believe false things and that would actually be beneficial to survival. Therefore, your brain's not actually designed to be truth tracking or truth apt. It's designed for survivability. So how could you even know that evolution is true if it's just for survivability? And with that, also, why do most people who believe in the theory of evolution not have kids? Like, a lot of them don't have kids.
Well, oh my gosh, I had a point, but I forgot it. So we're just gonna move forward.
Right? Somebody who's in a vegetative state. If I go to someone who's in a vegetative state and I go, hey, you have a choice to either run 100 meters or run 10 meters. Which one are you gonna choose? And they don't choose either. Am I really just to punish that person because they're operating outside of their capability?
Do you need to murder someone to know what it's like to be charged with murder?
Yeah, but hang on, like specifically,
you need to have the capability.
That's Missing Mod.
What did she just say?
I don't know.
Do you need to be
of
charged with murder
empathy
to
to
understand
be
what it's
able
like
to
to be
even
charged with murder?
understand what that is. No, it's not a choice.
Okay, this is why they're pinned. Let's just leave it there. This is why they're pinned between the three atheists.
It's a matter of empathy. If you don't have empathy for other people, then you're not going to care about whether the person cares about that murder or not, which is why there are a lot of psychopathic killers.
I'm saying you understand though that you're still going to be charged and put in given the punishment for murder, whether you knew what it meant, whether you knew what it was going to be or not.
Okay, hold on. I think I understand what she's trying to say was like basically if you commit a murder, but let's say you didn't know what the category of murder was, or you didn't have you didn't understand the concept, would you still experience the punishment? What the fuck she say? I still don't know what she's saying.
Okay, again, this is why they're in the corner. And I feel bad for Zill, and I feel bad for Mod, and so I come in.
They get a reduced, or you actually get a reduced sentence or an insanity plea. And
Re-X to the rescue, says Robin Webster.
Yeah, no, Bird's not even real in my chat. He was just saying like, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day that you eat it you shall surely die. That seems pretty fucking clear.
Yeah, well, we have to pretend it's not, because we need to make God morally bad, because morals don't exist, because God bad.
Yeah, because God. But if God real, why bad thing happen? You know what I always say when somebody tries to run that argument on me, the evil God argument.
Yeah.
Why can't I breathe underwater? It's bad. I want to be able to breathe underwater. Why can't I breathe underwater? Therefore, God not real, bro.
Right.
And it's like, what? And it's like, that's not what I'm talking about. And I'm like, but that's what I'm talking about. If it's all just based on our preferences, if you're like, yeah, but leukemia and babies, and I'm like, but I can't breathe underwater. I stubbed my toe last week. I just reduced that shit to absurdity because it's fucking retarded. It's one of the worst arguments I've ever heard against God.
It's kind of what like T-Jump does, where he thinks that if there is a God, what he ought to do is drop a tablet from heaven, and you press the button on the tablet, and it gives you your own universe to be God in.
Yeah.
That's it. If God were good, you'd be God.
Pretty much. That's basically the argument. Is like, if God was real, why am I not him?
Yeah.
Or you actually get a reduced sentence or an insanity plea in our society if you're deemed mentally unfit.
Well,
yes, you do.
Yeah, but
if you're deemed mentally unfit,
how are you going to prove you're mentally unfit?
if you're mentally unfit, God knows that they're mentally unfit because they haven't
talking
eaten
about
the
you.
fruit of the tree of
Rex,
knowledge
pause
of
for
good and evil.
Yeah.
Have you seen Matt Walsh's critique of insanity pleas?
No, but I'm sure it's good.
So his argument was very simple. It's like, okay, if this person is so insane that they can't understand the consequences of what they did, then they should already not be a member of society to begin with. Then it makes no sense for them to get off for murder because they're too crazy to stand trial. They were already, if they're too fucking crazy to understand the basic rules of society, then they shouldn't be members of society to begin with.
That is an interesting argument. I'd have to think it through. It strikes of making sense, and Matt Walsh does have like a great eye for irony. But you know, for example, it reminds me of when he was like, "I don't like the concept of birthday cake because you get a cake, and then you got these candles on it, and ritually you're supposed to blow out the candles." But imagine if the waiter came over with your big juicy steak and they just started to blow all over it before he served it to you. Would you want to eat that? And why is everybody eating the cake that you just blew on? You know?
Yeah. Bring back insane asylums, bro.
Yeah.
Well, mentally unfit would have a standard by which we could tell what mental fitness was.
Oh boy, here comes the
freaking says here to bite me back.
Were you on a phone for this?
Yes. So I
sounds like it.
Yeah, I was. Insofar it was like a headset, and so it has a swivel on it that goes. So people think I'm farting when I put the microphone back because it's got that sound. But yeah, so it was not this microphone, that's for sure. However, he said that Adam and Eve did not stand as mentally fit to have been culpable for what they did for eating from the tree. It's like, no, they had instructions. Satan said otherwise. They went against those instructions. The warning and the result was given, you know. But he uses the term mentally fit, which presupposes there's a standard for how our brains ought to be, which is a design claim.
Yeah.
So
that's an entailment there.
Yeah. Birthday candles are pagan, Robin. That would explain why Vigilante has birthday candles all over his apartment.
Wait, what?
Quickly on the whole.
I'm kidding.
Oh, I was gonna say,
the stream finally got interesting. I'm gonna jump in now.
But no,
wait.
No,
Okay, so you would, if I asked, you would accuse me of leaving because I couldn't, and so now that it's interesting. Now it's interesting. It's my fault for jumping in. Pointing that out.
That's right. That's right.
So, super quick.
You're a hanger-on re-examination.
That's
Hanging on this coattails for dear life, baby. How am I going to go without missing mud?
How does it feel living in my shadow, biatch?
Spooky Bear.
Missing mud. Oh please. Oh please. Don't let me go.
It's so shady in here. I love it. It's wonderful.
Oh my gosh. What will I do without the paintings? Go ahead. I love your paintings. I love your paintings.
You know who else painted Hitler? That's all I have to say.
Whoa, that's a great point. I just want to say, the history of mod is about to unfold in weird, wacky ways. Okay, go ahead, Dad.
Well, my question is actually to Zil. So the Adam and Eve, they didn't have they didn't have knowledge of good and evil. All they were supposed to be doing was obeying God, right?
Yeah, they had an opportunity to obey or disobey, right?
Yeah, but then they didn't have an understanding of good and evil, and then all they should have been doing is obeying or disobeying. And then when they disobeyed God, God said, "You have now done an evil thing, so I'm going to kick you out of the Garden of Eden."
Yeah.
But if they didn't have the capacity to understand good and evil, and they just should have obeyed.
No, it's not just doing a bad thing. It's not just doing a bad thing, John. It's in the biblical view, it's doing the worst thing that's ever been done because it precipitates every other bad thing that happens afterwards. So it's not.
And I go into that. It's not the worst thing that's ever been done. The worst thing that's ever been done is a betrayal and murder of Christ.
Like they just did a bad thing. They did the worst thing you could have ever done.
Even though we're made in the image of God,
that's actually not true because the worst thing you could have ever done was crucify Christ. And the crucifying of Christ was in God's plan from the beginning. Step aside Molinism. But if you read
then it's not the worst thing. If it's necessary, then it's not the worst thing.
Yeah, if it's necessary for our salvation to happen.
Okay, so they don't understand that God can work in paradoxes. That the necessary thing, he can use sin itself as leverage to complete his plan. He can do judo against the devil's work in order
what man meant for evil, let God use for good.
Genesis 50:20, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's not the worst thing ever.
It can be both.
Christ's sacrifice benefited every person. Adam and Eve's sin didn't benefit anyone.
I agree that sin is not a benefit, but it's not about our benefit. That's where Molinism gets it wrong. It's about God's plan, and God can glory in the punishment of the wicked and in the redeeming and forgiveness of the righteous.
I'm sorry, Rex, but you can't divorce yourself from your own self-interest. You can't.
And there is no good or bad. There is
that you're entirely outside of your own interest.
Now, take note that they came in to de-evangelicalize these two theists because they were wrong, and then now Pixie is saying there is no good or bad. Then what are you trying to change them from and to, and why are you doing it? Why are you expending so much energy on this? You're muted, by the way. Unmute, dude.
You got to unmute, dude. Sorry. I've never understood the atheist position of like, I want to convert people away from Christianity, and it's like, that makes no sense from their paradigm. It literally makes zero sense to try and convert people away from Christianity. Especially when you get the atheists to bite the noble lie bullet.
Yeah.
Which they always will. They always bite the noble lie. They always bite the noble lie. No questions asked. Every time. So it's like, okay, if that's the case, why are you trying to convert people away from Christianity? Well, because it's not true, but I thought the noble lie.
Right. Because secretly, they know that truth is prescriptive to our thoughts. They know that truth is the rule of the day.
Then there is no good or bad. Then there is no good or bad. There is only God's wishes.
That's not
God
true.
is good.
Obviously, if you're counter to God's wishes within
according
your limited nature, that would be
according to who? Because he says.
Question. According to who?
He says in order. He says in order to be good. He says in order to be good, you have to do all these. You cannot do all these things that he does. And in order to have a place in heaven, you have to be better than the apostles he chose to walk with him, which is a really big ask, particularly in the absence.
So I'm asking, should we be able to lock people in cages? And they aren't taking it because they know that I'm going to be
run the concubine cage argument. It's a great argument.
Is that Andrew's argument? Women in a cage?
The concubine cage argument? So, okay. So, from their view, if there is no objective standard for what's good and what's evil, if all of society decided to throw all women in concubine cages and then just pull them out 3 times a day, just mutilate, just basically just like fuck every orifice they possibly have until they're bleeding and then throw them back in the cage and then run away and they go have beers and high five, right? What's actually wrong with that?
Oh, in their view, it'd be nothing. It would just be like my personal this or that. That's
Well, then if that's hold on. Usually with the atheists, they'll actually just say no. Morality is a social construction that's built. It comes from the society. It's like, okay, well, if the society says it's fine, what's your argument? Right. And then they go, well, I really don't have one. And it's like, okay, well then concubine cages for you.
Well, that hurts my feelings though.
Be able to lock people in cages. Oh, you don't have a problem hurting my feelings. How do you think it would make me feel if you convinced me that Christianity was false?
Right, probably feel really crummy.
Make me feel like shit, right?
Right.
So by their standards, again, they shouldn't try and
try and force their unbelief on other people.
Yes, there's no way out of these traps for these people.
No.
But by the way, dude, those atheists last night had no fucking counter for the normativity argument that I made.
Oh, I'm sure. Because it lives inside all of theirs. It eats it from the inside out.
If there's epistemic normativity, then you can't. If you deny epistemic normativity, then you have to deny moral normativity as well, because in order to actually give a justification for epistemic normativity, part of it is moral normativity in that you ought to believe what's true.
Right. And if you get rid of moral normativity, then as long as I do anything that involves epistemology, like teaching creationism to kids, then you can't oppose it because it's on the epistemic level about knowledge.
Where is this actually?
So Robin Webster says Christian nationalists are destroying our secular constitutional republic. That's why I'm opposed to Christianity. But Christian nationalism, where was that in the first? Number one, where is that in the Bible? Number two,
hold on, go back.
First 3 centuries?
Go back to pull up the first one.
Hold on. Let me finish my statement real quick. Where is that in the first 3 centuries of Christianity, Christian nationalism, or in the mouth of Jesus?
Real quick, can you explain? Robin Webster, can you real quick explain to me how we have a secular constitutional republic when 9 out of the 13 states post-ratification still had state religions?
Well, apparently she's happy that we did away with that.
I'm just asking, how do we have a secular constitutional republic?
But if he's telling me I have to be good by not doing things he does, then whose version of good is he and why?
Should I be able to lock people in cages?
Should God be able to send lying spirits to kill you?
Should I be able to lock people in cages?
What's the context of you locking them in the cage?
Great. As a private citizen.
Did they kill someone? Or?
That's the question. Like, are you performing a citizen's arrest? Is somebody going around freaking shooting people and you need to detain them in some way, shape, or form to prevent them from hurting somebody else?
Okay.
I just think it's funsies. What's wrong with that?
My point is, I can't just declare myself the jailer, and then be judge, jury, and executioner, and then take people I don't like and put them in cages. I have to have justification and authority for that.
Well, hold on, not from their view.
No. But here's what he does: is when he says what's the context, he means that there is justification for it. To ask for a context is to say that it depends on the situation, because the situation will either justify or condemn those who violate that justification in the first place.
Whenever I argue with atheists, I just bite the bullets every time. I'm just like, why, what if I just really want to? It's my preference to do so. What's actually wrong with that?
So, Robin Webster claims to have beaten your buddy Jim Bob on the topic of, I guess, Christian nationalism.
When? Demonstrate it.
I would have to, she would have to provide the link in the... Robin, are you part of our Discord, the Reexamine Nation? If you guys are not part of the Reexamine Nation, check the pinned link below. And if you'd be so kind, I do have a Ko-Fi link if you enjoy what you see. And you will help me to have more time to make more episodes, read more books, and produce even better content that we got going on. Steelborn, do you have a Ko-Fi on your channel as well?
I do not. I have a PayPal and a Cash App link.
All right. Well, I went Ko-Fi route for some reason. So, but nonetheless, we continue.
Great. So
send me
the
all
question
the
is, don't have the
because
authority.
Jedi's hogging it.
authority to do it.
That's the new name for the donut bar. It's the ortho bucks bar.
According to the law of the United States, you do have the authority to perform a citizen's arrest. Yeah.
Got it.
See how he changed the frame? I asked, should I be able to put people in cages? And I'm asking, should is any universal? And then he goes to the legal realm because it's a dodge.
It's total dodge.
Got it.
Dude, just every time, bite whatever bullet they want, Rex. Bite the bullet. Why are you putting people in I just want to. I just really want to do it. Why is that actually wrong?
Yeah.
They will have no answer or response to that question just because, well, why is that actually wrong? Well, it violates social norms. Well, that's not a good reason.
Yeah, that's a descriptive claim.
You want to know the best part is whenever they make that one? Like I've actually had to make that argument. Well, it violates social construction. Like so did homosexuality at one point.
Okay. Yes, I am on your Discord. I will debate you. Was the USA founded on Christianity? I don't think that he's claiming it is.
That wasn't my claim. I just claimed that it wasn't secular.
Okay. So, but if I'm not performing a citizen's arrest, let's say it's a kidnapping, I put them in a cage. I wouldn't have the right
see
to do
how the
that, right?
context changes? You just asked if we had the authority to do it. I gave you the answer, and now all of a sudden the case.
No, he switched frames. He switched frames, and then when I ask about moral permission, then he's like, "Well, depends on the context." See, I proved something when he didn't prove anything at all.
No, you're wrong. Here's why you're wrong, because you're invoking an authority, and you're invoking a personal authority because law is made by people and not made by non-people. So when you make laws for thinking, you have to make either a non-personal basis for our thinking and for our morals, or you have the problem here. Because otherwise, if you have personal bases for morals and epistemics, then you're going to run into the same problem. You have no relationship between the basis for your reasoning and the binding for your reasoning.
Yes, you do. You have the basis of the consequences of your actions, which are universally applicable to anybody that undertakes any action.
Where does the consequences come from? Just because
the body of consequences come externally from yourself. You say that it's entirely internalistic, and I refute that. Hold on. Let me finish, please.
So he is saying that the consequences of our actions have moral fallout. He is borrowing what he cannot cash, because in order to say consequences are good or consequences are bad, you have to make a value claim in the first place, which he hasn't demonstrated.
Well, I think that where you were going originally was really good, which is basically the justification for our epistemology and our access to transcendentals has to come from either a personal source or a non-personal source. If it's a non-personal source, it's not goal-oriented, why would we have access to it anyways? This is the problem with Platonism, is normativity is the kill shot to Platonism. It's like, okay, so all of these transcendental categories, logic, mathematics, knowledge, truth, information, all of these different categories, the Platonist says, yeah, they exist. Of course they exist. They exist in some type of realm that's not identical to the physical material or to the physical world. And I go, okay, great. Why do I have access to that?
Right.
And they have no justification for that. They're just like, well, because you do. And it's like, great. That doesn't tell me anything, just because I do. So if I just say I'm made in the image of God because I'm made in the image of God, that's good enough for you?
Well, no, you got to demonstrate that.
Right. I got to demonstrate that. But you just claim that I have access to all these, universal transcendental categories. Why do I have access to those?
Well, they'll just say, well, that's our experience, and you can't deny your experience.
I can absolutely deny your experience.
And then you can just say, well, I've experienced God through those things, and therefore they would say, well, whatever.
Yeah,
you're saying that it's entirely
experienced God. Well, no, can you demonstrate that you've experienced God? Well, can you demonstrate that you've experienced logic? Yeah, can you demonstrate that you've experieed the Platonic realm?
Right.
This is one of my biggest arguments. I argue for Platonism, and I like to argue with him about it because it's fun.
Come externally from yourself. You say that it's entirely internalistic, and I refute that. Hold on. Let me finish, please. You're saying that it's entirely internalistic and inward, and I'm telling you that the consequences of one's actions are inherently externalized to other people, and therefore it is not an inherently internalistic thing.
That's just descriptive. That's just descriptive of physical
phenomena. No, it's not. It's showing
you
that is showing you that it is not an entirely self-critiquing internal thing, because we're a social animal that lives in a society.
That's just descriptive again.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. It doesn't. You can be.
If I say that there's a species of snake that when they hatch they eat their mother, how does that prove morality in any sense? And if so, how do you differentiate that from
you
humans?
Can't get the ought from the is. You can do this for any of these things.
Yeah,
it's just Hume's guillotine.
That's the thing, is you can use triage to flip Hume's guillotine on them. You can use triage to flip Hitchens' razor on them. So between Hume's guillotine and Hitchens' razor, for them
to flip
assert
Hitchens' razor. Hitchens' razor is just an argument asserted without, or a claim asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Correct, but it's useful because people will say, well, we get morality from our social norms. It's like, okay, well, how does the social norm exact? I mean, there's the out from an is right there. But if they say that it comes from brute facts, which exist outside of ourselves, okay, demonstrate that a brute fact gives me value, gives me purpose, has commands, gives me basis to forgive, gives me basis to execute justice without violation.
Well, I mean, I would just reject brute facts as a category.
Right.
Because,
I agree, but
you've heard the argument for it, right?
Yes, and it's included, and you're going to be in the acknowledgments once I get this typed up. But your fork on brute facts helped me to get more creative on top of that with like 13 other arguments against brute facts or defeaters for brute facts.
No, it's just basically brute facts is the most basic fundamental fact, and it's like, okay, well, I explained Hitchens' razor. Yeah, Hitchens' razor is just an argument or a claim that's asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So if I look at Rex and say, Rex, there's a purple dragon flying behind you. And he's like, what's your evidence for that? And I go, I don't have any. He goes, well, then I can just dismiss it because you have no evidence for it.
Yeah, I don't have to justify it if you don't justify yours.
I don't have to prove. I don't have to prove it's not true because if you can't prove that it is true.
Right.
So that's a lot of the atheists used to make this. The reason it was called Hitchens' razor is because basically, when he would argue with Christians would say, well, can you prove God doesn't exist? He goes, I don't have to. You haven't provided any evidence that he does. So it's basically, it's just a recognizing the burden of proof. And I do think that he was correct in that he doesn't actually have an argument. He doesn't have to prove that God doesn't exist. It's up to the Christian to prove that he does. But then also he wrote a whole book about how God doesn't exist. So then again, maybe he does have the burden of proof, but
yeah, because that would be a positive
But
claim.
the brute fact one is one of my favorites because it's like, okay, do you have a methodology for determining what is a brute fact versus what's not a brute fact? If the answer is yes, they have a methodology. Well, then you say, okay, well then that methodology is now more fundamental than the brute fact itself because it has to come. The methodology has to be prior to the brute facts. If they say no, they don't have a methodology, then I go, well, how do you act? Then how can you determine what is a brute fact versus what's not a brute fact? And then they don't have an answer for that either. So brute facts are retarded.
No one's.
Yeah, but
yeah, it is. It doesn't. You can. It's possible to have a universe with social animals and no objective value. Yes.
But no,
no.
I mean,
Wow.
objective value doesn't exist anyway. Irregardless of whether there are social animals, there is no objective value.
Then where did your consequence argument come in?
Hold on, there's no objective value. Did he really? Okay, he just said there's no objective value to anything. Is that what he just said? Anything?
Basically, because when I
how do I evaluate the truth value of that proposition if there's no objective value?
Well, I think we're talking moral value in this case of how we ought to treat each other. And so when I'm saying that, let me back up a bit.
But no,
no. I mean, objective value doesn't exist.
First, Dad knows best. I say to him, isn't it true that there could be a universe where you have physical beings and they're communal and they have no objective value? Dad knows best says no. So he won't even like allow for the hypothetical.
But it's not possible to have communal.
Yeah, communal mean like we're social animals as humans and we get together. I'm just saying that's all descriptive. That doesn't tell me it's good. It just tells me it happens.
Yeah, descriptive. This is why Hume's guillotine was so important, is that you can't get an off from it is, and all atheists can ever actually give you is his statements. They can only describe what they're seeing. And it's like, did you see Dinesh D'Souza try and solve the is-ought problem?
I bet it was painful because Dinesh is not very good at debating.
No, he was like, well, I am an author, therefore I ought to write some books.
Oh my gosh.
And he's like, well, that was his first answer. Andrew's like, he's like, Dinesh, this is a keyboard. This is a keyboard, right? And Dinesh goes, yes. He's like, okay, how do I get from there? This is a keyboard to I ought do anything with it. He's like, well, it's a keyboard, so you ought use it to write something because, you know, the typology, that's what it's meant for, the teleology. And Andrew goes, okay, Dinesh, there's a woman spread eagle on my bed. I gotta fuck her, right?
I knew it was gonna be something like that.
And he's like, where do you get that? He's like, but the teleology, my penis goes in there.
Of course he's gonna say that.
Dude, it was the best. reason
it proves the point. I get it. It's just crude. That's all.
Yeah, well, sure, I grant that it's crude, but the reason he goes to these extreme levels is because sometimes these people just don't fucking get it.
No, Dinesh should never debate. Dinesh should stick to making documentaries. He should never debate. Whoever he's on the other side of in the debate is going to beat him. I mean, the fact that he went up against Alex O'Connor on slavery, on biblical understanding of slavery, is so wrong. It should be criminal. It's just bad.
Exist anyway. Irregardless of whether there are social animals, there is no objective value.
Andrew in that debate literally got him to concede that Judaism is evil.
Well, I mean, any religion that opposes Christ is evil.
Well, yes, but do you know what the proposition for the debate was?
No.
Christians are morally obligated to support the Jews in Israel.
But that's not supporting Judaism per se.
No, hold on.
There's an argument for that, I guess, but that is not the same thing.
No, so Christians are morally obligated to support Jews in Israel. Now, Andrew got him to bite the bullet that Judaism, the religion, is evil. Secularism is evil, so the secular Jews have an evil ideology. The religious Jews have an evil ideology. The Israeli government is a secular government.
I know what the argument is.
They support abortions and all that stuff. So Andrew's like, what is the argument for why I am morally obligated to support this evil, all these things that you agree are evil? And he's like, well, because they're better than Muslims. That was basically his argument. He's like, sometimes we pick the lesser of two evils. And it's like, no, we don't pick the lesser of two evils. I actually don't have to pick one or the other. I can literally just reject both of them.
Yeah. Darkside says, can we outlaw the word irregardless? Yes, I think Aiden was a little frustrated, which is why he used a non-word at that point. Usually he's pretty articulate. Yeah. Secularism is not evil. Well, I mean, is that just a null category of evil anyway, Robin? All right.
If Robin is a secularist, she has no definition of evil that works.
She would call it according to her sentiments.
According to her views? According to my views, it's evil, so therefore...
Right, and there's no tiebreaker between your view and her view. So
value doesn't exist anyway. Irregardless of whether there are social animals, there is no objective value.
That's my point. Thank you.
But re-examination, oughts come.
What's the point?
The point is all your objections are incoherent based on what you just admitted.
How?
No.
Because you just said that all we have is what the heck is going on? I need visual interaction, Mod. What are we doing with this double smoking dinosaur?
Come on, pay attention, re-examination.
I'm paying attention, but now we got tacos coming out of nowhere. He's doing the Cabbage Patch or something, and he's got goat legs. What is going on?
Whether something objective exists or not is wholly
You're about to make an objective standard.
Is wholly how do I explain that? Even if an objective source
that was fucking great. Unless you're about to make an objective standard.
Right. The irony is so thick in this that this particular interaction convinced me that atheism is a volitional stance. It is not a rational stance. You cannot go into a fight for nothing, claiming that nothing has value, and therefore we ought to believe that nothing has value. You have to use either the force of value to establish
to claim that nothing has value, that's a value statement.
I know.
Does that statement have value?
No. I just make mouth noises now.
I just make mouth. That's why I love, when Jim Bob was arguing with Planet Peterson about theism versus naturalism. And he was like, from the naturalist view, there's nothing actually ontologically distinct between farting and talking.
That's very true.
There's no ontological distinction from the naturalist view. It's just mouth noise. It's just sounds coming out of an orifice.
Right.
I'm going to pretend in this made-up universe that this objective source
it's made up?
Okay. Mm-hmm. And then I'm going to pretend
the universe is made up
to you
that
you can speak with or receive messages from this objective source.
That's why it sounds like farting, because the zip thing on the on the headset that makes the microphone go up and down, it really does sound like farting. So
that's where you lose me every time.
Re-X, by the way, everyone.
All right. But here's where you're going to lose me.
He does that every time, sorry.
Because as objective as you can claim that source is. And as objective as you can claim the information you get from that source is, you are only able to relate.
Hold up. No. Okay. Let me summarize for you and let her go forward, and then I summarize, okay?
You get from that source is, you are only able to relate to that perfect source from your very imperfect manner. You can only relate to it through your specific human perspective. And then when you try to bring that to other people, you then have to try to relate it to other people in their very, very human perspectives. And so by the time that this thing is implemented or practiced or interpreted enough to be applied, it is in itself a very subjective thing, even if you are trying to take from an objective source, because I just don't think.
So basically what she's saying is, because we aren't omniscient and we can't know all things, and we can't know things, you can't, even if we have objective sources, even if we hear it from God himself, we can't know for certain what is true because we ourselves are limited in our epistemological capabilities.
Then I just reject everything you say. I just categorically reject everything you say if you say you can't know it.
And then she'll be like, well, that's fine, and you're free to, which was not the point of the conversation. But bye, Robin. Have a good Sunday night. I'm sure I'll hear it from you over DMs.
That we are capable of being objective. I think we can strive for it, and I think we probably should, but I mean, just for our own sake. But
should. Did you catch that? Should.
But I don't know that is wholly unattainable. Like, even if I grant you that there is this objective source, it effectively doesn't change anything.
That's an objective stance.
Well, because nobody understands it, even if they have access to it.
I have a question. I have a clarifying question.
No, it's not a telephone game problem, Pixie. That's not the issue here.
Shut up, Zill. John's trying to talk.
I mean, firstly, that is a problem. But I think, Pixie, you're being way, way, way too generous in granting it. Because even if a God exists,
this guy talks like Alex O'Connor, dude. What the fuck?
The distinction between objective and subjective. Objective is stance independent, and subjective is stance dependent. God or not, how could it possibly be that their moral edicts are not stance dependent?
Well, no.
Okay. Have you heard the stance independent rhetorical trick before?
Well, they try and argue that if it's dependent upon God's stance, then it would be subjective. But the reason this doesn't work is, for one, God doesn't change its mind. God can't contradict himself. And secondly, the reason it doesn't work is because the standard for objectivity is human mind independent.
Right. So I like how Dawkins uses the term contingent. Oh my gosh, I have a salmon in the oven. Come here, Brad.
He burnt the fish. What do you guys want? He burnt the fish because he's not paying attention. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable from him. Re-examination is actually the real reason that we can't have nice things. I mean, he ruins the dinner. He brings me on to fucking listen to these retards make these dumb arguments. And this guy's going to try and argue that God is subjective, which doesn't work. Because God is non-contradicting, and it's hard for me.
Yeah, that thing got ruined.
I literally was just saying, I was like, Rex just ruined the salmon, guys. He ruined the fish, ruined dinner. The Rex is the reason we can't have nice things.
Not false. Not false. I'll let that cool off for a bit and get unradiated. Yeah.
No, I was skipping past the argument where I would eventually grant them, just for the sake of continuing the conversation, that if it would still be subjective to God and to God's mind and to God's stance, and because
it's a straw man. They have to straw man. I think every atheist argument comes down to a straw man of who God is, who his character is, what his nature is. They can't actually engage with the God of the text. They always have to make him, by implication, some contingent being that's underneath a standard.
Yeah.
I don't know what the heck you're saying, 21st century politics, but thanks to
object equals throw, object equals against, sub equals. I was trying to read that.
I didn't. It's automatic, dude.
Oh, sub equals below, object is throw against, and subject is throw under. What the fuck are you talking about? Can you speak English, sir?
He has a very long beard, so apparently he's a sage atop a mountain somewhere.
Dude's
that I
a
have
fucking
not
wizard. Can you stop casting spells in the chat and just like speak normally?
If you're gonna cast a spell, can you Unga Bunga and make Eli appear? Thank you very much.
And change his mind and change the rules.
He said, by the way,
and
I
therefore not be
got a text from him recently. He's still at Costco where they're doing the tire swap or whatever on his car, and they fucked up the sensors. So I'm assuming he means tire pressure sensors. So
okay, quick. Spence,
no, he said oven.
He said oven. It was in the oven, not the microwave. I'm not a caveman. I'm just a really
we're not
bad
like
chef.
Jack of Blades over here who fucking cooks steak in the microwave.
Oh, dude! But when I came to the show, he did it on the top of the stove. I must have missed the microwave part, but that's hilarious. Jack of Blades, yeah, on Teriak's show.
Oh, did he do it on stovetop?
Yeah,
he made him in the microwave before.
He probably did.
He said he normally makes them in the microwave.
That's not cool. Anyway,
that's disgusting.
But still be objectively applied to the servant-slave things he created, right? We were just skipping past that, just ranting.
Well,
but then there's still a problem.
I do have a clarifying question for re-examination real quick.
Yep.
Do you think that Islam or Judaism or Buddhism have objective standards of morality?
I think because we're made in the image of God, they draw from many of them, but the basis in themselves are flawed or incomplete. But they are not entirely without basis. It's just the basis is found outside themselves and not within themselves.
Right, which is partially where our morality comes from as well.
Well, we agree that our morality originates from somewhere outside of ourselves. Otherwise, we couldn't make judgments about others' moral choices. That's the triangulation here. That's the tiebreaker we make when we say atheism versus Christianity. What's better? Well, Christianity has X effect. I value map on top of X effect, and therefore I deem it wrong, and I deem your value is wrong, and I'm going to use objective criteria to assign your.
I don't think either is better. I think even under your own labels, you all disagree with each other.
What are we even talking about?
I don't need an objective standard to judge your position on anything. I don't like the sense of taste is perfectly subjective, right? You know, like if you
yes,
said
but you
your
don't say
favorite
somebody's a
flavor of
bad person because they prefer steak over chicken.
Right. That's the thing. Here's what they do. They try and say because there are gray areas, there are no bright lines. And I explicitly say I don't have gray areas to erase the bright lines. And then it just that cuts it off because it gives you two categories, and they're not going to say that because there are gray areas you can't know anything. Because they need to know things in order to know that your belief system is false, according to them.
Ice cream was strawberry, and I said my favorite flavor of ice cream was mint chocolate.
And when I heard,
he's doing my argument.
Yes, because he brought up ice cream, and I'm like, okay, here we go. We're gonna do the steel soft serve ice cream argument coming in cold.
Yep,
the soft serve argument.
Your favorite flavor of ice cream choice is dog shit.
Yeah, mint chip is good.
Oh,
great.
Dog shit. That would be
No,
nice.
mint chip is good. Mint chip is good.
So if I asked you, do you like vanilla or chocolate ice cream?
Shut up, Pixie.
And you gave me an answer.
Shut
I
up,
like
Pixie. I love
chocolate
you.
ice
I
cream
love you,
better.
Pixie.
Then if you like chocolate ice cream better, and I say, well, I like curb stomping babies, is that, well, everybody's got their own taste, different strokes for different folks, or they're like, actually, that's objectively wrong. That's a different category.
You don't need to say it's objectively wrong to impose the fact that you don't want that happening in your society upon that person. You don't need objective.
Unless you have reasons to not.
Well,
want
that's actually Andrew's argument for one of his arguments for Christian nationalism is that secularists can't tell us that we can't impose it because it'd be immoral. They can't tell us that because, well, you don't have to have an objective standard in order to enforce your will. And it's like, great, I agree. Okay.
Yeah.
Ethics in order to impose your subjective morality upon
what his goal is.
No, I don't. I understand completely that he has atheists in a trap with that. What I'm saying is I look at the status of what Christian nationalism means on the actual front of where Christian nationalists are on ethnostatism and race realism, and I'm like, why are we using this terminology? Look at it this way. Why are we not explicitly excluding these guys from that movement? That's my thing, but that's a whole other debate. But I do understand what he's doing, and it traps secularists completely. They cannot get out. I get it.
Well, no, not only that, but his view is that, like, it's perfectly reasonable and rational to govern a society based upon your religious ethics. And that's all his claim is. It's like, it's totally fine for us to impose Christian ethics in our standards. So, like, no more abortion, no more gay marriage, no more transgender surgery, stuff like that.
Yeah. Well,
He's like, it's totally fine for us
that.
to rule from the religious perspective, and that's acceptable.
Yeah, there is obviously we have an imperative to ban all those things anyway.
Have you seen Andrew's argument with Hutch?
A little bit. Hutch
That
looked
one
like
was
a man
one of
who
the
was
easy,
running
the best
from a
demonstrations of what he's talking about. Which is like, you secularists are always get upset when the Christian wants to rule from their Christian ethics, but they're like, no, I don't have a problem if Christians, if Christians are elected or whatever. It's like, yeah, as long as they rule like a secularist.
Exactly.
I feel like that in society disagree with you.
You can't have other people disagree with you, and other people disagree all the time. That's why babies are murdered in this society, even though it's not allowed.
This is why all this is just a descriptor claim in the atheist world, because it's a description of behavior and individuals.
But
that's literally what you do every single time. You know what?
He didn't address the argument, which is, if you say you prefer chocolate ice cream and I say I prefer curb stomping babies, those would be the same category of claim. They're just a preference. So it's fine, right?
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't make me a bad person because it's just my preference.
Yeah.
And you can't judge somebody for their preferences. Which, by the way, I use that argument when they say that too. Like when I say when I try and argue against homosexuality, they're like, well, it's just preferences, and you can't argue against somebody's preferences. Like, well, I prefer curb stomping toddlers. Does that make me a bad person?
Yeah, and they gotta say yes.
And they have to say yes because it's like, obviously.
Which is why Dad Knows Best goes and says, well, that's a different conversation, which begs the question, why is it a different conversation?
Why? If it's just preference, why is it a different conversation?
Right, which is why I just say these are all descriptors of individuals and groups making choices. That's all it is. Every single atheistic prescription boils down to a description that they post hoc value map.
Have you heard have you ever tried running the African nighttime baby argument against the atheist? So it's actually a very common cultural practice in Africa that if a family doesn't want a baby, they just leave it outside. They leave it outside overnight, and an animal comes up and eats it.
Oh, like the Athenians. What's up? Or Spartans, rather. What's up, bad Gramps?
This is unacceptable that you're over there in fucking Chicagoland with Rex, and you should over here in Michigan with me.
Gramps is? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. well, here's the thing, Steele. You and I agree on Memorial Day, but I'm still trying to shake Rev out of his slumber. Sorry, Labor Day. I'm still trying to shake Rev out of his slumber.
Rev has just been asleep for some reason for like days.
He was in the chat like a couple hours ago.
Yeah,
I know. You say we're descriptive, and yet all that you have is that God allegedly, you just make claims. Oh, God is perfectly aligned with nature. God's will is perfectly aligned with nature. They're all just different varieties of claims.
No, we point to the Bible.
Is that some claims are justified?
He is making a category error right there. He was saying they're all claims. Your claim is not that they're all claims. Is that you're saying specifically they're all descriptive claims, not prescriptive claims. And he's like, they're all claims. And it's like, very good. Thank you. I'm aware of how debate works. I know what a claim is. There's distinctions in claims.
Right. Well, he has like a one-dimensional.
What did you argue with this guy about originally?
Slavery. Whether or not Christianity gives moral approval to slavery, I said no, and the Orthodox Church probably has the strongest tradition against it, I would say, based on at least what Trench Deacon once said about how in some century they outlawed it or something like that from the bench, quote unquote. I don't know what you call it.
I don't know if it was banned via an ecumenical council or not, but
I don't think so. But I think it was some kind of conference.
Well, like I think that there are arguments for where there are certain scenarios where slavery is justified.
I would say it would be morally inferior to the contrary. It would, but there would be things that would.
Well, like, okay, have you heard? The reason I keep bringing Andrew up because he comes to mind on something like this. Have you heard his argument for where there are certain cases where slavery is justified?
I would say that it would be in the context of a fallen world that it would be situational. Justified, I think, is too strong of a word.
Well, the justification goes like this. So he's like, when he says justified, he's not saying like it's morally good. He's just saying like under the circumstances, it's kind of the best of the worst options.
I could agree with that phraseology, but justified is too strong.
What he's saying is justified as in like, I'm not necessarily going to condemn, like, let's say it was a leader who did this. I'm not going to condemn them if under this circumstance, they chose to go this route. Which his argument was basically, okay, you're in a war with another country, and it's been determined that basically the only way to win the war is just to take over the other country. You have to take them out. Their government, I mean. So in the course of that, you take over a city or something like that, or a village.
Oh yeah, Deuteronomy 20, that came up actually in the exact scenario you're talking about, where you have to kill the men, and then, you know, in Deuteronomy 20, first what happens is Israel's supposed to go to a city, declare their terms of peace, not try and conquer it first, and see if they could peaceably take over the city. If they deny that, you kill all the men, and then you have the women and the children. But you have to leave the women and children alive. And so I got hit up on that, and I was like, look, in the ancient Near East, when you got war, you have options. Your option, if you're commanded by God to take over the city, you have your forces, you declare your terms of peace, they either accept them or they don't. If they don't, you have to take over the city, which means you got to kill the men. And then what are you going to do? If you leave the women and children, no, now they're your responsibility under that set. But they would have to be under your society because they have their own culture, and you have to subvert that culture. So that'd be more of a God's purpose kind of thing. But even outside of that, you would need to have some kind of subduing of a culture that would want to overthrow yours if you want your conquest to be successful.
Well, it wasn't even so. Andrew's argument's not even a matter of conquest. It's like, okay, so the argument is like, okay, let's say the United States and Canada goes to war, hypothetically, and we determined that basically Canada's not going to stop unless we take them over. Now, obviously, our options there are just obliterate Canada or try and take over just the government, try and beat their government and their military and leave the citizenry alive. So as you're on your march to the capital of Canada, you stop at a village and you take over the village. And your options are either A, enslave all of the people all of the people within the village, B, execute them, or C, let them go. You just let them go, but you know if you let them go, they're just gonna go back to working for their government and they're gonna be attacking you guys.
Exactly.
And if you kill them, well, that can't be the better option than if you just enslave them, which basically throw them in prison, make them do labor like we do to all prisoners. And it's like, yeah, I could see that being the better option. Where I can say that seems justified to me in a sense of like, military strategy or political strategy, where it seems justified. Yeah, I could say that. And like, I wouldn't say that the general is evil because he didn't execute them or just let them go to keep killing Americans.
Yeah, no, I get that, and I think that's what I argued in the case of Deuteronomy 20.
Yeah,
but I also argued that that's also just the nature of war. But anyway, no, I agree that, but saying slavery, yeah, least worst option of that would probably be my framing rather than justified. Justified sounds a little too positive on the optics. That's all.
I don't think it sounds too positive, but I get what you're saying. But I would still say I think saying justified's fine. As in, like, okay, watch. I'll give you a perfect example. Ask me, and I'm not saying like within the moral realm, or I'm not saying like are they morally justified in doing so. But okay, if a dad kills his child's rapist, not in the act, but afterwards, are you really gonna say that like? I'm not going to say that it was good because I don't think you should murder, and you're not, doing in defense. But it's like, is it justified? Can you understand where he's coming from? And like, yeah, you shouldn't have done it, but I get it.
Justified and understandable are two different things.
I'm saying if you use the term justified colloquially, in that sense,
it would have been justified for the state to have done that. It's not justified for him to do that.
I'm not talking about legal justification. I'm not talking about.
No, I'm talking about moral justification.
I'm not talking about moral justification.
Okay, then what?
I'm talking about I'm talking about saying justified.
You're only talking about understandability then.
I'm talking about justified in the colloquial sense of like, I could see myself doing that if I were in the same scenario.
Yeah, I would never use that term for
I think that a lot of times people will use that term like that colloquially.
Yeah, I wouldn't use that just because I don't want any confusion about that.
I know that you wouldn't. But when you gotta remember when Andrew talks, he's really speaking to the masses, so.
Okay, well, I guess I'm just too much of a frou-frou aristocrat to do that. So
yeah, you fucking hoity-toity motherfucker.
And some claims are not justified. You just made a value claim by implication.
No.
Yeah, your claim is not justified.
Great, we have a
claim
standard
does not have any basis in reality.
We require basis and reality. That means reality is prescriptive.
Yeah, it's
right?
almost like subjectivity also requires a basis, genius.
Check that. Subjectivity requires a basis.
According to who?
According to everybody individually and collectively at the same time.
Yeah, all of us have our own subjective understanding of what the justification is for subjectivity.
See, this is how nonsensical it is.
Okay, I have a hot take.
By the way, all of our
I think our
standards for
moral-
subjectivity are all subjective, so there is actually.
Well, he would say, "Duh, that's how it is," and then he would make objective claims about my position being stupid and wrong. It doesn't really matter. Theist just wants morals to twist God's word. Atheist just want morals to try and legally ban the right wing. There's more going on than that, but yeah.
Systems are much more like, I think the moral systems that we live by are much more like the building of social contracts than people want to admit. And I don't think
You should the moral of the legal system.
I don't know. I think all systems of morality would be legal contract or legal, not legal contracts. Social contracts. You feeling it?
My brain hurts, dude.
I know. Well, okay. You put me through Pickle Man the other day with his concoctions, so I'm putting you
at least
through
that's
this.
entertaining.
You also put me through that crazy Asian guy that Andrew. Well, like, oh my gosh, you put me through that, and you. Put me through,
foodtard.
And then you put me through the mushmouth guy that you're debating on Thursday. I mean, yeah.
Started because some God said, don't do this. I really don't. I think we are inherently social creatures, and we tell stories.
She sounds
and
really
we like to
skinny to
motivate
me.
each other. And
I think she's tiny. I've never seen her in real life. I've seen mostly just this avatar.
She sounds really skinny, like one of those like chicks who's built like toothpicks.
I don't know, but it's surprising what people's voices sound like. Like you look at the radio talk show hosts, and they look nothing like they sound like as an industry standard.
scare each other with these stories. And I think that we inherently have empathy because A, we are social creatures, safety in numbers, all that stuff, psychological needs, but B,
what is this lady talking about? She's literally yapping she's been yapping for 5 minutes and hasn't said anything.
Yeah, I know.
Just pure, like literally just yapping and hasn't said fucking anything. It's like, look, guys, we're social creatures, so therefore morality is actually subjective because I like blueberry bananas and you like ice cream, and
that's why you ought
God
to change your mind about objective morality. You ought to.
And that right there, guys, is why you ought not believe in God.
Right.
Leads to things, right? You don't take Joe's rabbit not because you're not hungry. You don't take Joe's rabbit because you don't want Steve to take your fucking deer, right?
What the fuck is she talking
and
about?
I think we
She's saying that all moral laws are based on self-interest and mutuality and reciprocity. That's what she's saying.
So hold on, I want to make sure. So I don't diddle kids because I don't want Chuck down the road to steal my truck. Is that her argument?
Okay, in both those arguments, she was using food to the analogy. Basically, her argument is, I don't want to steal somebody else's food because I don't want somebody else stealing my food. It's a self-interested calculation of maintaining a social contract. That's what it is. And thereby, because you have that mutual understanding of how you would feel or in that situation, the empathy is at play that maintains that social network of norms.
So hold on. Her whole argument then would also reduce to I don't diddle kids. So I would just look at me. So you don't diddle kids because you don't want people to diddle your kids? That's your reasoning, really?
Yes.
These sound great when it's like not a serious issue, like stealing food or stealing a car or attacking somebody. But it's like, oh, so you don't diddle kids just because you don't want other people to diddle your kids. That's your actual reasoning?
I mean, they might even say yes for all I know.
Then I would just look at them and be like, okay, so if somebody did diddle your kid, then now shit's out of the bag. Now cat's out of the bag. Now, I mean, you might as well just fucking go to town on them other kids, right?
I guess it's over. The social contract violated. Social contract over.
build social contracts. But I don't I don't, and people will say, oh, well, there's this inherent thing about it. That's why murder's wrong everywhere. But I disagree, because if it was so evident and so inherent, we would all agree on what murder is, but we don't.
We do all agree on what murder is,
wrong,
actually.
but murder.
We do all agree about what murder is. Murder is the unjustified taking of a life. The question that we argue about is
abortion,
justification.
Right.
Birds is telling me I have to remember that argument. Birds, I'm definitely gonna remember that argument. Okay, that one I literally just came up with that on the spot, and it was great, and I'm definitely gonna remember that. The next time somebody says to me, "Well, you don't steal from other people because you don't want people to steal from you," I'm like, "Oh, so you don't diddle kids because you don't want kids? You don't want your kids diddled?"
The problem is they can't say yes because that would be criminal at that point.
They would be insane. It would be insane to say, but then the best part is to be like, if they say yes, I would love to see one of them bite the bullet. Just be like, oh, okay, so if somebody does diddle your kids, shit, cat's out of the bag. Red tape's gone. Well, you can just go diddle kids.
Not even that. But you're saying the only reason you have not yet diddled kids is because nobody's diddled yours.
Yeah, that's the actual standard. The only reason you don't diddle kids is because you don't want other people to diddle your kids.
Right.
So a question: if let's say you have like 3 kids,
it's a survival technique.
Well, let's say you have 3 kids. Somebody only diddles one of them. Are you only allowed to diddle 1/3 of a kid now? Or are you only allowed?
Let's not get granular here. Let's not go crazy. I mean,
It just means
no, I'm saying how I would push this against them.
I know.
But we don't. We agree that murder is wrong, but murder just means unjustified killing. And what poses an unjustified killing versus a justified killing is not something anybody agrees on, apparently.
Go ahead. Does that nullify the category?
Wait, let's let John talk. He's been waiting for a minute.
So, whilst I agree with everything
that is a
that you
fallacious
just said,
argument.
with
It's
one
called the
exception.
disagreement
You said-
fallacy.
Right.
Just because the Christians disagree with atheists about whether or not abortion is justified has nothing to do with whether or not it actually is justified.
By the way, Steelborn, you should know the atheists have begun their siege on the chat. B.S. Lewis is in the chat. Hello, B.S. Keep the virgin girls for yourself. I think he's quoting Deuteronomy 20 on that, but he might be quoting a different verse in terms of like warfare, because B.S. Lewis is like, no, if we're gonna kill the men, we got to be fair. We got to kill the women and the children as well, because fair is fair. I'm kidding, P.S. He's not saying that.
This is a hot take. Why would you think that's a hot take? I mean, my personal position is I think that the morality of humanity generally tends to be that we have a degree of reciprocity. I agree not to treat you like that because I don't want to be treated like that. There's generally speaking, because for the most part, we have a uniformity of experience with respect to our biology. We all have like an understanding of what pain or hardship feels like, and we generally want to avoid it. And we all seem to generally understand what.
Hey, I gotta pee, and I'm gonna get something to drink real quick. I'll be back in 1 second. You can keep it going though. I can still hear it with an earbud.
Okay. I was just gonna play something while you're going then, because this summarizes the speech we're hearing.
Black Helmet Man.
Well, what have we here? Princess Bombhead of the Thumbellian Resistance.
Isn't his voice amazing? You'll never get away with this, Black Helmet Man. You are bad. You are bad and we are good. Your badness will be the end of you, and our goodness will be our triumph. Bad is bad. Good is good. Bad, bad, good, bad. Good, good, bad, good, bad, good.
The power is strong in you, as is your silly gibberish.
And then there's just like there tends to be with the big stuff at least, a legal and political consensus when we institutionalize ourselves, when we create institutions. Now, the thing that well off sometimes is when people take these reductios or these absurdities and go, oh, well, like stomping babies, is the same as there's the same criticism that applies to stomping babies as opposed to me criticizing somebody's choice of ice cream.
Why are they different? Why are they different? Without a value claim, without an evaluative measure to say that one conversation is inherently different in its nature than the other, why are they different conversations if we're just talking about preferences and values? That's my thing. Simos, welcome to the chat. How's it going? She makes a good, bad point. We have B.S. Lewis. We have Simos Funk. We have Darkside Deaconess. Did you catch all that, Steelborn?
Yeah. He's trying to say that it's a reductio to try and compare the two different categories of preference. But if you don't say there's actually a standard for value judgments, then they're the same. Good, bad, bad, good, good, bad, good, bad.
Yeah.
Good is good.
Bad is bad.
They kind of fall away when you're like, okay,
Reality
well,
is
let's
reality,
have a
bro.
nuanced
That's true. We need thumb jump.
discussion over what the age of consent should be. Like, when should somebody be able to join the military? When should somebody be able to drink alcohol? When should somebody be able to smoke? When should somebody be able to consent to sex? And then all of a sudden we end up having conversations about, okay, well, brain development, or can somebody assess risk?
Right.
When and that's when these discussions come into play. Like, nobody is realistically having a discussion about whether we should fucking curb stomp babies. So let's keep it in the realm of reality, as
I would
opposed
just
to
say I am.
reductio ad absurdum.
Great. I'm glad we engaged that. Now notice that you said should, which is a ought claim right there, and taking into consideration the behavior which we ought to assign ourselves by the rationality which we ought to apply to our minds. Those are both normative claims. In what reality are we bound by these normative claims? Is it based, if it's based off of, well, we just do these things because we do these things and we feel this way because we feel this way?
No.
Those are all emergent from nature. That doesn't have value map.
We don't do these things because we do these things. We do these things because they're socially, economically, or personally advantageous to us in order to do them. And we can show the correlation between those two things.
That's just a descriptor all over.
No, once again, you keep saying a descriptor. What would not qualify as a descriptor to you, re-examination? What would I say to you that would not fall under the realm of a descriptor if you're just going to use that as a hand wave for everything
an actual objective grounding for a normative claim for why I ought to think and how I ought to behave.
So let me get this straight. The only way that you would take my claim seriously is if it aligns with yours. That's very intellectually honest. That's great.
Okay, your straw man is very intellectually honest too.
No, it wasn't a straw man. I directly correlated that to what you just said. You just said that the only way that you wouldn't take it, the only way that you wouldn't hand wave away what I said is if I made an objective claim. Therefore,
by the way, hand wave is a term when you have an unjustified claim or an unjustified qualifier or an unjustified criteria, as opposed to a justified criteria, justified claim, or a justified qualifier. So to even say with the word hand wave is to make an appeal to justification.
Which is normativity, which they have no standard for.
Technically, under your guys' worldview, discussions about morality would be unnecessary, right? Well, then you couldn't read the Bible. So, I mean, because the Bible talks about morality all over the place. So, no.
Discussions about morality would be unnecessary?
He thinks that if God is true, everybody would know everything or something stupid like that. It doesn't make any sense. I don't understand. Like, BS...
that makes sense, yeah.
BS short circuits a lot of theology just to make a non-point sometimes. I mean, it's just everywhere in the Bible, you're supposed to teach a child in the way he should go. When he is old, he should not depart from it, right? You're supposed to read the Bible constantly. You're supposed to pray. All of these things to bring to mind, do this in remembrance of me. So in no way is it like, because God exists, therefore everybody knows everything. Or
if God real, why am I not, why am I not omnipotent? Why am I not God? Yeah, that's basically what it boils down to every time. If God real, why am I not him?
Yeah, it's a logical short circuit. The correct answer is, if you go back in time, why wouldn't you influence the baby the way the evil wouldn't happen?
What?
You need the Bible. You need God for morality. The Bible is God's word. So.
Or the only way you wouldn't hand wave away what I said.
It's
not if I agree with.
BS is the only reason that you don't diddle kids is because you don't want somebody to diddle your kids.
I don't know if he's going to answer that question.
I want a direct answer to that. BS. Is that the reason?
I don't think he's going to answer, but we'll see.
What you were saying.
All you would have to do, really, if you want to not agree with me, is give an impersonal basis for normativity that actually works. This one doesn't work.
Impersonal basis for normativity is... Wait, you mean like something external to somebody that allows for morality to exist, right?
Like a tiebreaker between your position and my position that I must adhere to because it is the...
He goes, no, it's yucky.
That's your standard? No, it's yucky? Oh, homosexuality is fucking disgusting.
Well, he's not going to affirm that. Obviously.
That's my standard.
Well, now he needs to find a tiebreaker between his standard and your standard.
The right thing to do, regardless of what human behavior tends to.
Right. But we're not on equal footing because atheism better is the subscription. I use the standard of ickiness.
Fuck you, BS. It's hard to be mad at you, atheists, when you're funny.
That's his ploy.
That I must adhere to because it is the right thing to do.
I really don't.
No, I don't either. But I mean,
most of my friends are atheists in real life. Like I'm friends with a lot of atheists. I think that a lot of them are really fucking funny guys. I don't hate atheists. I just think that they're really stupid. And that's the reality.
I don't think that they're stupid. I think many of them are actually smart, which gives them no excuse for the kinds of things they say when it's like subjective morality is real and therefore
I didn't say they're not educated. I just said they're stupid.
Okay, so he became an Andrew fan. He says force doctrine is a tiebreaker, even though he knows I'm not a proponent of force doctrine.
I'm totally a proponent of force doctrine. Okay, I win. More Christians than atheists. I have the force. Force is on my side.
Yeah, the force is strong with this one.
Regardless of what human behavior tends to look like.
That's objectivity.
What's wrong with that?
I'm telling you that it is not objective and is subjective. So the framework that you're establishing for me to be able to be taken seriously by you is basically to agree with you, which is what I'm saying is not intellectually honest.
I think that's the term.
Okay, intellectual honesty requires a normative framework in the first place. So why do I have to adhere to any framework? If everything is
good doesn't require honesty. God created and sent lying spirits.
By the way, B.S. Lewis says, I would beat to Steel. Oh, I thought he would say he would beat Steelborn. Oh my gosh. B.S. That is, that is a very unfortunate, that's a very unfortunate typo, B.S.
I hope it's a fucking typo. He's just gonna double down though. Now if it's not.
Well, he's apparently his standard of ickiness fell apart real quick.
Oh, you'd beat up Steelborn? BS, have you seen how big I actually am in person? You'd be surprised.
BS, let me clue you in. Steelborn and I are like equal height. We could probably both take you pretty well. Maybe not Rex. He's pretty big. I am pretty big.
Yeah, me and Rex are like the same size. Rex might be like an inch taller than I am.
Yeah. Floop. Welcome, Floop 5734. I have never met you before.
He's from my chat.
Okay, Ringside Deaconess says that she will host it.
All right, get it set up.
To deceive people. If he can lie for good.
So here's the thing. Here's what she conflates. In 2 Kings, God asks who will be a lying spirit in the mouth of the prophets. There are a bunch of false prophets surrounding the king. The king wants to go to war. God is working in judgment against this king, so he asks, where is a lying... Here, let me look up lying spirit real quick, just to get the exact passage she's talking about.
Correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't like all the prophets are lying to him, saying like...
except one.
Yeah, except one. Prophet. But they're all saying like, yeah, you can totally win the war or something like that?
Yes, and then the one who is true says, don't go to war, you're going to lose. And then and the king just complains, oh, you're always speaking out against me, wah, 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 and he whines, and then he goes to war and gets shellacked. So 1 Kings 22:22, and the Lord said, hold up. Okay, actually, we'll start... We'll start 1 Kings 22:19, and he said, hear thou therefore the word of the Lord. I saw the Lord sitting on his throne, and all the host of heaven standing by him on his right hand and his left. And the Lord said, who shall persuade Ahab that he may go up and fall at Ramoth Gilead? And one said in this manner, and another said in that manner. And there came forth the Spirit and stood before the Lord and said, I will persuade him. And the Lord said unto him, wherewith? And he said, I will go forth, and I will be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. And he said, thou shalt persuade him and prevail also. Go forth and do so. So God used a secondary means of an evil spirit whose will it was to lie. God himself did not lie, but she accuses God himself of lying. Therefore, she erases the distinction between primary and secondary causation.
It doesn't require honesty. God created and sent lying spirits to deceive people. If he can lie for good, then it's not. If he can lie for good, Yes, he did. If he can lie for good, then honesty is not required for good.
I didn't. What did he say?
It is the.
Honesty. I'm joking.
Oh, he was saying you're gay, but Stillborn is gay though, and then he says I am joking.
Well, that's not very nice.
All right. So she does the lying spirit, straw man.
It is the motive and the consequences.
Basically, that God can lie.
Yeah, which of course we know from the book of Hebrews and James that he doesn't tempt and he doesn't lie, for it's impossible for him to lie. And it's impossible for the ground of truth to lie, which Aiden later on in the debate poses himself as God as a rhetorical argument to say that if somebody can claim to be God, therefore God, it's therefore not reasonable to claim that God exists because every God claim is on equal footing because I can claim to be God too.
That wouldn't follow.
I know, but that's the argument he used.
Then you're arguing for the motive and the consequences and not for the act itself.
What was that reexamination?
They were going to anyway because they were lying spirits in the first place.
Oh, that makes it okay. No, that makes it okay.
Yeah.
See how he strawmans? It makes it okay, as if lying becomes morally good if God uses. I mean, for example, Jesus says to Judas after Satan comes into him, "Go and do what you will do." Right? It is not the fact that he is endorsing murder. It is the fact that it was God's purpose that would be so. We know that from Revelation 13:8. We know that from prophecy when it says it's better for him that he had never been born. He's a son of perdition, all this kind of stuff. So God does use evil people and their will for their purposes, but he doesn't make their will evil. Their will is evil, and they're doing what they want to do regardless. Anyway.
Well, yeah, everybody, it's unfortunate to say, but yes, God absolutely uses evil for good.
Yeah, Genesis 50:20.
I'm trying to remember. I used to have an argument to demonstrate this, and I can't remember what it is. Fuck, I don't remember what it was.
Let me know if you think of it.
He sent lying spirits to the mouths of prophets in order to deceive King Ahab so that he would be defeated. So it's not the act of lying, so that the act can't be objective anyway, because you're judging the motives and the desires.
No, that's a primary.
That's what you're judging.
Cause. You can use that for judgment if you're God. Go ahead. God didn't lie himself, so that would be a straw man.
But Rex, the problem is that you're claiming to have an objective position when you actually
that is objectively true.
No, when you actually have a subjective position. And then your second claim is that you don't, if you don't agree with my claim to be objective, but is actually a subjective position, then you also have a subjective position. Like your position is subjective as well, right?
No, I experience the world subjectively, but if you're going to even say what you just said, you would need an objective force of how I ought to think in order to agree with you.
So here's why it's subjective.
There's nothing binding about anything you guys have said.
No,
I have.
It's almost like subjectivity does not have
the. Would be a great example.
What would be
the crucifixion?
Yeah,
man intended that for evil, and God actually used that for man's salvation.
Correct. Well, I brought that up earlier, and they just say, well, then it can't be the worst thing if it was meant for good, which is a category error because you are trying to prove too much by saying that. You're trying to prove that because there was an act that was bad, that therefore no good can come out of it. But outcomes do not justify actions. Otherwise, like if I am putting road spikes out in front of an ambulance and I don't know that ambulance is like loaded with bombs or something like that from terrorists or something like that, like the outcome was good because I stopped the terrorists from getting their target. But I was intentionally trying to just put a road spike in front of an ambulance. That's not good, right? Even though good was done by a bad motive.
Yeah.
Same standards of your worldview. This is the funny thing, is that your entire criticism, the sum total of your criticism is that our worldview does not attain the same standards of what your worldview allegedly does. And yet when I peel back the supposed standards of your worldview, it's just a bunch of claims.
We have obligations, and what kind of reality do we have obligations? And you're saying, well, we have these behaviors. That's not an obligation.
We have obligations in order to be able to function within our well, you guys would call it a nature, but I would call it the confines of the human condition.
Right, inside of societies.
We have limitations. You're not going to be capable. You're not going to be capable of flying, right? Reexamination. You can't do that. You're not capable of rolling into a ball like a pill bug or any one of those things.
Hey, you haven't tried.
So you're
that,
going to have to operate. You're going to have to operate within the limitations of what has been provided to you within the context of your own life. That is inherently external to you.
Great.
A blind person is not going to be able to fly a plane. That's just not.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember the argument that he made earlier. He made an argument earlier about how basically that if that even if there was a universal standard, we wouldn't actually be able to know it because we're not omniscient.
Oh, that was Pixie. She was saying.
Oh, was it Pixie? Okay, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because she was saying that if we're experiencing the world subjectively, we can't really know anything because that's all we have is our subjective, limited understanding.
Yeah.
And you're saying this contradicts that?
His claim just now would contradict that.
How so?
By holding to the standard of everybody is subject to the human condition, or all humans are subject to the human condition. That wouldn't actually it wouldn't follow from that that's the reasoning behind why, or that wouldn't follow from that's what therefore we couldn't obtain or wouldn't be able to have access to objective knowledge.
Right. Because if God gives us if God directly communicates to us, for example, giving us a conscience, as it talks about in Romans 1, revelation, giving us a conscience, giving us faculties to recognize his handiwork and creation, then you can know things even if you're not omniscient. But the reason you can know things is because there is someone who is omniscient, who has a mind that can establish a world where you have intelligibility and creatures that correspond to his nature so that the intelligibility is intact unless it is damaged by sin.
I'm going to give Eli a call real quick, see what he's doing.
Yeah. Okay.
Capable of doing.
And in the confines of limitations, within those limitations, I can accept false things and I can do things that are wrong, correct?
You can.
Great. And am I violating rules when I do those things?
You would only be violating rules within the purview of what somebody would interpret those rules to be.
Got it. So they're not actually binding, they're just opinions.
They're binding within the context of either yourself or society or a group of people that have embraced those rules. That is never.
Okay, but then all you have to do is change society you're in, and then you've changed the rules. Nothing is sticking about this. All right, I guess Stillborn's getting a hold of Eli. We're trying to figure out. Yeah, B.S. Lewis. Again, it's understood that they died spiritually that day, which is why there was a curse that came upon the earth. So, but you knew that because you went to church. But and of course, I guess you would suppose that everybody who read those scriptures would think that God is lying, and everybody was dumb in centuries past, and you're the one exception, and you got through with it. Yeah. So, I'm gonna see if Stillborn is talking to Eli, or Eli's still talking to him.
Never not been the case.
So if I take
every
those
single
rules
rule,
and
every
I give
single
the opposite
rule
of
that
those
we
rules, then there's no difference in value. It's just description of whether I break somebody else's subjective rules versus changing my rules.
Does it make you feel better because you claim that it does have a superior value? Does that make you feel warm and fuzzy inside because you pretend like there is some better value?
My psychology.
I'm just asking. No, I'm just genuinely asking. Does it make you feel warm and fuzzy inside because you claim that there is?
Instead of psychoanalyzing me, why don't you engage with the material?
I have no problem engaging with the material. Every time I engage with the material, you just hand wave away what I have to say. So what's the point?
You do this the whole time.
We live in a world where we have obligations. I don't hear any obligation that has a basis in your worldview, especially after we talk about values and then we talk about ice cream, and then when I put the extreme to the example, now it's like, oh well, that's different, and then we
that's something that's different.
And the oughts and shoulds.
Hold up, Steele. Did you catch any of that? Or
yeah, he's special pleading, and he just won't address the fact that he's special pleading.
Yeah, of course. Well, he has to special plead in order to have morality and objectivity while denying morality and objectivity.
These people are fucking gutless snakes, dude. When it comes to debate, I swear.
Gnostics aren't Christians, BS. And
not every Christian.
Ad populum fallacy? Are you saying that Aiden is using an ad populum fallacy when he invokes some kind of social contract theory? I agree. Okay, so what did Eli say? I'm sorry.
Oh, Eli said he's going to try and be up here in a few minutes, but if he's not going to be able to, he's going to hop in your chat and let you know.
Okay, sounds good. Well, sorry he couldn't make it for much of this, but yeah.
Come from nowhere that has an actual establishment that's binding to my nature that I can otherwise disobey.
Name one obligation that you have external to yourself or society that you can actually demonstrate to exist. Like literally one. Literally just one.
So,
Wait, what was the
use
question?
physical
Hold
for
on.
the non.
What was his question?
All right, we'll back it up. I think you're starting to fade, aren't you?
No, I just missed his question.
Okay, here we go.
I was looking at my
Basis
chat.
in your worldview, especially after we talk about values, and then we talk about ice cream, and then when I put the extreme to the example, now it's like, oh well, that's different, and then we ought to and should, and then the oughts and shoulds come from nowhere that has an actual establishment that's binding to my nature that I can otherwise disobey.
Name one obligation that you have external to yourself or society that you can actually demonstrate to exist.
Okay, hold on. Pause.
Like literally.
Name an obligation to society? Or just name an obligation that I have external to myself
and society.
How could I have an obligation external to myself?
Well, we have obligations to God.
But that would still be me doing the obligation. So, like, is that what he's asking, or is he saying like an obligation that like it's not something I want to do, or?
So I think because he's a subjectivist, he's going to say that outside of my goal-oriented morality, name an obligation I would have outside of goal-based morality, I guess. Like, if I want to get smarter, I ought to go to school, or I ought to do this or that.
Yeah, he's doing the whole, like, the only reason you do anything is because ultimately you have the goal of trying to get into heaven.
Something like, well, I mean, I don't know. Yeah. So he's trying to say, demonstrate that the oughts exist. And then so I go triage with that one.
One. Literally just one.
So use physical for the non-physical. That's an honest.
No, I'm just asking you to demonstrate that they even exist to begin with, because your claim kind of necessitates its existence, doesn't it?
Great. So you're asking for me to demonstrate is demonstrating that I have responsibility to back up my words, which is a responsibility moral claim.
Well,
that's a demonstration.
Well, no.
Did you catch that, Steele?
No, sorry, I was addressing my chat.
How am I gonna like?
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I was addressing the chat.
I need you to focus because I want your I brought you here because I want your analysis.
All right. You've got my full attention. The chat can fuck off for a minute.
All right, give me a second. So where was the last point before you were talking to your chat that you got it?
Basically when you heard me mute, or when you saw me mute. I don't know if you saw that.
I don't hear. There was no mute sound. So
establishment that's binding to my nature that I can otherwise disobey.
Name one obligation that you have external to yourself or society that you can actually demonstrate to exist. Like literally one. Literally just one.
So use physical for the non-physical. That's an honest.
No, I'm just asking you to demonstrate that they even exist to begin with, because your claim kind of necessitates its existence, doesn't it?
Great. So you're asking for me to demonstrate is demonstrating that I have responsibility to back up my words, which is a responsibility moral claim.
Well,
that's a demonstration.
Well, no. The thing is,
yes.
If something is,
you have a claim to back up your words, therefore objective morality exists.
No. That was a straw man. That was not what you just said. Your claim, or you said, okay, give a demonstration that you have an obligation external to yourself, or that doesn't come from society. And you said, okay, well, by asking me to demonstrate it, you're saying that I have an obligation to provide proof of the claim.
Yes, that's proof. Or at least within his worldview, it would count as proof because he needs it in order to do anything.
Yeah, so you have an obligation. Yeah, you have an obligation to give a demonstration to provide proof for claims.
To back up my words.
Yeah.
If I have to say anything, I should justify what I say. That's a should. That's an ought. That's a normative right there. That's a moral normative, not even epistemic. That goes. I mean, it is epistemic by definition, but it's more than that. It's also moral.
It's an epistemic normative. Well, you can't give a justification for epistemic normativity without moral oughts.
Yeah, they're tied together. You can't cleanly cut them.
Yeah, like, okay, I have an epistemic obligation to accept the laws of logic and fallacies. And why ought I do that? Well, because I'm seeking truth.
B.S. Lewis says, do you think everything is a moral action reacts? Yes and no. I believe that you can eat and drink to the glory of God and do everything you do to the glory of God. But do I think that painting your walls gray versus painting your walls green is a moral action? No. Do I think that putting 2 + 2 = 4 in the calculator is a moral action? No. But everything has some kind of normative binding to it if you're talking about rational discourse. So even if you want to say, even if I grant you that there are some things that aren't, that doesn't mean that there are things that are. And the things that are the things that count in the first place. So if you do have things that are, even if there are things that aren't that, like, for example, if I say I believe in rabbits and you show me an animal that's not a rabbit, does that disprove that rabbits exist? Obviously not.
I don't think that's addressing the claim or the question that he's asking, though. I think the question he's asking does every question have, does every action have some kind of moral weight behind it? And I would say obviously not. Not every action has moral weight behind it. Well, you're a perfect example of if I choose to make spaghetti instead of mashed potatoes, like it's not immoral to choose one or the other.
Steelborn, I don't know how much of my response you actually listened to because you were talking to your chat, but I said it's not necessarily moral to paint your room gray or paint your room green.
No, I agree. I agreed with you what you said there, but then you were saying what the last part that you were saying. And now I'm trying to remember what the fuck the last part of what you're saying is.
I was distinguishing just because some things aren't in a category doesn't mean the category doesn't exist.
Yeah, the rabbit example though. I don't think the rabbit example was a good example. Is all I was saying.
Yeah. This is the wrong question, because how do you decide which ones aren't and are? Obviously, it's not up to our decision. Like, for example, do you decide what logic is, or is logic just what it is and you adhere to it?
Yeah, I agree with that.
In order to decide what logic is, would you use logic, BS? I'm probing for unfalsifiability. Well, unfalsifiability is also a normative claim, sir, which until you have a personal basis for that, your impersonal basis cannot justify to obligate me to take a falsifiable or unfalsifiable view.
A standard of rationality that I ought to conform to.
We're making an unfalsifiable claim?
Yes. It's not unfalsifiable, BS. All you have to do is show me how normativity comes from an impersonal, inert, indifferent source. And yet that work has yet to be done.
Wise can break.
Yeah, within my worldview and within the confines of my understanding of logic, that may satisfy me or it may not satisfy me, and may satisfy Maud or may not satisfy her. Which?
Yeah, okay. He's just trying to. I mean, I want to focus on the debate, but he's saying, yeah, but categorizing.
No, not all categories are subjective.
To even say categories are subjective would be doing an objective claim about categories. I mean, it's just repetitive at this point. But it's not repetitive because I'm repetitive or I'm wrong. It's just that it's a transcendental argument you can't get around.
Which isn't exactly conducive to your worldview.
Great. So did you use reason to get to your framework, or did you use emotions to get to your framework? And you just emotionally.
Okay.
In order to identify, in order to differentiate between things, you need to have different categories.
Of course. Otherwise, I mean, premise one, this. Premise one, this. Premise one. I just have a bunch of premise ones in a row. I mean,
all premise one.
Yeah.
Oops, all premise one.
Me, or it may not satisfy me, and may satisfy Maud or may not satisfy her, which isn't exactly conducive to your worldview.
Great. So did you use reason to get to your framework, or did you use emotions to get to your framework, and you just emotionally like your framework? Or is it the fact that there are
we as human beings cannot divorce those two things from each other, my friend, and if you think you can, you're delusional.
Premise
delusional is a...
What are you saying?
Somebody said premise one maxing.
Standard of what I
think you can, you're delusional.
Oh, delusional is a standard of what I should think versus what I shouldn't think.
People are not capable of divorcing their emotions from their logical faculties. We are emotional beings.
If I call you delusional, is that just as good as you call me delusional? Because I have a subjective experience and I'll just call you delusional?
I'm only...
Say what again?
He actually just said that we as human beings can't separate emotions from logical reasoning.
Yeah. I mean, there's some truth to that in a sense that our frames that we have, our
I agree that we can't separate our worldviews from, from ourselves, but and you can't, separate how you interpret something without, from your worldview. That's going to be how you interpret it. But to say that you can't separate emotion from logical reasoning is totally inaccurate. For example, I can 100% feel I can be empathetic towards illegal immigrants, but through my logic and reasoning, I can determine we should still get them the fuck out, and that ultimately I don't care about how sad they are, even though I actually do. Like, it does bother me. I don't want to see people upset, but at the same time, like, it's still it would be irrelevant to the logical reasoning of we should still get them out of our country for the good of the nation.
Yeah, so I think also that his statement, if true, would also, if he's consistent, would be from an emotional place and not a logical place. But
everything would be a filled emotion fallacy at that point.
Right, and then he would have to admit that everything he just said was the outcropping of an emotion rather than reason. It's just but the problem is he's smart enough to know that all I'm saying is true right here, but he's not willing to go through with it and be consistent.
We're calling you delusional because it seems that you have the notion that you can somehow entirely divorce or separate your logical faculties from your emotional ones.
Yeah, but see, you're always picking at him about how he
believe false things.
Pardon me?
You're always picking at people
Oh
about
God,
how they
Mod,
think
calm
about
down,
shit.
okay? I'm trying to have a conversation with Reax.
But
okay?
he just called you
Chill
on.
out.
He
Chill
literally,
out.
oh, I
Wouldn't
can't
it
do
be
to you
on-
what you do
Yeah,
to me
somebody's
all the
in my
time.
chat point out. That would be
I'm
an objective
not.
claim.
You're not.
Usually a universal claim about separating emotions from logical reasoning. Does he just emote that proposition, or?
Well, that's what I was saying. Yeah, like what he would just say would be based on emotions or only emotions, but then to the degree that it is reason, I'm really draining you tonight. To the degree that it is reason, then
It's not you. I'm
reasoning-
always tired.
I didn't know that. But
Adding anything to the conversation right now.
Can I just ask? Can I just
You're
ask
not
a clarifying
either.
question? If
You're just
Oh, yeah, what a
picking at
shock.
you're picking at him.
Well, I just want to ask. a
And
clarifying
you
question.
pointing that
Well,
out
we're-
does add to the conversation somehow, right?
we're-
That
we're-
No,
does
it
add
shuts
to
you
it.
the fuck
Like,
up.
Yeah, no, it does. Yeah, because
And
it's me that did it,
so
not
you
you,
can actually
and therefore it's
argue
more
about
valuable somehow.
You're
Okay,
you're
whatever you
arguing
say.
about the
You're not
shit
listening.
that
we're literally in this storm of noise, and B.S. Lewis asks, "Here's where it gets off the rails." Maybe.
argument instead of picking at him about how he's
That
arguing.
necessitates you actually listening to what we
But
say
you
to
can't.
criticize it.
But
whatever.
you can't because you don't have it.
Yeah, you don't have the ability to listen to what's being said. So.
I did. I just listened to all kinds of
Oh,
shit.
then
you said
repeat
about
back what I
React.
said then. What did I say?
You were saying, oh, he's the way he's thinking about the argument. He's asking questions because of this.
What?
It's like,
That
why
has
don't you just
nothing. I
fucking
didn't
answer?
say any of
Why
that at
don't you
all.
just
So
fucking
way to
answer the
demonstrate your ability to listen to the
She's
conversation.
referring
just answer
to
the
number one, delusional, and number two, the warm and fuzzies. So the psychoanalysis, and also the normative claim of how a person ought to think. So go ahead.
If that's the entirety of what you think I've done in this conversation, then I think what I said earlier.
I'm translating. If you listen to what I actually said, I'm translating for the question you just asked Maud. Now she didn't do a very good job explaining it, but I'm
At
trying
all.
to
She
give her
didn't
a
even mention a single point that I made, so I don't think not
he
doing a
got
very
it.
good
He
job
fucking
is a bit
got
of a
it, though.
charitable
He
representation.
got it though. Rex fucking knew what I was talking about, so I mean, it's not like I'm a total fucking moron and I didn't say it right.
Well,
I mean, he fucking
didn't say
picked up
that
on
either.
it. I mean, come on.
What did he
You
pick up
fucking
on
know,
exactly?
You're just being an asshole.
What did he pick up on? Like what was there to pick up on?
Just shut up and let John talk before I
Well,
fucking
I
go
just
off.
want to get a couple.
What? You just muted
Dad mutes best.
You're muted, John. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. There's a couple of quick things.
Yeah.
Can you give me Reax when you say objective and subjective? What do you mean?
Yeah.
And sorry, and my follow-up question to that one before you answer that, because it's relevant, is also I'd like your distinction of an is and an ought.
Yes. So objective would be something that is true for contingent minds to believe, regardless of their own personal feelings or opinion. Maybe that's not the best one off the fly, but I would say contingent minds, not the mind of God. Because even if you want to use the terminology of objective, subjective, mind independent, mind dependent, or whatever, if God's mind is one-to-one with the foundation of reality, it's just semantics, and it's not actually excluding anything. And the second question was, what was the second question?
Is ought the distinction?
Yeah. So is would be descriptor, and ought would be obligation to rational moral agents that are subject to purpose.
Right. And I asked you earlier in the conversation to demonstrate one example of a prescription that was external to you or society that you have any obligation to follow whatsoever, and you couldn't do that.
No, I did. The normative laws by which you bind me to give explanations for my beliefs.
That is in the context of us. That's in the context of our.
Okay, so the normative binding is in the context of if I'm in a conversation with him, then the binding exists. But if I'm not in a conversation, then I don't have to justify anything anywhere of what I think, say, or do. But these laws are just come out of nowhere when two people get together.
Yeah,
and then
when two or more people are gathered in a discussion, then the laws of normativity exist.
Right. It's like, okay, even if I were to grant that, why does the qualification of it being social make it objective? And if he's saying it's not objective, then I don't have to answer him. And if I don't have to answer him, then why do I have to accept evolution? Why do I have to accept atheism? Why do I have to leave Christianity? What is the actual angle?
They have no reason to tell you this at all.
No.
Conversation. No, it's demonstrated by the fact that we're having this conversation right now. It's self-evident.
Self-evident means it's not within this conversation.
Yes, it does, because it's literally being articulated within the confines of this conversation. You just cited an example.
Self-evident is not confined. It's not confined by the bounds of the conversation. Then.
Right. Otherwise, you would have no reason to why does it have to be in the context of the conversation and not outside of it? How do you prove that something is emergent, that's immaterial, that you can't even see? How do you prove that as an atheist? B.S. Lewis says, Rex just hasn't demonstrated morality is stance independent, because stance independent is just one of those little terminology flourishes. It has nothing to do with boxing God in, which is what I cover later.
Something within the confines of what I said as a refutation to what I said.
Regardless of this conversation.
Yeah, I said to name something external of either yourself or society, and last I checked, both you and I are members of this society. So I don't think that really actually has any reputational value whatsoever.
To say it doesn't have any reputational value universally is a universal claim of normativity.
When did I say it had yet no? When did I say universally? You added that. You literally just shoehorned that into my statement.
Because it necessarily is so.
How?
Because otherwise
I made the claim from my perspective that is the case. You tried to crowbar something in after the fact.
You used leverage from what is true, which is the obligation to believe true things and think orderly.
The obligation.
Well, no,
if that's an obligation, then plenty of people fail at it every day.
True things, Rex. That's so stupid.
I know. Well, that's how absurd.
Is that true?
Right. That's how absurd that this has become. They will bite every bullet and say the most self-defeating things possible in order to maintain their atheism and act as if reality is ridiculous itself. So,
yeah, you're not obligated to believe true things.
B.S. Lewis is arguing from the normative authority of the dictionary to say that if the dictionary says God doesn't exist because objectivity is godless, therefore God doesn't exist. He's using the presuppositions of atheists who make the dictionary that aren't making a theologically based dictionary to prove what he already assumes. What do you do?
Exactly.
Aiden, just super quick. So with respect to the...
And I agree that failure is a real category, by the way. Thank you for volunteering that.
Rex, with respect to your how you're using objective and subjective, is there any reason why you have introduced the contingent, the mind that is contingent? What's the rationale for that?
Because I'll tell you exactly why.
But the reason that I'm asking is because it seems to lack parsimony. The reason that a mind is relevant is because it's...
By the way, just lacking parsimony, being prescriptive in my thoughts is a normative claim. Okay, so Simus is towing the line of stance independence means fact, truth, or value does not depend on the beliefs, feelings, desires, or attitudes of any person or group. Okay, how does that answer God being the foundation? What it usually does is saying, well, if God is a person, therefore it can't be objective, but that's an arbitrary claim. You haven't actually established that if the grounding of truth is a mind, that therefore that mind must necessarily be subjective and not objective. Yeah. So B.S. Lewis is like the dictionary was, is the infallible word of God, is basically what B.S. Lewis's stance is. And of course, the dictionary does not come from any people who have a particular persuasion from their ideology, and therefore we can trust it infallibly. And it's just so bad.
Have you ever seen the meme about the guy, the first guy writing a dictionary?
Huh?
Have you ever seen that meme about the first guy writing the dictionary?
No.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah. Well, Simos, here's the thing. I'm used to what Dad Knows Best is going to say is like, well, if it's stance dependent, that means it's not objective. And if God has a mind, he has a stance. And therefore, if he has a stance, this is what I call the fish tank fallacy. And I'm going to play this to get this across.
As far as we can tell, a mind is required to have a stance, right? So a more parsimonious example of objective and subjective would be stance dependent and stance independent.
Yeah,
and I'm still at a loss as to how a God doesn't have a stance on something and why that wouldn't make it subjective as opposed to objective.
Yeah, because
sure, you want me to drop?
Here we go.
So Simon says you are welcome to use your own definition. Well, okay, what makes society's definition better than mine if truth is not prescriptive to my thoughts? Because what you're saying is that what is actually real ought to be the thing that I believe. And what I believe currently is not the thing that's real, and therefore I ought to change my mind to whatever you think is real or whatever is actually real, which would be a normative claim which atheism hasn't grounded. Go ahead.
Hey, have you seen what Webster's been doing lately?
What, is he writing a novel?
No, he's just writing down every word he can think of and what it means.
Like big words?
No, like what? Oh, fish. It's an animal that lives in the sea. Shoe. It's foot clothes. Weather. Rain, and it could be other stuff.
Why the hell would he do that?
I don't know. Nobody likes it. His wife is pissed.
You should say something.
Webster, come on, man. What are you doing?
I'm doing my project. It's a normal project.
It's not normal. It's an asinine waste of time.
Asinine. How could I have forgotten asinine?
Oh, stop. This is weird. All right? You got to go home. All your plants are dead.
Why are you doing this?
If you must know, I was in a conversation with some gentlemen. And so I said to him, Willoughby, my dear friend, you're being a pedant.
Webster, do you know what pedant means?
What? Obviously, I know what pedant means. What does it mean?
I don't know, do you?
He has no idea.
A man who doesn't know words.
No! Now, if I don't know what a word means, I can consult my list of words and their definitions.
Webster, you have a sick wife at home.
What does she have?
Typhus.
Okay. Are you still drinking Coca-Cola, man?
It's a normal and delicious beverage.
Dude, there's a ton of cocaine in there.
Got one right here.
It has a regular amount of cocaine.
Give it up. Webster.
Listen.
Webster. I'll suck your dick for it.
I've always loved that meme.
That is funny. B.S. Lewis says, I never mentioned the dictionary. You need a straw man to hijack the English language to win an argument. Okay, then I guess you got the definition of the word from internal to yourself or external. Because if it's not the dictionary, you need to show me the source of meaning outside the source of words itself. So, I mean, I don't even know how you can even bolster your case. All right.
Stance will be relative to what would be objective in the first place.
Hey, thanks for the raid, Crystal Strange.
Crystal Strange.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because stance will be relative to what would be objective in the first place. And if God's mind is one-to-one with what reality is, then it wouldn't be stance dependent, even though it is a mind. What's happening here is you're reverse engineering the subjectivity of human minds, trying to reimpose that upon God's mind. And it's not actually going to work if we're going to be honest with what is posited, if you want to call it posited, for being God. And so what we're doing is you're using a semantic weight of something to make some kind of limitation as if reality is just a big fish tank and God's the biggest fish in the tank, when really what's going on is God is the basis of reality in the first place, which is why I reject the terminology and the setup.
Right, that's the claim that God is the basis of reality and one-to-one reality, but how can you actually demonstrate that to be the case?
Yeah, that's just a bold assertion, right? Which is why it lacks parsimony.
Great. So first of all, parsimony, to even use parsimony as a standard for thinking, then you would have to say there's a value to parsimony that I ought to be obligated to. And if there's an ought to all of our minds by which we ought to think, what kind of...
I've gotten used to the fact that every time B.S. Lewis claims special pleading, it's just because he's making a category error of transcendental and contingent. It just keeps happening over and over again.
Do me a favor real quick, Rex. Remind me what parsimony means. I can't remember.
So parsimony, it talks about, you know, how the simplest explanation being the best is not what the definition of Occam's razor is, but
Occam's razor is, the explanation with the least amount of assumptions is usually correct.
Right, so that's parsimony. The least amount of assumptions that does the same work is the most parsimonious idea, right? So if I have for example, if I say that God is one and he is the basis of reality, truth, and morality, and purpose, and all that stuff, I would say that's more parsimonious than infinitely multiplying brute facts in order to form it into some kind of God-shaped entity, right? That is stitched together arbitrarily. Now, they would say it's not parsimonious because, oh, now you require an explanation for God. It's like, well, no, because the normativity of requiring explanation would necessarily be based on something personal and not something impersonal. So
Like brute
your
facts.
very right. So your very challenge actually undermines itself. The subject of God isn't like any other subject. I agree, BS. That's kind of what we're saying. Transcendental and personal. What else is transcendental and personal besides God?
Reality constitutes those sorts of oughts.
The reality that constitutes those minds and the oughts that exists within those minds are the social framework by which we are operating right now. And the fact of the matter is that 100 years ago, we would have been operating under a completely different social framework and therefore would have been having this conversation in a completely different matter, which is once again
Hold up. The transcendental category is made up just for God. So wait, so Nietzsche made up God? Like, oh, that's special. Okay, you can keep saying that, but if you don't believe in transcendentals, I don't know if you believe in math either. Maybe you
Transcendentals
think...
were a concept that was like first started by Aristotle. What is he talking about? Also, Charles Darwin says that Occam's razor better be on sale next time he has to go for a shave.
Okay. So now he's saying read a dictionary even after he just established that words are listed independent of dictionaries. It's I don't know, man.
Inclusive to a subjective nature.
It must be tiring to be objective.
I mean, he makes good cartoons, I guess. I mean, they're morally evil, but they're well executed.
Metric to measure both things.
How is it objective? What objective metric?
Yeah, because in order to identify the two different spots, you have to use the law of identity to identify them individually, and you have to use the law of non-contradiction to identify.
It is true that Kant was one of the first people, or was the first one to coin the term transcendental. But this is one of my favorite fallacies. It's called the word concept fallacy. That just because Kant was the first one to come up with the term, I'll ask you all you people in chat. The term dinosaur wasn't coined until 1862, if I remember correctly. So if that's the case, did dinosaurs not exist before that?
No.
Exactly.
Them separately as not being the same thing, which would bind my thoughts to engage with your hypothetical.
Okay, and what if I brought somebody in the room right now that said, no, in my opinion, those two conversations were exactly the same. There was nothing different about them, in my opinion. Then that just totally breaks her worldview down.
Highlight the relevance of somebody saying, no, I think they're the same.
Transcend dinosaurs?
Then that demonstrates.
The transcend dinosaurs?
It's the fact that that's even possible. The fact that somebody can even articulate an opinion to the contrary of those things, and weak and thinly veiled though it may be, have a logical basis in order to try and substantiate that claim, is proof against this objectivity that is being claimed.
If that were
like, there's subjectivity everywhere
of your view. If all I gotta do is bring up the opposite of your view, and then by your own standards, it would break your claim. If I just
there's subjectivity everywhere around us in the world. Like, do you believe that art?
There's subjectivity everywhere around us in the world. Doesn't that sound oddly like objectivity if it's ubiquitous?
If it's always true, regardless of what your opinion is of it?
Yes. Okay, so Simos is challenging you on the concept not being there. So I think what Simos back here was saying is when Kant first coined the term transcendental, he wasn't trying to correct you; he was just making a statement.
Okay, if that's the case, Simos, then I will apologize for coming off as hostile. But to be fair, Rex has a lot of retarded atheists in his chat, so.
Is objective? Do you believe that there's an objective standard of
being in his chat before?
Beauty and art?
Yeah, I haven't. I'm not saying that because there's gray areas, there's not bright lines. That's my equivocation to make. That is the equivocation of subjectivity.
So what you're saying is that subjectivity exists and objectivity exists, but they just kind of sit in different parts of the kiddie pool from each other. They're just kind of isolated from each other.
In order to even have subjectivity, objectivity is a requirement to define what subjectivity is, as opposed to objectivity. So you're required to have objectivity to identify subjectivity in the first place.
Yeah, but subjectivity cannot exist in an objective framework.
That's wrong.
Okay. Steele, did you catch that or no?
I was actually addressing somebody in my chat asking a question about you.
Okay.
opposed to objectivity. So
he's
you
a
are
filthy fucking
required to
Protestant. You should never listen to anything he says.
Oh, okay, just making sure.
have objectivity to identify subjectivity in the first place.
Yeah, but
Subjectivity cannot
hey,
exist in an objective framework.
What do you think about that claim? Subjectivity cannot exist within an objective framework.
You want to elaborate on that? Because
Okay, I was saying that you need objectivity in order to differentiate subjectivity from objectivity in the first place.
No, I'm saying him. I'm saying him. Would he care to explain about that? Because how could having an objective framework or believing in objective truth therefore necessitate that subjectivity still couldn't exist as far as like individual preference?
I don't know, but I'm gonna play. But B.S. Lewis, does God require objectivity? God provides objectivity. BS.
Yeah, he's the standard for it.
That's wrong.
No, it's not.
No, I'll demonstrate that. Let's say
are you a Thomist?
I don't even know what that is, so probably
Thomas
not.
Aquinas. Do you believe?
I don't. I haven't read Thomas Aquinas.
Okay. That answers the question.
I did watch a video earlier today about Jay Dyer talking to a Thomist, but usually presuppositionalism is the Reformed view and Thomism is the Catholic view. Right?
I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, Jay Dyer brought it to you guys, but you got Van Til and Bonson. No Orthodox is disputing that Van Til and Bonson were the ones that made it and popularized it.
I would agree with that. They popularized it, sure.
Well, they did when they made it too. I would say. I mean, obviously they didn't invent the reality of it, but I mean,
yeah, they created the arguments and stuff, sure.
Right. So, but yeah. Anyway, I'm not saying that other people haven't used it. I'm just saying that that's where.
No, I would agree with you saying that it was brought to us by Protestants.
Yeah.
Of God, and God is the basis of objectivity, or whatever impersonal source that you think is sufficient for objectivity, which I've not heard. And then you say, okay, we have a hypothetical universe where some things are objective, and then you have contingent minds that are not omniscient, and these are people just walking around having subjective experiences due to their limited capacities. How is that not subjectivity within objectivity?
It is all objective at that point. You just added the fact that there's objective properties to that universe without demonstrating how those two things could coexist with each other. You just added that in as a statement and then acted like that's just inherently the case.
You nullify demonstration with your absolute subjectivity, which is ironic.
Yeah, the fact is it's ironic that you tried to crowbar in the fact that, there's people having subjective experiences, but there's somehow also objective rules to the universe. Refutation, it's like, no, it's not. Because
do you understand?
That is a direct refutation.
It is. Like, here's the thing. Aiden is not a dumb person, which makes me think that this is just on purpose.
Does Aiden believe there is objective truth? At all?
I guess not. I mean, I know he does, but I don't think he'll admit to it. Like, and then of course, if he was in the room, he'd say, "Oh, how do you know that?" Which is an objective standard claim. It's also tiring.
Well, I would just bite the bullet and be like, "Sure, I have no demonstration of objective truth. Do you believe in it?" And then if he says yes, and I go, "Okay, do you still have subjective experiences?"
And he would say, "Yeah." That's the point I'm trying to make. Is I just gave him. If you heard, I gave him a scenario where we have a world where people live and they have subjective experiences because they have limited capacity. They're not. It's not a world of equally omniscient people. It's a world of people like us that only have brains. They don't have like transcendent minds, and so therefore they're going to have subjective experiences in the first place. It's just how it is. But that doesn't mean that they can't experience objective truths, understand them to be objective, or live in an objective world. And he's saying, yes, it does preclude objectivity in order to have subjectivity, because then everything would be objective. It doesn't make any sense. He thinks that everything would be objective if we live in an objectively true world, where people have.
Hold on, is it objectively true that the world exists?
He would probably make some society-based argument. I don't even know, dude. It doesn't make any sense. That's why it has to be on purpose, because it can't be actually believed.
He's got to be. Nope. He's got to be just doing sophistry right here.
Yes, it's total sophistry. Okay, so Bia says all subjects require objectivity except the being called God. Okay, God has something called aseity. So if you want to say he requires objectivity, he provides his own objectivity. Any grounding for any world that you have would have this aseity in some way or some form. So to say that it is special pleading is to admit that you live in infinite regress. Is there any other transcendent minds besides God? No. Thank you, Simo. Simo says, I think Rick's argument was a little better than i.e. necessary versus contingent agency, B.S. Lewis. Thank you.
Using that right now. You're using that right now. You are demonstrating the very absurdity of your claim by holding me to objective standards when you argue.
No, I'm not. It's not objective.
Oh, no, you're not. That's a fact claim. I should accept. No, I'm not.
It's not objective.
What's not objective?
Ridiculous.
So he's holding me to a standard by which I ought to prove something, and then when I point out the fact that proof would be from an objective standpoint, he'd say no, it's not. And then B.S. Lewis does not understand what transcendental means, and so he says special pleading, even though I pointed out that if what I'm saying is special pleading, then he believes in infinite regress. So I don't, what can you do?
Necessary precondition, not special pleading.
Yeah, he must believe in turtles all the way down. If he really believes what he's typing right now, then he's the turtles all the way down kind of guy.
Turtles?
It seems like
Okay, have you not heard turtles all the way down?
No, I've never heard the term. What's it mean?
So there is in order to illustrate infinite regress, there was some folk tale, I don't know if it was in the East somewhere, where someone asked their guru, what is the world standing on? And it's like, well, the world rides on a giant turtle, he says to the student. It's like, oh, well, hold on. What does the turtle stand on? Another turtle. And then it's like, well, what about that turtle? And then the master says, it's turtles all the way down. So that's an infinite regress.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, it's not just you, Charles. It's solipsistic over here. This guy's being a total solipsist.
Like I think the problem.
Not you, Rex.
I know.
Or at least I was about to say we. The problem that I've got here is that if there's a rock on the ground, right?
Yep.
And I view the rock. I look at it, and it looks grey. It looks like it's maybe it's got a smooth side and it's got a rough
infinite
side.
Infinite regress is not a logical impossibility. True, but it tells us nothing.
It leaves you groundless.
Yeah,
that's the point. And
Sky turtle on 4 elephants.
Interpretations, all of my observations of that rock. They're first person to me. They're mind dependent on me. They're subjective to me, right?
Right.
But it is the case that the rock objectively.
Actually, BS, we can prove you're not God because you just said that God lies earlier, and as I'm going to demonstrate later in this very argument, God being the one who goes against God or lies would be the foundation of truth lying, which would be internally consuming and therefore would debunk itself. So that's pretty easy.
There needs to be something for me to observe in order to elicit those subjective experiences.
Yes.
Now, just because there needs to be... Now, here's my problem with your position. It is objectively the case that in order that for me to have subjective experiences, my brain needs to objectively exist, right? If my brain didn't objectively exist, I wouldn't be able to have subjective experiences. Or even objective experiences.
Well, actually, let me back that up. Obviously, in a Christian worldview, we would have souls. So I wouldn't. If you're saying without a brain,
hang on. So, but this is exactly where I'm going with your position.
Is it God has to have a brain, a physical brain? Is that where you're going?
No. In order, even if God doesn't need to have a physical brain, then
I have a very big brain.
Let's say I will grant you that there could be agents that exist without brains, but they're still agents, right?
Okay.
But if the distinction between objective and subjective is stance dependence or stance independence, which requires an agent, then it is still the case that is God in your view an agent or not?
How are you defining agent? Are you just saying just having a mind?
Well, having the ability to experience the world around them and then choose to go left or choose to go right.
Would that include God in your view?
Well, I think it would have to, wouldn't it? Because
Okay,
God makes
so that's the
decisions
problem.
about
That's the
us.
problem, because you're saying the world around them, as if God, once again, that's the fish tank fallacy, where God is the biggest fish in the fish tank rather than the basis of reality, which is why the stance independent, even if I grant the terminology that God is stance dependent only because stance dependent in some philosophical dictionary means having a mind, then his stance being one-to-one with reality by being the basis of reality removes the distinction from objective and subjective pertaining to God's understanding of things.
Without having any kind of ability to test this.
Did you catch that, Steele? I know you're
Yeah,
like
you know,
fading
I'm trying to listen to it without looking at other stuff.
Oh, got it.
So what he's saying is that he's trying to argue that basically if in a world where there are agents, would God basically be an agent? He's saying, well, God would have to be an agent because God makes choices, and you're pointing out, well, no, this is what you've dubbed the fish tank fallacy. That you're saying God is the biggest fish in the tank instead of being the tank itself, the reality, the basis for reality itself.
Right. So it's a subtle straw man on God's nature and what God is in order to establish that if God has a mind, it must be subjective because there has to be something that he is circumstantial to. But no, he's not circumstantial. He is infinite, transcendental,
Yeah.
So B.S. Lewis is running the typical, if God can't lie, he's not powerful. So
God can't contradict his own nature.
Yeah, so this is the same line of thing. If God can lift every rock, he's not God because he can't make a rock he can't lift. It's just like
can God make a burrito so hot he can't eat it?
B.S. Lewis on his own channel actually made a video of an atheist correcting him on the very argument he's trying to make, and he's still trying to make it. It doesn't work.
Hypothesis without any ability to make any kind of interrogate the claim, then that's just a bold assertion.
Hold on,
right, John. That's the point I was about.
What are you saying?
Somebody in my chat wants you to define the basis of reality.
Define the basis of reality. I mean, so truth, I guess. Like Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. I don't know how much detail he wants me to get into, but it would be.
I was just.
Yeah, it would be the thing that unifies all true things.
The standard from which all things come. Omnipresent. Yeah, that'd be a good answer.
To say was that I could literally just say that I'm the basis of all of reality, and therefore I'm inherently the basis of all objectivity, and he would have just as much evidence to refute that as he has to support his worldview.
That's
I'm
not
going
true
to go on top of my drink. I'll be back.
Because you are what, 20-something years old. You can't be your own contingency. You have parents.
Okay, this is him running the I am God argument to try and prove that if he can claim to be God, all God claims are just as incoherent as the next.
Yeah.
I don't know for sure whether I'm 20-something years old. I made the claim that that's true.
Perhaps. Do you claim to be 20-something years old?
As of right now, no, I don't. I claim to be infinite in age.
Infinite in age. Okay. So exactly how much money do I have in my bank account?
I do not feel the need to validate your claim.
So notice that he here, I'll go forward a little bit.
That's what I thought.
No, Jesus was even told to heal or do certain acts, and he didn't do them. So what's the big deal? That's in keeping with God's character.
Got it. So you are God.
So that's false, because obviously Jesus did do miracles somewhere, but just because he didn't do miracles everywhere, and doesn't mean that he didn't do miracles somewhere. Aiden has never done a miracle in his life.
Yeah.
So B.S. Lewis says he didn't correct me. He sacrificed an omni for an omni. I don't even know what an omni lie would be, B.S. Lewis, without omni truth. So I mean, it's just a really sad move, B.S. Just
in your view.
That's my claim now. For the sake of this conversation, that's my claim.
Great. Then God cannot lie. You've said God doesn't exist in the past, and therefore you're not.
You just claimed God can't lie. Why can't he?
Because God is truth, and it says so in the Bible, by the way. Which, by the way,
it says so in the Bible. The Bible's a claim. I'm making the claim that the Bible isn't true, and that I'm the real God.
Great. Where's your ancient text? Where are your followers?
I need an ancient text in order to be legitimate? How old does the text have to be in order to be considered legitimate?
Here's why. Because on this panel, Zillzone and Mod and Pixie can make the same claim, which would contradict with yours, and you have no better basis than any future.
Yeah, you're so close to getting it. Re-examination.
Okay, so here's what just happened. I bring out the fact that you need to have an ancient text because, number one, your claim has to be, if you want to make a claim and have it be viable, one requirement would have to be from the beginning.
Yeah.
Or have real ancient continuity. So such as we have records that you can't go back and change, especially about that. Now, Aiden's made up religion was made up 5 minutes ago. Aidenism. We'll call it Aidenism. It was made up 5 minutes ago. And he can do the same thing. But what I point out to him is each of us on the panel can do the same thing and contradict his claim without any ancient text. So the ancient text that actually would go back and does have worldwide appeal, like Christianity does, or like Islam does, or Buddhism or Hinduism, right? That does have a large base that's not necessarily confined to one culture, because you do find Hinduism and Buddhism outside of those cultures. You do find Christianity outside of the Middle East. Those would be viable candidates if I was only using that criteria. But if you have no limiting principle on the kinds of future religions you can have because they all have the same lack of basis, that nullifies what you could know to be true if Aidenism was true.
Yeah.
So
this guy's fucking goofy, though.
So see how BS is making a bunch of non sequiturs as if they're argument. These are just very desperate throwaway things. Omnipotent for omnivolent, and boils down to an old book. LOL. You don't know what historical record is in terms of, like, if you have something foundational, it's going to be ancient, sir. God didn't exist before the Bible. Actually, BS. God, the Bible teaches that God existed before the Bible. So, in order to have a biblical understanding, you have to exist. You have to understand that God existed before the Bible.
And that's my point, is that you have just as much of a basis for your claims about God as I have for my claims that I'm God in this conversation.
Are you grounded for logic?
Apparently they don't. I mean, that's what Shiva's thing was. I just want to point out, BS, that your evangelicalism never stopped, because you still want to convince people. Like, I would love to hear your justification for why I have to change my mind for your sake.
Yeah, why ought we actually abandon Christianity, BS?
Like, I don't understand. Like, you could do anything you want in the world, and yet you've devoted yourself to this as if it were a noble cause of some sort. B.S. Lewis, you don't even understand my argument. You just don't, like, talking to you is like talking to a brick wall. You don't understand what's being said. You don't understand logical inference. It's just so bad. It's just so bad. Oh, and then he goes, because it's icky. Okay. Right. Arbitrariness. That's what it boils down to.
So close.
No, because you're also not tripersonal, so you wouldn't have a basis for personal relationships in and of your nature.
You don't know that. No, you would not have a basis for unity and multiplicity.
Yeah, well, now he's going to claim to be tripersonal. Or at least infer that I can't say he's not tripersonal.
Just say, okay, then just demonstrate that he is.
He would just say that I don't have to demonstrate anything to you because I'm God and I can do whatever.
Yeah, this is not a good argument.
Yeah. But here's a point, though. What I could have done is say, okay, I'll bite the bullet. You are God, therefore God exists. Now you can't be an atheist anymore.
Yep.
You just made the claim I'm not tripersonal. I'm just making the claim right now that I am.
Yeah, well, you're not.
Well, you don't know that.
I do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, because you're a human being, and human beings will be one person.
Oh, yeah. You know I'm a human being. How?
Yeah, because you claim to be in the past. And otherwise you'd be lying. And the base of truth cannot lie, because if the base of truth can lie, then truth is not true, so it's self-refuting.
Well, if I made the claim that the Bible isn't true, therefore your logic being underpinned by the Bible is irrelevant in this conversation.
Only if you have...
What?
The fuck's
if I claim the Bible's not true, therefore the Bible's not true?
The fuck's he talking about? I don't even understand what this guy's saying. You literally just...
An objective standard by which...
He just says things fast, and like it just comes out like a garbled mess of old atheistic bumper stickers, and it's not really an argument when it comes down to it. But it was an interesting creative move, but it wasn't really a logical
How do you
move.
know that? Well, because I just said so. Did you lie? Yeah. Well, then you can't be God.
Well, he would probably say, for the sake of this argument, I'm not lying. I am God. Yeah.
Logic being underpinned by the Bible is irrelevant in this conversation.
Only if you have an objective standard by which to criterize things, but everything is subjective, and God wouldn't say everything is subjective because he'd be the basis of objectivity, then therefore you have to know what truth is in the first place to make that claim.
Yeah, and for the sake of this conversation, all of that is true simultaneously because I'm God and I get to dictate what logic even is in the first place.
Great. So then,
God does not dictate what his nature is. He cannot change what his nature is.
Yeah,
so that's also a straw man. Yeah. So we're coming to the end of it real soon, but that was his God gambit, the I am God gambit.
It's not a good argument at all.
No, it all it does is concede that atheism is so weak, you need to pretend you're God in order to stay in the argument.
Which to throw away God because you can be God and God can be real. So going forward, you can't say God can't be real.
When did I say God can't be real exactly?
When you said you were God.
No, I never said he couldn't be real. As a matter of fact, me saying that I'm God is saying that God can be real. When did I say that he couldn't be?
So the God of the Bible can be real.
When did I say he couldn't?
Okay, so by implication of saying that the Bible's ridiculous, do you think reality is ridiculous?
No, I'm saying that the claim made in the Bible is ridiculous from my subjective standpoint, sure.
Okay,
I don't think that that's an objective statement. It is in my personal worldview that the Bible is ridiculous.
Okay, but that's only subjective, right? So it can't actually be objective and binding to other people.
Now we're back. Nothing can be. We've been through this. Even if you have.
Do you see how insistent and dogmatic that she is about nothing can be objective?
Yeah.
Which
is an objective claim?
The irony reeks so hard when she, number one, believes it, number two, wants to impose it on me through argumentation. Anyway, this is...
Have an objective source. Your interpretation of it is wholly subjective, and therefore, you teaching other people in the application of it is wholly subjective.
Yeah, even
if you have an objective source, you cannot
just like
be
evolution.
Even in the Christian worldview,
teach to go to the source.
Reason binds me to take the opinion
like
that
evolution.
objectivity isn't real.
Even in your Christian worldview,
I didn't say that. I said even if I
attain-
grant you that. I didn't say that. I said even if I grant you that it's real, I cannot grant you that you have it or that any of us are capable of having it.
But Pixie,
right? Which is probably why I say I don't discount the possibility of God. I wholeheartedly discount the plausibility that any of us got something like a God right.
Pixie, right. Nobody claims to have perfect theology. You're supposed to have your own personal relationship with God. We teach to have your own relationship and your own connection there. So
is that an objective or a subjective personal relationship?
If you speak for God, then you hold the office of a prophet, and we don't have those.
Speak for me, now. You mean? Speak for me.
Yeah. Get me the fuck out of here. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was muted.
Pixie.
No, you're good.
I just want to take an opportunity to
bitch. Theology, Pixie.
Oh, you motherfucker. This is Aiden. You guys are
Anyway, it ends with Aiden being a little baby.
Dude, I don't understand the whole I am God claim. That's a stupid argument.
Yeah. So what they're saying is your God claim is so unsubstantiated that I can claim to be God and claim to have all these godly powers, and you don't know that I'm not.
Well, true. I can't necessarily prove a negative, but it would still be a category error to claim that you are God.
All right. Show your attack vectors if somebody said to you, I am God, and therefore your God claim of God of Christianity falls apart because it has no more verifying qualities than my claim that I just made 5 minutes ago.
What I was saying is could I argue that you're not God because you don't fit the criteria? Yes, but I'm saying, could I necessarily prove a negative? There are negatives you can prove, but I don't even have the burden to prove that he's not.
Apparently that something was clipped. I have no idea.
Okay.
But yeah. Oh, so Eli said he would let us know in the chat if he wasn't going to show up. Turns out we got no Eli. Eli, my boy. Oh, Donny boy. The pipes are calling. What the heck is that? Is that what you were doing? You're just doodling? You're just bored out of your mind?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. All right. Okay. So B.S. Lewis admits he's just a collection of molecules.
Charles Darwin in my chat says he's not religious and he doubts that there is a God, but he wouldn't fuck with the possibility.
What does that mean? He wouldn't like. Does that mean that he is he doubts there is a God, but he is not going to like tell people they're stupid for believing in God?
Yeah. That's what I'm assuming he means.
Okay.
So I gotta address this real quick from Panchuchin in my chat. So I actually I couldn't tell you the answer to this, and the reason is because there's a local cigar and pipe tobacco shop, like right down the street from where I am.
Yeah.
And I go there, and that guy actually makes his own blends. So I just buy from him, and I actually really like the stuff that he comes up with. But like one of them is like a lieutenant blend, and I really like that.
B.S. Lewis says a brain is necessary for knowledge. B.S. is a brain necessary for meaning and information?
Hold on, a brain's necessary for knowledge?
Yeah.
How could you demonstrate that? That's trying to prove a negative.
Because he would just do a black swan sort of thing, whereas like we've only ever seen brains with having knowledge, and therefore brains are necessary for knowledge. B.S. Lewis says, but if someone believes in a really stupid God, well, okay, stupid would be a value claim by which you would have an objective criteria. I mean, it's just so easy.
Well, like, okay, I think one of the main reasons that atheism is very popular, and I think Rex would agree with me, most Protestants have no idea how to argue for their position at all.
Yep.
They're like,
most Protestants don't even know why they believe what they believe. I mean, especially Baptists.
Yeah. Well, I would say your evangelicals even more so. It literally is just a feeling for most of them.
I would say not by much, but the average evangelical probably knows a tiny, tiny bit more than the average Baptist. The Baptists, especially the KJV only ones, are up a creek really bad. Like the Steven Anderson types.
Yeah, I don't know much in the way of Protestants. Atheism is obviously different in metaphysical properties. There's that.
Atheism. What does that sound like to me? I don't know. Sounds like something.
I can't remember.
But still,
have you ever heard of Last Thursdayism?
No.
Last Thursdayism is the theory that you can't technically, from their view, that you can't technically prove the universe didn't start last Thursday.
Oh yes. So if that were true, you would have the basis of truth. But if you cannot demonstrate a personal basis of truth from your own worldview, then it goes back to that which would have historical precedent, would be a personal source, and then you could wheedle all the way back down to the God of the Bible through that, through criteria of like having communication to identify positive ID who this God would be. You would have to positive identify, like, would it have the inspired claim, not just the, the claim isn't sufficient, but the claim is still necessary. Would you have, you'd have to go back to objective truth and the grounds of that, and then you could debunk the Last Thursday thing, because
now I feel like that's a really fun argument to run against atheists.
Oh, well, they would have no. Yeah, they would just go by faith that it's natural. Everything is just natural processes. Simus is asking if you are an Orthodox Eastern Christian, or he goes OE.
Yeah, I don't know why I've never seen that one before. I'm a Rokor.
BS says he's a Top Gun fan because of your glasses.
I've never actually seen Top Gun.
Yeah, it's decent.
That's the wait, is Top Gun the one with
Tom Cruise is a pilot in the Air Force?
Yeah, I've never seen that.
Okay. So BS says God is an unfalsifiable concept. Okay. Is truth an unfalsifiable concept?
I don't see how God is unfalsifiable.
Because what he's saying is God is constructed as a no-win situation to, but it's an inherently unfair no-win situation if you question God.
What is your background? What am I looking at? Is this two guys playing chess in a pool of rocks?
Yes.
Did you AI this?
Of course.
And what is the prompt that you fed it for this?
It was actually supposed to be. It wasn't supposed to be guys with on top of squares. It was supposed to be two guys playing chess in a city broken up with water in between the cracks where the shattered crevices were. But yeah, I mean, I could change it if you want.
I was just curious. It's like I was like, there's no way you just pulled this randomly. Like somebody just drew this.
No. There's also the Rex and Rev one. There's that one. There's Rev on the cobblestone medieval streets. There's Reexamination.
The crow's holding lanterns for some reason.
Yes. Yep. And then there's Rev right there lighting the lantern of the chapel.
Why is it blue? That's my thing. Fuck you guys.
Hey, I mean, blue is a color. You don't have proprietary ownership of the
Sure,
color
I do.
blue.
It was my color. I took it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you look back at the records, you took that after me, right? You had red for your anvil beforehand, and then you took blue. So who's copying who? And then there's the microphone right there. There's Rev in the studio with the crow. There's Rev in front of the Borg ship. You know.
How many of these have you made?
Another logo. And that's it. But I made a lot more with all the thumbnails and stuff. But yeah, that's it.
I still like my thumbnail. That was a great thumbnail for today.
Oh, you know, that was a great thumbnail. I agree. I like mine too, but I didn't mean it to come out as like so slanderous against atheists. I just said like show the T-Rex and Steelborn, you know, back to back surrounded by atheist opponents. And it gave me like this post-apocalyptic zombie world purge style atheism setting.
I've been trying to figure out how to use Canva to try and make like AI clips and stuff to like play for like when alerts, like for when somebody sends in like a donor or whatever.
Last Tuesdayism is supposed to show global skepticism is an open question, says Simos Funk.
I've always heard it called Last Thursdayism.
Well, you can quibble over which day of the week, I guess. B.S. Lewis says, you are linking truth to God without justification. Okay, where does justification get anchored? That's the question, sir. Because if you're using an impersonal thing that doesn't have any mental reflections, doesn't have any value mapping, doesn't have any goals, doesn't have personality to establish any of those attributes, then your justification is just your own opinion that you throw on top of an impersonal concept or thing.
Okay, I gotta ask, where did the term re-examination come? Where'd you come up with that name?
Just because I'm reflective like that, and plus there was an old YouTube trend back in the day in the mid 2000s where people would make response videos, and so it'd be regarding this or that. But re-examination would be I'm reviewing these videos and I'm doing it sort of in a meta-analysis sort of way, or I try to review things about as deeply as possible as I can without like going beyond what I can say as best I can.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm gonna be doing probably on. I guess it's not gonna be Tuesday at this point because
it'd be last
scheduled
Tuesday.
show. No, it was scheduled show for Tuesday. So Charles says one day I might have a channel and ask Ree about buttons.
Buttons?
Is this a reference to something that I don't know about or no?
I have no idea.
I don't understand the reference. Here, let me call Eli in and see if we can get him in here now. Since it's fucking 11 o'clock my time.
Yep. I don't know where that like. I'll be in as soon as and then you know we do the entire episode. We're almost 4 hours in.
I'm calling him on. I'm gonna call him on the mic this time.
An unfalsifiable claim is also unverifiable by its nature. Okay, well then, do you believe in truth?
Hold on, is that claim falsifiable? Asshole.
Well, I think perhaps Steel.
Seahawk wants to know if it's debaters or debatas. Does it have a hard R? For the thumbnail, debatas with attitude.
I mean,
of course it's debaters with a hard R. What's wrong with you?
but that doesn't reflect the original
That's
rap
true.
group. Debate. Well, if you look at the thumbnail, it's debate us like
He
like
said that he said that
UHS.
Ree can make stuff. I was referencing his button link stuff.
Button link stuff.
Dude, I have no idea what that means.
I think he means like an active link that you can click.
Do you want to review something a little funny?
Sure, and we'll review something a little funny, and then we'll cap it off because I don't think Eli is going to show up. It's a shame.
So our main man, or the real king of Australia, yesterday, no, the real king of Australia, yesterday. Hold on. Yesterday he did a call-in with Project Constitution, one of the main Canada supporters.
Oh boy.
All right, hold on.
Well, while you're doing that, I'm gonna go see what's left of my salmon. Hold on a second.
Let me know in my chat if you guys can hear this.
A premium Twitter account is required to create live broadcasts. Upgrade to premium.
Can you guys hear this?
What is this crap?
Actually, I'll just go over to my stream real quick and I'll check. I don't know why it has no sound. Okay, I'll just send it to Rex and then have him pull it up. Oh. Send it to him in Discord then. I don't know why it's doing that. It might be because I'm trying to share it to 2 different softwares. Because I use Talk Studio. But I want to review Jake Rattlesnake calling into Project Constitution show and giving them all the dirt on Andrew's secret military past. Hmm? Rex is going to look at fucking salmon. I have no idea how long he's going to take. This is retarded.
All right, I'm back.
All right, I sent you the link on Discord because when I try and play it, I get no sound on my end. For some reason, like the people in my chat can't hear it.
Do you mean Eli Ayala? I mean, I know who Eli Ayala is, but
No, we're talking about Eli Nix.
All right, I'm gonna pull this up.
And then put it on like 1.25. Jake talks slowly. Charles Darwin wants to know, are you trying to fish for that fucking salmon? It took forever to check on your burnt salmon.
Hold up a second.
How burnt was your salmon, sir?
Oh, quite. It was crispy.
Speaking of that, hey baby, you want to make something for dinner? You just want to do that by the time you're done. It should be good.
Do you want like something small, or do you want like an actual dinner?
Seahawk says retarded. Got him.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I came up with this name knowing what the kinds of those insults I would get, and I'm just cool with it. I get it, but I like the name, so
Jungle's insult name for me is my favorite. His shit talk name, which is still bored.
I thought stillborn is funny too, but I mean in a dark sort of way. That one and Steel Boar was the one that I first pulled on that one stream. That was hilarious. All right, let me. Internet goes wild. Okay, this is this one.
Yeah.
Here, huh?
This is Project Constitution, like one of like Candace's like main
Clear
spurts.
Required to create live broadcasts. Upgrade to premium.
Seems like a formidable warrior.
What is this crap?
His name's Mr. Coom.
Did they cancel my? Oh shit. Okay, we'll have to worry about that later. I guess we're not live to X. I'm gonna have to upload it to X.
So they were all believing it too.
All right, we are live. Welcome to the channel, guys. It's me, Colin, for Project Constitution. Joining me tonight is my guest. He goes by Mr. Coom. This is a guy who knows Andrew Wilson, spent a bunch of time with Andrew Wilson in his house, got to know him intimately.
Wait, this is a prank, right?
Yeah, the whole thing's a troll.
Oh no.
And has some stories to tell. So we're just gonna kind of walk through.
Dude, first clue is like knowing the internet culture, and you failed massively. Massively. Oh my god.
He has a short time. He's only going to be here about a half hour, so it's going to be a short stream. But he just has some information
that to like 1.25?
He feels is relevant. I feel is relevant.
No. I'll put it on somewhat meth speed for you.
That we want to expose with you guys. So without, oh wait a minute, we're not even live yet. What the hell's going on?
Yes, it is. It's live. What the fuck's wrong with him?
Well, it's not live on his. It's live with Jake.
Okay, no, we are. Okay, we're good.
This is pathetic.
So we're just not live on X. Okay, that's weird. I don't know why I did that. Anyway, sorry about that, guys. So without further ado, welcome to the show, Mr. Coom. How you doing today?
Yeah, I'm okay, man. Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate that. All right. So I guess you want to just give us a little history of how you I don't know, you can begin where you want to begin. I'll let that way, because I don't want to say anything that's going to get you in trouble.
Yeah, so I met the Wilsons a few years back, and we became friends, sort of like work friends and everything like that. And then I ended up actually spending a lot of time at their place where they lived in the States, like a good 2 weeks or so. And then, yeah, I had some pretty crazy things revealed to me, and I saw the conversation coming up about Andrew's past recently, and to be honest, it was like a little bit alarming to me. And so I thought I would share something, and then I think that's since been deleted, but you picked up on it. And basically, this was about Andrew's past before the Crucible, and about his military past and everything. And there's a reason why he went off the face of the earth for a very long time. And there's a military background. Not many people know much about that. Then he goes missing off the face of the earth. So I'm spending time at his place, and basically I found 6 passports in his name. And that was the first big red flag, because basically he told me that he'd never left the country before. And so I started to investigate that. And I then started to ask some questions. And then eventually one night we were drinking. We had a lot to drink, actually. And then he started to tell me a very detailed story. I don't know if any of the story is true, but it does seem to check out, because, going missing off the face of the earth for that long and then just coming back like that is kind of crazy. Into the Crucible just comes out of nowhere. So I don't know where you want me to kick it off.
I guess if you want to start, we could tell, I guess, a little bit about the military thing, because not a lot of people, you said, know about that. And I think he's actually denied that he was in the military, or was it? I think he denied he was a sniper in the military.
Well, it's actually a lot deeper than that, dude. Like, I don't know how much trouble this can get me in saying it, but what actually happened was I think that the story that they give is a medical discharge. That's what happened. But really, the story here is that when he was younger, and this is why he goes missing off the face of the earth, and there's no sort of like recollection of him or online presence or anything, is because basically what happened was that he was recruited into a high-level multinational government program where he was used as a spy, and he was mind controlled. Do you know about MK Ultra?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So there's various different mind control things that happen, and they can basically turn these people into pretty much anything that they want in terms of like manipulation and coercion and these sorts of things. So he was recruited into this program, and then had an episode of amnesia. That's what he says anyway, an episode of amnesia. And then he was, from my understanding, basically used by the US government as a federal asset, and is currently being used by the US government as a federal asset to go into leftist spaces and destroy the left in all places. That's what he says anyway. His mission is to go into the left and to destroy them in all of their places. And I think that recently he's been used as a I guess a government op to go into to Candace Owens' space and to try and destroy that because she's like exposing the feds.
Yeah, I kind of got that feeling as well, but it's good to hear somebody who actually knows firsthand and has spoke with him and actually can corroborate that. So, yeah, that's important. I think it's important for people to know that.
I would love if Andrew kept this bit going.
Okay, where do you want to go next? You want to talk about, I guess, let's get into the passports, I guess, how that story came about.
Yeah, so basically, we were just playing games one night. I think we were playing like Rocket Ball, I think it was, the ones where you drive the cars and everything, and then found the passports. And then I didn't really want to bring it up because it was a bit awkward, but then I brought it up, and basically we started having these drinks, and then he told me a bunch of stories about his past. And then I found out soon that he'd been deployed in a bunch of different overseas places, which was, you know, like I didn't know that before. And I actually found, I don't know if you realize this, but I'm Australian. I found out that he'd been deployed to Australia and actually had an encounter with a drop bear. I don't know if you know about drop bears.
No.
Oh, it's a, I don't know, but not many people know about this outside of Australia, but basically drop bears are like a marsupial, and they can like, Andrew tells tall stories, so I don't know if he's even telling the truth about this, but they drop out of the trees and they'll like fuck you up, dude. They'll like fondle you and everything. So like he got fondled by a drop bear.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he told me about that, and I was like, well,
Okay,
he
hold
must
on.
know
I have a
about
question
Australia
for you real
if like
quick.
he's...
Rex, do you know what the drop bear troll is?
I know that it's supposed to be a play off of koala bears dropping out of trees and attacking people.
No, the drop bear is just an Australian troll. It's literally just Australians trolling non-Australians.
Yeah, they make up this mythos about the you know how
about drop bears.
Drop bears, yeah.
This is
telling me
fucking
about,
next level trolling, dude.
like,
This is
like an
so
assault
well
by a
done.
drop bear, you know. So
yeah,
that happened, and then apparently around Europe as well. He was found floating in the Mediterranean Sea by an Italian fisherman. This is what he told me. Found floating in the Mediterranean Sea by an Italian fisherman. Had a he was found with like a bank account details on him or something like this, like a bank account in Switzerland. So I mean, when we're talking about the Mediterranean and Australia and the USA and the CIA and Mossad and everything, it sounds like a multi-agency thing. And it's like, well, how does a guy like some sort of like smoking hillbilly from freaking nowhere in America who smokes cigarettes and swears at women, how does he actually become such a big internet star? And it's like, I think you and I both know, I've seen, I don't agree with everything that you guys say, but like, I think you guys know that like government ops are real, you know?
Oh yeah, and the algorithm pushes certain people intentionally.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, there was that dude.
And that,
yeah, go on.
That's a wild story. So he told you that he, I guess, lost his memory or something and woke up in the middle of
He's
the
looking
river,
at his
the
monitor
water or
and
whatever,
Jake's screen
found
at
by
the same time.
fishermen with some bank account
Yeah.
attached to him or something. Switch bank account.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the story he told me. But then, from what I've been able to piece together, he was a part of a military program. The military program went south. There was some sort of like a falling out that happened. And then he obviously knew a lot before he was found in the sea. So then he was basically, I think he was like assaulted or something like that, and then lost a lot of his memory, had a bunch of amnesia problems. And then eventually he was like sort of recruited into this government program over in the United States. And because of the amnesia and everything, he didn't know much about like his past, but what he did know was still the skills that he'd learned in like manipulation and basically like CIA techniques and everything. And he was able to deploy all of those techniques, all of those.
Yeah.
He's literally just telling
Australian Jason Bourne.
Oh fuck.
Military techniques into like the Crucible, whatever that is, and basically just work for the government to be like a I guess an attack dog of sorts.
Yeah, that sounds very MK Ultra like.
Yeah.
And that also that's the same thing that, you know, I don't know what your position is. It really doesn't matter, but that's kind of what we think, about Erica Kirk as well. That she was an MK Ultra style asset.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so the passports now. You said so 5 passports you saw, huh?
Yeah, 6 passports. Yeah.
Okay. Now that's definitely strange, especially you're saying when you confronted him about it. Tell us when you could how was his behavior when you confronted him about it? Was he like weird about it or?
Well, it was after a bunch of drinks, and he has the sort of ability to, I guess, tell tall stories, if you will. So we'd had a few drinks, and I think he just let his pride get in the way a little bit, and he wanted to tell his really cool story, but before he tried to hide it from me. So it didn't really take me long, to be honest. Like when I confronted him about it, he pretty much like told me within a few minutes just about what had happened, and especially about the deployment and about how he got fondled by a drop bear in Australia and all of these crazy stories in the Mediterranean and everything. So didn't take me too long. His defense came down pretty quick. It was a little bit awkward after in the weeks following, because I think that he probably knew that he'd told me too much, but yeah, so it didn't take me too long.
Damn, and there's me thinking he was
said he was drinking at the time, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if you know, he drinks and smokes and swears at women.
Yeah. Okay, so as far
not false
as his drinking goes,
he swears
do you know if he's like an alcoholic?
Everybody,
a problem? Do you know of, or is he like does he drink every day, or is it something that he drinks occasionally with buddies, or?
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that really, but what I do know is that when no one's looking, he smokes menthol cigarettes. So he tries to act like he smokes like normal cigarettes, but then when no one's looking, he smokes menthol cigarettes. And I found it a weird detail, like a weird thing to do.
Yeah, well, I hide that. That is such a strange detail to hide.
Yeah.
He's a strange guy altogether, though. I mean, I remember the first time I kind of had a back and forth with him. He like lost it. Like he went maniacal. Like he clearly was drinking that night.
It's probably from the head trauma, dude. It's probably from the amnesia, because I don't know if you noticed yesterday the other day in the debate. And look, we're not going to talk about the debate, but like, look, his leg shaking like that. That's because that's from the government programming. Like that's where it comes from. All that twitching and shaking and everything like that.
Okay, yeah, he clearly was nervous and agitated or whatever.
That proves it.
Yeah, so like I said, the first time I had an interaction with him, he actually sent a video or posted a video like laughing maniacally. Really weird. Like, yeah, he's a strange guy, man. Really strange guy.
Yeah. And then there was another thing that I found, dude. I don't even know how to say this, to be honest.
Because he says
like,
that he smokes
I was
Marlboros.
in the living room one day.
By the way, hold on. I want to tell a quick story from DebateCon, if you don't mind. So the first night was VK Live that we got there. Somebody says probably a habit he picked up from his black ex-wife. No, wait, hold on. It's like, is Aussie Jason Bourne feeding him tattles, or he's effective? No, Jake's just fucking with these guys. He's trolling them. He's literally just giving them the plot of Jason Bourne. He's fucking with them, and they're just buying it, fucking hook, line, and sinker. Like, this was a total troll by Jake. He did this on his live stream. Like, if you also look, Jake, this is Jake's live stream we're watching from it.
Yeah.
But no. So the first day I actually got to DebateCon Saturday morning. And I get there probably like a couple hours in, because I really didn't have much interest in watching God Logic or Mike Jones's debates against the Muslims, because I know the Islamic dilemma they're going to bring up. Not really super interested in watching that, so I showed up a little late, wanted to get food. I get there. Avarice comes running outside. And he's like, perfect, you're here. Can you do me a huge favor? He's like, I'm like, yeah, what's up? And he's like, can you go get the Smoky Man cigarettes? It's like, yeah. So I ran into the gas station real quick and grabbed the cigarettes. So, like, I don't know, an hour later, Andrew's standing outside smoking a cigarette, and I walk up and I was like, Andrew, I got you the right ones, right? He's like, yeah. I was like, okay, so do I get my BB bucks now since I got the Smoky Zionist his cigarettes? And he's like, yeah, you fucking Jew lover. I always thought that one was fucking hilarious. I was like, do I get my Zionist cigarette money now? Because I always love these people. These people are like, Andrew is a Zionist shill. And then Andrew will literally be like, Judaism is evil. And Israel does not have a right to exist, like, in and of itself. And I will debate you on dispensationalism and to prove that it's wrong.
Yeah, so...
And they're like, you're Zionist. It's all part of the Zionist ploy. They want you arguing against Zionism.
That's how crazy it is. That's how crazy it really is. If you aren't, like, goose stepping with like the PLO or something like that, then you're a Zionist. That's how they feel about you. You know, if TPUSA liked Israel, worked with Israel, like Bibi Netanyahu likes Ben Shapiro, therefore, you know, you are a Zionist shill and you're the hands of Mossad. That's who you are to them.
Yeah, I want my 7,000 BB bucks now for getting the Zionist cigarettes.
BB bucks just sounds like you get something at Chuck E. Cheese so you can play more games or get a stuffed animal.
It does, but it's funny.
I was walking around, and then it was maybe like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So I was thinking, you know, afternoon. So I found my baby, gonna hold her tight, gonna get some afternoon delight. Mama always said, if it's right while waiting till...
So this is the Rickroll of Australia.
The middle of a cold, dark night, sky rockets in flight. Project Constitution. Sky rockets in flight. Afternoon delight.
Yeah.
Afternoon delight.
Good one.
Afternoon delight. Project Constitution, brother. How did you not know? Did you do a basic, cursory, little bit of research, my friend?
No, that's not what conspiracy theorists do. That's why conspiracies stay alive.
You wouldn't give me anything. I tried.
Legitimate conspiracies. That's the problem.
What?
There are like legitimate conspiracies.
No, yes, I'm not.
But that's what
saying
the problem
there
is. Like
aren't.
these people just are like everything is a conspiracy, and it's like no, it's not. Everything's a fucking conspiracy.
Yeah, it's more their paranoia than it is anything else. It's not based on anything, or they have an actual chain of.
He should have kept this.
reason.
Jake should have kept this going for longer.
I agree. He probably ran out of material though.
Well, how far into it are we?
We're like, this is a 2-hour thing. We're 13 and 3/4 minutes in.
Well, I know he didn't do this for the whole thing. He only did this for like the first half hour or something like that. He was part of this. No, maybe not. Maybe he was done after that. But I want to hear what he
Oh,
got to say.
do a little afternoon delight. Oh, he's one of my best friends. I'm currently live streaming. I've been shit posting about it all week. Project Constitution, walk me through how you do all of this research, my friend. Please, I'd love to know it.
Yeah, well.
This guy got nothing.
Picking up, he's got me working up an appetite. Looking forward to a little afternoon delight. Mama.
All right.
Oh my god, that was fucking brilliant. Well done, Jake.
Yeah, if only he was this brilliant when he didn't do that chop job on my first debate with Andrew, because that's exactly what he did. He edited the first half of the debate out of existence and said, "Oh, the first half doesn't even matter." And then I prove in my response video to his chop job that it does matter. Adultery is degeneracy. Anyway, that's a whole other thing. So, me and Jake got off on a bad foot.
I'm not even gonna play their games. Like I said, he's a loser. I don't want anything to do with that.
Okay.
You fully fucking bought it.
What do you call a guy who gets pranked by a loser then? That makes it worse for you, not better.
Even if you don't like the Crucible, you gotta admit the Crucible crew is the best fucking trolls on the internet.
I will. Okay, I give full credit to their ability for humor. I think the Destiny cartoons are hilarious. And
Dude,
all
the
that kind of
Coomtoons
stuff.
are great.
Yeah, it's just, but still. Yeah, I have my very legitimate criticisms. And we'll be in talks about that because Teriak and I are going to set up an Andrew-centered debate, but not before I work on my triage argument for Wednesday.
That will be hosted by yours truly.
Your name is Tavo Sanabri?
No, the Teriak.
Oh, the debate, yeah. I was going to say.
I'm going to be hosting the Rex Teriak debate.
Yes, but Wednesday, this is where I unveil the formal and all the moves, because you see, the problem with these videos, I think, I have fun reviewing the moral argument and doing the moves, but the problem is most atheists don't actually go into all the territory that I've carved out in terms of how to.
So is this guy an atheist or a Christian?
He's a Christian.
Okay,
but he's I would say he's theologically liberal in terms of the evolution question and homosexuality and other kind of stuff. So I'm using the term Christian as a camp in this case. But I would say that I think he's probably also someone who you might be just learning some things along the line, but he comes from 50 years of being an atheist. So I would say he's still kind of in a searching stage. And not too long ago, he was saying he was theologically non-committal in one sense, but he has something called the CTF argument, where he says that far and one of the things he shows that far and away, what doesn't fit the atheistic model is that Christianity specifically, when it comes to actual documented evidence, blows away every other religion. And so that's a great video to check out by Tavo Sanabri.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'll be getting into more details, most of which, again, you don't see because my live streams just show the parts where people just spin their wheels saying, demonstrate that. And I say, well, that's a normative claim. So the normativity is the demonstration. And they'll be like, what? No, that's just my social construct. I'm going to throw my social construct at you. And it's like, there's a lot more to it than that. So when you actually find an intelligent, sophisticated opponent, more like Shiva, or, you know, many of the ones that go on the regular debate circuit, then you'll be able to use a lot more of the other elements and moves in the argument. Like one of them I call is the triage trifecta, where you ask them 3 questions. You can ask them continuously until you get to the nub of their worldview. And one of them is tiebreaker. So you take their stated position and you say, what is the tiebreaker between that and the contrary? And then they'll have to make a value claim. And the other is relata. What is the relationship with that and myself, you know, when it comes to a value claim for normativity? And another one would be, what is the value, of course, of that said thing? What gives that? What is the attribute that actually makes it prescriptive to me? So if you just keep asking those 3 questions of everything they throw at you, most of them are going to be falling apart under the acid test.
Yeah, I mean, I like the triage argument. The more and more I look into it, I do really like the argument. And the appeal to normativity for basically being a justification for God, I think is, you know, it's an argument I don't think anybody's ever really ran before.
Yeah, I asked ChatGPT, Claude, and Grok, can you find anything like this in all the philosophical literature? And they said not specifically. It would say it's obviously from the same family as tag, but it is not tag because tag goes with epistemology and intelligibility and the grounding for logic and things like that. And this one is like, I can even grant you epistemology. I can even grant you logic. But what I'm going to take away from you is the gas from the car. So you're sitting inside the car is not moving because you can't even get direction out of it without normativity.
Yeah, you need normativity.
Right, which would have to come from a personal source. Now, there are very sophisticated philosophies out there like Hegel and Nagel, and anybody who sounds like Bagel apparently has a sophisticated philosophy out there. And I try to address those through Claude. Like Claude will say, I asked Claude at one point, okay, so there's a category of personal source of normativity, which would be God. And then there's impersonal sources, which all fall apart. But is that a false dichotomy? Are there other third ways to go about that? And it gave me this whole list. And I said, okay, now apply what I established with triage in its formal notation to all of these. And it broke down, of the 14 different defeaters for brute facts, it broke down which ones worked and which ones didn't. And there's a couple forks I use. And one of the fork is... it labeled the final fork, but you can use it whenever you want, which is when it comes to their ultimate bedrock of their worldview, you ask, did you use reason to arrive at that or no? If they say no, then it's Hitchens razor. If they say yes, then that means it had a basis by which they came to, which is similar to what Steelborn brought up about brute facts. But then in order to say they used reason, they have to use a value claim about reality to prescribe your thought to conclude their basis for morality. There's also the purpose fork. So if somebody says it's a sui generis sort of normativity, it just is. It merely obtains. It is not based on premises. It just is, and it's a feature of the universe. Then you would ask them, okay, do we have purpose? And if the answer is yes, then it's like, how can you have purpose without an intent? How can you have intent without a mind? How can you have a mind without a person? And then that leads right to God. So that is a tight chain that leads right back to God. And then so if they say, no, you don't have purpose, then you lose normativity because then you have a goalless direction, which is a contradiction in terms.
Yeah, I agree. I like that too, the goalless direction. That's a fun one. I've never heard that one before.
Simon says defeaters for brute facts. Take it away.
Do you have a methodology for? Yeah. Do you have a methodology for determining what is or is not a brute fact?
I wonder if Simus wants the link. I think Simus wants the link. What do you think, Steele?
Sure, bring him up. I could probably go for like another 15.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think after that, I'm pretty much pooped out.
Yeah.
That'll be 4.5 hours on my end.
We're hardworking blue collar men. Or I don't know. Actually, I don't know what my collar is. Simos, I have dropped the link in the chat if you want the final 15 with the two theistic people. Simos says, I will come in. And if BS is around, he'll probably come in as well. Now that the link is
I'm not interested in
freewheeling
talking to BS anymore. I've argued with him way too much.
I know. It's just he just says everything's a category error that he can't understand. Or
See, I
special
said
pleading.
24-hour stream. I thought I gotta hit the 1,000 first. If I hit the 1,000, I'll do a 24-hour stream. Okay. That's my that was the promise. Promise is made, will be kept. If I hit if I hit 1,000 subs, I will in fact, do a 24-hour stream.
Hey, Simos.
Hey.
How's it going,
Can you hear
man?
me?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, so your question was...
oh, God, you're British. Do I have to listen to him?
Yes, you do.
Yeah,
He's Simos. He's a good guy. And by the way, Simos, in the last stream we did together where you came on and I had to go off camera, you said tag is terrible. Well, I'm running is not tag, by the way. Because
I get that. I get that. I'm interested in... I'd like to, examine what your triage is and how you think that...
normativity as an argument for God's
normative
existence.
claim, yeah, a normative claim. I mean, surely. Anyway, look, let's not go round the circles because
surely is an absolute claim.
Your man here wanted to talk,
don't call me Shirley.
Yeah, there you go. Talk about grounding or some shit. So no, I mean, obviously, I think you were asking me if brute facts have justification. Is that what you?
No, that wasn't what I was asking you. I was asking you, do you have a methodology for determining what is a brute fact versus what's not a brute fact?
Well, if I don't have a justification for something and it seems primitive, then yeah, I would call that probably a brute fact. But no, there's no hard set rule.
So you have no method for determining what is a brute fact versus what's not a brute fact. Then how would I determine that your brute fact is a brute fact?
There are some things that I think are basic presuppositions which can't be justified due to global skepticism or skepticism of some sort. Are we a brain in a vat, etc., or solipsism, these kind of things.
Well, if you're claiming that this thing's a brute fact, then I go, well, how do you know that? And
reliability
you say, well, I don't
of
have
memory.
a way of knowing that. Why do I have to accept it? It's just an arbitrary axiom at that point.
Well, because those are just a priori.
Well, no. Why do I have to grant that to you? Why do I have to grant that your standard, what you're calling an axiom, is true?
You don't have to grant it. You can not grant anything you like.
What's compelling for you?
Right. Things that are compelling for me are, I guess, I would put the highest level of compelling would be an inductive argument with a lot of data which correlates extremely strongly with.
Wait, you think inductive arguments are best?
Don't you mean abductive?
No, I think he means it's not deductive.
Yeah.
Not
Not
deductive.
No, deduction suffers from the problem of infinite regress.
How does deductive fall? How would that be the case?
Well, because it claims to have a necessary argument, right? It claims to have necessary conclusion, I should say. Right? So that means the premises have to be infinitely justified in order to get to a necessary conclusion.
Well,
otherwise, my global skepticism would just keep asking, well, what's the argument for that premise? Then you give me two more premises to argue for the first premise of your argument, and then I go, okay,
you reject deductive arguments?
No.
Here, let him finish.
I just
Steals
think...
like a dog on a bone sometimes. So let him finish because he's British, so I can't put him on 1.25 speed for you. I'm sorry, Stillborn.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that I can just keep asking what's I don't know. You're doing an Aiden now. You're just talking over me.
No, I was making a joke. I'm sorry. I was making if you ever see
he did that during the videos too. I couldn't play video sometimes because
he does that sometimes. But anyway, no. My point being is that if I invoke some sort of global skepticism, I'm just going to keep asking what are your justifications for each of the premises which you give me to justify the premise that leads to the conclusion that you wish to take as a necessary conclusion.
And part of
And
that is why I
that's
think
just
normativity is very
an infinite
effective, because in order to demand justification, there would have to be a binding standard by which I would have to follow premises to conclusions.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with that as well. And I think that in reality, nobody wishes to be a global skeptic really, because you end up in confusion. So, I don't think that's a practical position. But then I think in order to accept that position, then you need to, I think you need to hold the position of fallibility, or fallibilism. So that's you have to, say, well, we've got no such thing as certainty, so because of our epistemic position in the world.
It's just the irony of that statement, of course, is that I have to conclude certainly that I have no certainty, which would mean I have a basis of knowledge, even limited as it is, by which to make that determination that is reliable on its face.
Yeah, I mean, likewise, you can't be certain about it. All I can give you is this argument about saying, look, all of this stuff falls to global skepticism, right? I mean, if you could literally doubt everything, you can doubt Descartes, right?
Well, I mean, if it all, if
you're thinking, you can doubt that as an identity if you wanted.
I would say that if it all reduces to global skepticism would rely upon a framework of understanding things in the first place in order to predicate your global skepticism.
I mean, I don't think it would rely on anything other than saying that I doubt that that's true. I mean,
but global skepticism asks for evidence, right?
No. Doesn't it just it doesn't say I doesn't well does it ask for evidence? No, the individual asks for evidence against global skepticism,
right? But the individual
but
is the location of
if you're taking global skepticism, then no, you're not looking for evidence because you're not going to find it.
Well, can I tell you what my issue is with most people who claim to be skeptics?
Yeah,
they're never skeptical of their skepticism.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
now you actually seem to be where you're like, hold on, global skepticism could totally be false. That leads to absurd conclusions. That's true.
Yeah.
So it's like you're actually one of the true, real skeptics.
Yeah.
But most people who claim skeptics are just like, I'm skeptical of everything you say, but whatever I say is right.
Yeah. No, that's nonsense. No, I mean, I think that philosophical virtues or theoretical virtues are very, very important when we're determining the state of philosophical questions, right? Which is one of the reasons that I think that we've got to be very careful when we use deductive arguments to say that we have necessary conclusions, right? Because they have to be built on common ground for two people to accept that, and that can be very difficult in particular types of arguments, like not Van Tillian, but Benson arguments, for instance.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like, let's say I was to run tag on you, you would reject premise one, right?
Yeah, I think so. It depends how you formulate it, right? So I think some of the Van Til ideas, the later Van Til ideas, aren't so bad. But I mean, I think that effectively it's not a great argument now. Because like I can do Tang, right? Which just, I mean, I can just mirror the argument for the non-existence of God, and here we are at phase one again.
Well, Steelborn has heard Tang before, though.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he has. Yeah.
Steelborn, what is your address to Tang?
It's actually been a minute since I remember the actual argument that Tang makes. Could you remind me?
Well, it's just the opposite of what it is. So the preconditions for
for intelligibility is the non-existence of God.
God, something like that, yeah.
So how does a negation make an affirmation of reality?
Yeah, that wouldn't make any sense to me.
Well, I mean, the non-existence of God is not necessarily a negation, right? That could be the position.
It is necessarily a negation because it's a statement in the negative about the existence of a thing instead of the establishment of a thing being the basis of reality.
Well, like if I were to say like the non-existence of ice cream is the necessary basis for reality.
In the positive, I'm just saying that the impossibility of the contrary, like any God, right? It makes it impossible to have a reality which is it has the non-existence of God in it. And that proves the non-existence of God.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm following.
It might be a long day because we're 4.5 hours in.
Yeah, it's fair enough. It's 11:30 p.m. for me over here. It's almost midnight.
I'm switching it round, right? And I'm just saying, look, the impossibility of a God, right, makes the non-God position correct. That's all. It can either be God or no God.
Well,
It's
that's
no
not the
God,
argument that Tag's
therefore it's
necessarily
God.
making. I think I don't.
Well, there is in some formulations of it.
At least the way that I understand Tag is that God is the necessary precondition for transcendental categories.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And how do you prove that?
So the short form would be X.
X is the necessary precondition of Y, therefore X.
That's J. Dyer's. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah.
Well, that's what an actual transcendental argument is in and of itself. That the form of a transcendental argument is X is the necessary precondition of Y, Y therefore X.
Right. And so how do you show that is the only thing that could account for Y?
I would say that in order to give a justification for the universal, invariant, immaterial concepts that govern reality, you would need to have a universal, immaterial, invariant mind that generates them, because concepts are tied to minds.
Sorry. So you're saying? Hang on a minute.
Yeah,
so
a positive claim for the impossibility of God seems odd to me, but I'm still thinking about the tank thing. Sorry.
The problem was a basis is an affirmation. A basis for reality must be the ultimate affirmation. Therefore, the negation of a thing that doesn't exist in its own paradigm cannot be the basis for reality. Because
I want you guys to know, though, Charles Darwin in my chat says everyone needs ice cream, so...
Yeah, but if that's coming down to the not God argument, right? That's coming down to Slick's fallacy.
Slick's fallacy? I've never heard that one. Could you elaborate?
He's talking about Matt Slick, but I still even if Slick has a fallacy, I want to know how a negation of a non-fact, a double negation, becomes the basis for the material world and all that's in it.
Well, that's the claim, isn't it? That's the claim, and I'm just saying, look, all it's doing is making if you put it in Mona's ponens, all you're doing is making a circular argument, right? And just saying, look, it's either because you're making a disjunction, right? Then you're basically just saying it's not God, it's not God, right? And the conclusion is God. That's the issue when you formulate it in that way. And Tang does the opposite, right? And it's a fallacious argument as well for that reason.
Well, so have you heard of the concept of virtuous circularity? I'm just curious.
I've heard of it, but I've yet to find an explanation which I can really get on board with.
So virtuous circularity, the idea is that some circles are necessary because there are some things that are actually self-referential. Like, can you define words without using words?
No.
Exactly.
How do you know? How do you know if you remember something?
Oh no, that's a presupposition I have. I can't justify that.
But like the defining words without words, so you
have
to
to
use
not
words
a priori.
Circular.
We have to get it straight. Not a priori, right? But in the Russellian sense, obviously a posteriori, I can justify it. I can justify the continued use of my memory as being reliable, even though it makes mistakes. Because I can give an inductive argument.
How do you know if you remember something? I've never heard somebody ask that, and it's like really fucking in my head now that I think about it.
These are standard philosophical questions. They really are.
No, I know. I've never actually heard anybody ask that one specifically.
Yeah, no, Rex is brilliant. Rex is fucking brilliant. I've got to say.
Oh well, thank you.
Yeah.
I do agree. Rex is a very smart man.
No, thank you.
It was fun listening to him talk to my deacon.
Oh right, who's that? Father Deacon Ananias or someone like that.
That's not like the deacon of my parish. Rex lives not like super far from me, so he actually came and visited my parish.
Oh, okay, nice. Yeah. It's always good to meet people on the internet, I find.
Mm-hmm.
This stream is barely longer than the service.
Oh, really? Oh,
it was a bit of a slug, nice try. This is like do the service. So to be fair, the service that day
it was just a joke, but you can explain, Steelborn. It was just
the service was Pentecost, so the service was like 2.5 hours. Was it 3? It might have been 3. Yeah, it might have been 3. Yeah, it was 3. Okay, I think it was 3, but normally they only go for like hour and a half, 2 hours.
The first hour, no Steelborn.
Are they in Greek, are they?
No, I attend a Rokor parish.
A real core, did you say?
No, Rokor, Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia.
Oh, Russian. So they speak in Russian. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it was half Russian, half English.
Russian Orthodox. So
it was my first time not in any orthodoxy, because I actually, it was my first time in an Orthodox service, but one time, I mean, for a Greek fest, I did go to a Greek Orthodox inside the church. I could do that and ask questions. And then one time I went for Egypt Fest, which was in an Oriental Orthodox, which is a whole other ball of wax altogether.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that sounds exciting. Yeah, yeah.
I said it was a whole ball of wax, Steelborn, so, you know.
I know. I understood.
Yeah.
Look, we don't need to dive. We don't need to dive into why the Coptics are heretics.
So, Council of Chalcedon and all that.
You mean the original Christians? Yeah.
I would reject that category inherently.
Okay.
But yeah.
Do you know how old the Coptic language is?
The Coptic churches are not the same, and they reject the two natures of Christ.
Right.
So they deny Christ's humanity.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they've got their theological reasons. Most Christians do. So there you go.
Yeah,
but,
I had to think about it upon thinking about the two natures of Christ for a bit, and that's the only way to make sense of not my will but yours. It would have to be a human will coexisting within the human nature in the hypostatic union, beside his godly will.
Right.
Yeah.
I think Slick says something like there's different types of will, 3 different types, permissive. I can't remember them all, so because I'm not
permissive,
theologian.
passive, and decreed, something like that.
That's it. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Which I think answers that question as well. To be honest.
But real quick before, because I got to get out of here real soon. So
yeah, we'll close it up after you say bye, Steelborn. But,
I just wanted to address the brute facts thing. So my argument is basically if you don't have a methodology for determining what is a brute fact versus what's not a brute fact, and you have no standard to determine what the brute facts actually are, I have no reason to accept anything as a brute fact. That's the first one. Now, if you do have a methodology for determining them, then that methodology would be more fundamental than the brute fact itself. Because it would be required to determine them.
Yeah, I agree. The definitionally speaking, brute facts don't have a justification. So, what you're asking for is something which can't be supplied. So, as in cricket, we'd say you're querying the pitch.
Yeah, I would think that brute facts are an arbitrarily stipulated stopping point.
I mean, they're not really arbitrary in that sense because they're presuppositions. So they're things that you have to, generally speaking, they fall into different categories, but generally speaking, they're things that you have to use in order to justify themselves. So they're self-evident in that case. And so, if
do you think that your presuppositions don't need to be justified?
Not if they're brute facts, for sure. But no, presuppositions, not a priori, is the answer to your question.
When you say not a priori,
so a posteriori, you can give inductive arguments as to why you should rely on them, but that doesn't have a necessary conclusion.
Can you parse for me a priori from presupposition real quick?
Yeah, sure. So I assume the truth of the reliability of my memory before the fact, right? And then I look at the facts and decide, did those facts align with that presupposition or assumption that they are true? And if they do align, that gives me a correlation, not necessarily a causation, but a correlation that my assumption a priori that they are in fact true is more likely to be true than not.
Right, but you would agree that your memory is part of, in your worldview, be part of your brain, and therefore would be a contingent operation.
I mean,
so correct me if I'm wrong.
Sure. I mean, I'm not sure how I could exist without it, but
right. But the universe can exist without you and your brain, right?
Yeah. Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Right. So that wouldn't be the ultimacy of your presupposition. It would be like a natural self presupposition, but it wouldn't be a presupposition that affects the rest of the universe.
No, absolutely. That isn't one of my, because when I use the word "my," I am talking about me. So it's again subjective. So.
Yeah. So I just looked it up because I actually had to refresh my memory. So a priori is basically like information that you can just like that would be true regardless of your observation. It comes before that, like unmarried bachelors.
Right.
You don't have to observe an unmarried bachelor to know that.
Correct.
Unmarried bachelors.
Yeah, before the fact is the way I like to say it, but.
Right, but just when I hear a priori, I think of something along the lines of transcendental presuppositions and not like personal presuppositions.
Right.
Like,
well,
because
yeah.
because if you have Alzheimer's and you're aware that you have Alzheimer's in some kind of intermediary stage, that presupposition does not hold universally.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether that's an example which I would use as for being calling a presupposition, but I do
But
think
you said well, sorry. When you said a priori, did you not say that you presuppose your reliability of your memory, or did you say something else?
no, the way that I check these brute facts, right, to find out whether they align with reality, is to do an analysis after the fact. And I can do that by doing two things. Firstly, I can assume it's true, and then I can assume it's false. And I can test those two things a posteriori against the data which I find and I use, right, in life, and I can see which has more merit. Right? And if they're both equal, then I must conclude that it's a brute fact. If they're not equal, then I can conclude that one probably is more correlated to reality than the other. And so I could prove some of them false potentially, but I still wouldn't know that, right? And because they're things which can't be tested a priori, right? Then that's why I call them presuppositions. And there are many more things, right? It's not just reliability of memory. There are many things like that. Solipsism falls into that category, for instance, right? And I can't prove that a priori, so I have to be agnostic on it in that sense. I mean, a
All right,
posteriori.
guys, I'm gonna get out of here.
No point.
It's quarter to midnight for me. I'm exhausted.
All right, before you guys go, Simos, why don't you give a shout out and tell people where they can find you and your stuff?
Yeah. No, everybody listening now, just fuck off.
Okay. Steelborn, sign up and let people know where they can find you and your stuff.
Yeah, you can find me at Steelborn on YouTube and on X. You can find me over on Verbal Combats usually. You can find me sometimes over here on the Re-Examination Show. Fun place to be.
Yeah, and remember to like and subscribe. Rex
Yeah,
Leeds,
exactly.
He's a brilliant show, content, and he's going to be debating the Owl guy.
Oh, it's not a debate. It's an interview. It's me expounding upon triage in ways that I have not made public before. There is a lot to it, actually. And so I want to do it in a way that starts out relatable and ends up in more detail. And I did give a little bit of a preview of the syllogism last night on Steelborn's show. So, so I established the arguments for the premises to that within this presentation coming up.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, as much
everybody
as
should go subscribe to Rex just because of this brilliant argument that he's come up with.
Yeah, as much as I'd like to subscribe to you, Steel. I'm already subscribed to Jay Dyer and Father Ananias. And
he's calling you redundant, by the way.
So yeah, maybe, I don't actually normally tend to do the apologetics anymore. I mostly do the politics.
Oh, okay, well, definitely out on that then. Fuck American politics.
No, I don't. Well, I don't do
That's crazy.
Normative politics. I don't do normative politics. I don't be like, what did the Trump administration do today? I'll do monarchism or monarchy versus anarchism. Which one's better, or something like that.
Yeah, you can find him on Verbal Combat just about every Friday. But I think Verbal Combat's going to be on the Verbal Combat Clips channel right now.
He's trying to get it appealed. He said he should have it fixed by then.
I know about Verbal Combat. Yes, I think I went on that once as well. That was good fun. Anyway, look. I hope your answer is monarchy, of course.
Yeah, I'm for that one. Yeah,
constitutional monarchy. Yes.
Yeah, constitutional preferably.
With a parliament, with a House of Lords and a House of Commons, right?
God save the king, sir. God save the king, sir.
I actually am. I kind of am a constitutional monarchist at this point. Because I look at all this fucking democracy, I'm like, this shit does not fucking work.
Yeah, well, you still need the democracy, unfortunately. As Churchill called it, the lesser of evils. I think it was Churchill.
I think what Churchill was saying was democracy is the worst idea we've ever had outside of
except for all the others. Yeah.
Oh yes, there you go, something like that. My favourite Churchill phrase is a woman got up in Parliament and said, "Sir, you are drunk." And he turned around and said, "My lady, in the morning I'll be sober, but you will still be ugly."
and then there was a couple others. Stefan Molyneux related one where Churchill is on his deathbed and the nurse is asking another nurse.
Apocryphal straight away. Yeah,
that's apocryphal?
It's bound to be if Stefan Molyneux's saying it, but carry on.
Okay, but even if it's apocryphal, it's still great. So check it out. He's on his deathbed And one nurse says to another nurse, "Is he dead?" And then the other nurse says, "No, his feet are warm. Nobody dies when their feet are warm." And then the last words out of Churchill's mouth, it pops up as Joan of Arc.
Okay, I've got another one for you there, which is Voltaire. But another apocryphal one. On his deathbed, the priest goes in and says, "Okay, my son, it's time for you to renounce the devil." And Voltaire replies, "This is no time to be making enemies."
Oh yeah, I think you mentioned that one on BS's channel, right?
It's one of my favorites. It really
Yeah.
is. It's funny, and it's totally apocryphal.
There and of course one last one. This is probably the most famous Churchill one, where somebody in Parliament probably says to Churchill, "If I were your wife, I would poison your drink." And he says to her, "If you were my wife, I would gladly drink it."
I would drink it. Yeah, he was brilliant, Churchill, despite being a real fucking asshole. But anyway.
Well, anyway, I'm just doing the post-war consensus thing until the meantime. I don't care really that much, but about okay, if we're talking about, I'm not. There's no time. We're trying to close up, but
yeah, fair enough. No, we've left it on a light note, and that's always a good place to leave a hangout, as far as I'm concerned. So.
It is, as long as people who have differences can be amicable and shoot the breeze. It's a great time.
Shut up, Rex. I hate you.
Oh, that means a lot coming from you, Steelborn. So, anyway, y'all.
No, Rex, you're always welcome on Steelborn's channel. So,
yeah, thanks very much, guys. I appreciate it. And if you have any feedback to things I say, you're always welcome to Discord me, either of you, if you want to disagree. I think I might have got the your version of tag wrong, so I apologize for that.
That's okay, because everybody thinks that a transcendental argument out of a Christian's mouth is tag. So it's understandable. And they, that's tag. It's like, really? Okay, here's the beauty of it. If my argument is tag, that's a concession that the God of the Bible is God, because my argument starts only with normativity. So if you identify the opener
I didn't mean yours. No, I didn't mean yours.
No. Okay,
I did specify not your argument. And I want to hear what your argument is, because, one of the things I decry simplistic Christian apologists doing is trying to use grounding as the explanatory power that explains what their morals are and why they are, right? And I don't think that's correct, right? I think grounding is a value judgment, and I think that's you were using it. You were saying normativity claim as in using a value rather than saying it's an explanation, and I think that makes a big difference. I really do. So
well, I probably have to fathom what you were saying later on when I have more of my brain awake. But my brain
I'm trying to put it together. I'm like, I think I get what he's saying, but I'm like,
how about you throw it on the Discord, because we have are you part of the Reexamine Nation Discord?
I don't know. Don't think so. I think we've only got a personal link. So yeah, and I've got too many channels right now.
Fine.
So.
That's fine. But if you want to post what you just said somewhere as a challenge to the necessary grounding of an idea, then that would be interesting for me to look over, because I think that would be cool for me to examine.
I think I did a short thing on Skeptical Philosophy's channel. I did an interview with him. I think you did one with him as well, Robert. No, well, you should go on his. You should go on his channel and do one, because he's an interesting man to be interviewed by. Anyway, I did a thing on grounding, and I think when it's used as an explanation, I think it's for an explanation for why epistemically it is what it is. I think that's a problem, right?
I think grounding determines direction. So, for example, if I if I ground my values in myself, then myself characterizes the direction. If I ground them in God of the Bible, then the Bible is going to characterize the direction of my normativity. If I'm an atheist, I gave this example in my 200th subscriber episode, where I was like, if my normativity comes from Christianity, I'm going to pray, I'm going to read, I'm going to have fellowship, I'm going to go to church. If it is atheism that grounds my normativity, I'm not going to pray, not going to read, not going to go to church, not going to have fellowship. I mean, that is the direction for the normativity. The grounding is essential for how that flows out.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, and I personally use it the same way. I just deny all of those first things you mentioned, and I ground stuff obviously in the external world.
Sure. All right. On that note,
I'm gonna get out of here, guys.
ladies and gentlemen, this has
Or as
been
you
the
guys,
Reexamination Show.
or as you guys say, the Book of Nature. Go ahead.
I'm never read it. Anyway, you guys have a good
I don't believe you for a moment.
See ya.